So we're going live now. Hello, I am Sonia and I'm with Mitra. Let me begin by wishing you all a very happy Children's Day. Our children are our future and our hope. They're the very basis on which we center our dreams for a happy tomorrow. And in an ideal world, each generation must provide the wisdom, support, training, and the love to make way for the next generation to flourish. Our children today are facing a world throwing challenges at them that we've never faced before. Time is scarce, choices are sky high, emotions are out of control, and loneliness has its grips on everyone. At Mitra, we have taken the privilege to be the voice of children, to represent their issues, and to examine, understand, and troubleshoot the various crisis situations that they face that sometimes parents may not understand due to lack of communication or time, or maybe sometimes both. Our Igniting Minds program aims at plugging this gap by equipping our children with the skill set that should ideally be imparted alongside education in every school, but it is often left to imagination. We've been working with students across various schools and colleges to empower them and weaponize them with the skill set that will help them to fight all their present and future battles, be it academic pressure or emotional regulation. We have today with us five specialists in their respective fields who will be speaking to us about how resilience must be built. And it is when we impersonate this training, this work in motion, that we can guide and model a correct behavior to our children, all of who are looking to us for directions in this great giant maze of a world that they face. We have with us Lieutenant Colonel Anila Khatri, a paratrooper serving with the Army Air Defense, who will be speaking to us about discipline and leadership and how these two are propelled by passion in what we believe in. Then we have Dr. Balaji Sampath, Director AHA Guru and founder of AID India. He was All India Rank 4 in IIT JEE with a PhD from Maryland, who left it all to nurture his passion to educate children, who will be speaking to us about consistency, simplification of educational processes, and the burden of parental expectations on children, especially in higher classes. Then we have an enriching and phenomenal session with Bhuvaneshwari Ramesh, and trust me, you don't want to miss this one, a music therapist who works with doctors, patients, teachers, and children to alleviate their pain and burnout through music as a therapy. You will not be able to believe the kind of work this lady and her team do to liberate people from the pain that they carry. She will be talking to us about creativity and how removing perfectionism from creativity actually helps and makes it soar. Next, we have a session with Dr. Sunaina Singh, who has been a pioneer with her Mission Join Indian Army program. Besides being a sports psychologist with the University of Haryana, Dr. Sunaina will be sowing the seeds of emotional intelligence and emotional regulation in parents as well as children. And I must say this, as someone who has known Sunaina for close to 2 decades now, I too find myself reaching out to her from time to time to help navigate through emotions and stresses in life. Her suggestions have always stood the test of time for me. After Sunaina, we will be speaking with Dr. Payal Khandelwal, a nutritionist recognized and awarded by the government, who will be speaking with us about various eating disorders amongst children and how drawing healthy boundaries can help. She's a pioneer in her field, and she drops quite a few pearls of wisdom on how to assess the quality of food that we consume, the way to nourish children in a wholesome manner, and the problems our lifestyles are creating. She offers solutions and implementable ideas for the same. Finally, towards the end, I shall be going live with life skills as my core topic. I will be highlighting the need for this training under our Igniting Minds program and offering takeaways for parents who are keen on preparing their children for a future by equipping them with the requisite skill set to navigate often, quite an overwhelming world that we live in. We will be talking about the relevance of having difficult conversations and how gently they're supposed to be done. Talking about harnessing creativity, social media and its impact on our children, techniques to pull our children out of these clutches, and so much more. So stay tuned, bring out all your questions. Our experts will be answering them, and let's make this our first step in our direction towards Igniting Young Minds. And I am here today with two evolved people who we will be speaking to about young minds, which can be ignited with the correct spark and skill set. Today's world is filled with excesses and extremes. And speaking of extremes, life, ironically, is best lived in moderation. A slice of hope and happiness, a piece of struggle, a hopefully small sliver of disappointment every now and then, with a generous helping of hard work, deliberation, and determination, which hopefully should last us till the end of the journey. The garnishing or the gravy which makes it all worth it are the beautiful relationships which we cultivate with people who keep reminding us of our worth and purpose. Now, some of these items keep appearing unannounced on our paths, and yet some we need to reach out and we need to find them inside us. And this often happens at a stage when giving up seems so easy. And yet we tug at the strings of that parachute in our backpack, and that's what makes all the difference. Now, since I mentioned parachute, let me take this singularly unique opportunity and honor to introduce our guest today, Lieutenant Colonel Anila Khatri, a distinguished Army officer, an athlete, and a mother. Lieutenant Colonel Khatri is also a proud paratrooper with Army Air Defense. And for those who may not know, paratroopers are the ones who wear a maroon beret atop their crisp and shining uniform and are revered across the globe as elites who volunteer to practically be the first ones to jump into the battlefield as they are airdropped from the skies with their parachutes and weaponry. Colonel Khatri is not just a paratrooper, she is also a combat freefaller with more than 89 jumps to her credit. What sets paratroopers apart is the fact that each one of them, before they earn their maroon beret, need to clear an impossibly difficult probation period wherein they are tested for their physical and mental abilities to withstand adversity in extreme circumstances. Many do not make it, and those who do obviously stand out. Welcome to the Igniting Minds Summit, Colonel Anila Khatri. Today, we will be talking to you about how discipline and leadership converge for success and what helped you on your journey as you surged ahead with determination and grit.
Thank you so much.
Before we do that, let me also introduce Mr. RSVN Sharma, the brain behind Mitra, the founder and CEO. Mitra stands for Mental Health Inclusivity Through Reach. Mr. Sharma is a visionary behind the intent of this organization. An alumnus of IIT Bombay with over 2 decades of experience developing and implementing analytical products, his work has earned several patents and has even been recognized by the United Nations for the contribution for societal progress. Mr. Sharma is now on a self-driven mission to address and help the children, adults, and the elderly in our society with his team of experts in this field through various programs. At Mitra, we examine and understand the pressing issues of mental health challenges and work on developing the exercises and skill sets, etc., that are needed to deal with the same. The whole construct of this Igniting Mind program is based on the fact that the society we live in today is maxed out with extremes. Everything seems to be dwelling in a state of excitement, not always healthy, and social media is the catalyst that is fueling this fire. What this does is it pushes us all to live up to certain labels and tags, or at least the fact that we need validation by everybody around us, the extrinsic forces, which far outweighs our need to indulge in the process and mindfully enjoy the work that it takes to get there. And in there lies the devil. Our intrinsic drivers seem to be locked up and away from us, and the persistent fear of failure to live up to the labels, not getting enough validation, etc., scares us hollow. The amount of self harm done by our children who miss the seat in competitive exams, panic attacks among young adults, in mothers who are trying to do it all, these are alarming concerns for our society. Now, all of us face challenges in life. This is a given, and there is no one size fit all solution to all our problems. But a certain category of skill set, like discipline and the resolve to fight, are a constant armor that any of us can use in our journey. So, this is where I would like to bring in Lieutenant Colonel Anila Khatri, who can be better than you as our guest today to speak about discipline, leadership, and success as the essential skill set that light up our path. Colonel Khatri, can you please tell us a little about yourself, your backstory, and how discipline and leadership helped shape you into what you are today?
I would certainly do that. Before that, I'll compliment you for the wonderful words that you used to introduce me, and I didn't know that much about sir. So it's thank you. So as you said, discipline, leadership, success, all big words, but I think it isn't too complicated as it sounds. So as sir got in touch, and then Suma called me about these. We want you to speak about these things. So I was like, no, so there's nothing great that I have to tell. So it's been quite simple, I would say. It all started in school. I'd rather take it a little, you know, reverse. I was, as a child, I was quite ill. My parents thought that she's going to die, to that extent. And that was, I think, when I was in sixth, seventh standard. So everybody like, my mother probably, I think there was no hospital or temple in Delhi that she had, not visited to get me up. So, but then I think then it had to happen. I survived, and the illness part of it. And but then the school continued, and it was quite mundane. Teachers were quite helpful. They would give me due care and leave me wherever I wanted. But then and the life was happening normally. Our school got a new basketball court made then. They were making a basketball team for girls as well as boys. So they were taking their trials, and I was, in that part of illness. I missed that trial, and somehow I just wanted to, because in my childhood I had been, playing all games, and I used to be very active just before this 2 3 years of illness. So I had missed that basketball trial. And next day when I went, so there were a few people, girls who were playing in the field. So I just took the ball. I was dribbling. One of the girls just took the ball away, and वो बोलते भाई ऐसे तेरा selection होगा इसमें. I was like, yeah, it must be difficult or something. But I thought कि नहीं, I have to play. So I just requested my physical education teacher in the school, sir, I want to be part of the team. I want to give the trial as something. So they're like, okay. I mean, it's okay. You just start. So it just started from there on. And I'm happy to tell that I was the first one in my school to play nationals. In
Wow.
ninth standard, I represented Delhi. And I think that was such a turning point in my life that not just that it improved my self-esteem. I started, performing very well in academics also. I was a very good student before the illness. I used to come first, second, third in class. But then that illness, I think, had taken something away by means of not being able to put in that much effort as I would have wanted to. But then there was some time that I had lost. But I was really, really happy that I was on my own studying also. My mother was so happy. Like in class 10th, if I remember, I was the only student in the school who had got a prize for nationals in basketball and scoring 80% in all subjects in 10th. So I was like on cloud nine. So that success, when you taste it once, it drives you to keep on tasting it again in this field, in that field. So there's no, I think, discipline or leadership that drives you. I think it is the passion. If you have identified your passion, everything is so simple, and it just flows in that direction. You may call it discipline, because while I was playing basketball, I used to reach my school at about an hour earlier than normal, because we had to practice. We would change in the changing room after the game, 1 hour of practice. Then we would change, get into the school uniform, have the entire school, and then again we will play for 1 hour, and then we go home, then we study, and then we just die in our beds, and then we again start. So to see, it is a very disciplined thing to call, if you to label it, it's a very disciplined schedule. But no, it was just driven by passion because we wanted to play so bad. I mean, even if somebody would tell us, "You to practice, tomorrow is our match," or we have a tournament to play. So all of us, the entire team was so motivated that we would. And so I think it is the passion that one has to identify in life, rather than structuring things that if we are going to follow this path, so you would get this. I think to identify that passion is more important.
Wonderful. Colonel Anila, you're also like you mentioned, you are an enthusiastic athlete. You are. Are there any other games other than basketball that you pursue? Are there any other games that you play?
Basketball is one that I've been playing all my life. But in my school, I had played volleyball, I had played table tennis, I had played badminton, kho I had played. So, I mean, in school, how it happens is if you're playing one game, so, you are generally in the eyes that, okay, you're fairly okay. So they'll try you for other games. And school, the level isn't that great. You can form part of most of the teams. But then we won, we won prizes in TT, we won prizes in badminton. But there's a great difference in a team game and a sport that you play singularly all by yourself, say badminton. There is no team, but the effect that a team game has on you as a person is tremendous.
That's exactly what brings me to the next question. That in all the games that you played, whether they're team games or whether they're games in the individual capacity that you've been playing, what are the key lessons that one can drive home? What are the key lessons from these different sporting arenas that help us with leadership, with discipline, or other skill set that helps us in our other other aspects of life, our daily life as well? What do you think are the things that you learned in the sporting arena that helped you as a professional, as an individual, in different capacities and different roles that you play?
And they were, thought of it from the point of view of what have I learned from sports to quantify it in that manner. That what would have I learned from playing the game? No, I was just enjoying the game. Everything that was happening was just happening because it had to. But something, if I had to quantify, because there are people, who would be listening to this and trying to put their children in sport, or there are some children who would want to pick up the sport for some incentive out of it. But first is, you must just play the sport because you love playing. Because when you are in the basketball court, you should just be, I mean, one with it. I mean, absolutely blissful. It has to be a very blissful experience for you. So that is step one. Once you are, in that place just for the sake of the bliss that you want to experience there, the game is done. After that, you are playing with teams, so there are other people who you are taking care of. There are people who are taking care of you. That camaraderie develops. We say that you are as strong. A team is as strong as the weakest link. So even the weakest member of your team would be very, very special to you because you want to ensure that the team doesn't lose. So what would
Yes.
you do? You would, bring that weak link up. You will, motivate and say things. Because
Inclusivity, you will include them. Yeah.
you include them in the team, and then you see that they are also responding to how you're motivating them. And when actually the team wins, nothing like it. Even when it loses, you're like, it's okay, it is not the end of the world. We are going to try the next match. Yeah? So there are certain things that you learn. Okay, you to try. You can't stop trying. And if you want something really bad, then you to try really hard. So like I was telling this to, I attended a course in there's this IS Academy in Labasna in Dehradun. So they had this women in leadership program. The cohort included IAS, IFS officers from all streams, some army officers, and I mean, it was a wonderful place because I had never been, with so many women in power together. So there was narrating this probation thing to them, and while I was narrating, I was realizing that when I went for my probation, ma'am, I just didn't know much about paratroopers, but everybody was so scared of it. I was like, yeah, I must go and see what is it. So I went there, and then I was like, no, I have to do it. I was really wanted to get the Maroon Beret. I failed in the first attempt, ma'am. So I was just thinking as to that. See, if you wanted more than your life, then you should have died trying. but you are alive. That means you did not put in as much as it wanted. If there is something to be achieved and it requires a certain level of effort, then you have to put in that effort. And you want something so bad more than your life, then you might as well die trying. But you are alive, so that means you didn't try. So I filled the volunteer form again. I tried again. And this time, when they told me that, okay, you are going for para basic, I was like, I mean, it was a different feeling. I mean, as I told them, I was walking a few inches taller. So, I mean, it was really, really wonderful to achieve what you really wanted to. But then the feeling sinks in, and then you are, content with life. I mean, I just believe that when I am going to die on my deathbed, I don't want to have any regrets that I didn't, get something for the want of trying. I might fail, but I will try, and it'll be with me that I gave my best. I didn't get it or not get it, it's okay. But we must try whatever we want to achieve in our lives. So similar is with sports. If you want to really, build a team, or want to play a game, so you have to really be with people. So, and all people are different people. I mean, a team, you would really not like somebody in your class, but because she's in the basketball team, you're like, yeah, मेरी team में. So while we are playing, so we are, actually one. And whatever she says or she does, or whatever you says, or she doesn't like, but then you're okay with it. So there's some amount of resilience that sets in. It's okay. Like we lost because of it is okay, but you have to play the next match also with it. So when you accept certain things, start. I mean, because not everything is going to happen the way you want to happen.
Yes.
So sports does teach. It gives you a good. I think it builds character. You don't want to cheat on the field, and you to answer yourself at the end of the day. And obviously, when the team sits together, none of us would want we won because of any unfair means that we use. We want to win because we had put in the effort and we were better than the other team. So all such things, I think then it adds up and makes a personality.
You rightly said about the value system that you are trying to imbibe, and living up to that value system through the passion which follows. But unfortunately, ma'am, one thing which I am seeing in this generation, and how better can it be answered, is what I am looking for. The question is, we have seen, all the students, right, all the kids and all, they look at you. Let's say, you said you are a national basketball player. They look at you in a mobile phone, and that's it. They watch you again and again, again and again. But the attempt that, okay, let me do it by myself, that particular aspect is still missing. Meaning, what I'm saying is, students are still passive because of this social media, or because of the gadgets or the electronic instruments, right? They have become more passive and they are not active. Now, what is it that, as parents, or as school teachers or educators, what is it that they can do in order to make this shift from passive to active? I understand that you had this zeal that I want to put that effort, but ma'am, believe it or not, the kind of people or the students whom we are seeing, they want to put the effort but in a different way. Yeah, because watching a mobile phone is also an effort to the eyes.
Absolutely. So as I told you before while you were interacting, I have a daughter. She's 8 now, and so when Aditi was born, uh, I was somehow when we got married, me and Amit. He's an army officer. He's commanding his regiment right now. So when we got married, like he was busy in his life, I was busy in my life. Then we had a family. We had a daughter. So I was on maternity leave for about a year. And in that time, I was just with Aditi, and somehow it just I wanted to bring her up in the best possible manner I can. So there were certain standards that I set for myself, or which just came out of nowhere. So now then this mobile thing, COVID happened and such like things. But even before that, like I personally am not too mobile person. Like Suma keeps telling me, yaar, kuch WhatsApp chala le, kuch Facebook chala le. But I think it's a personal choice. So I'm okay. Like if I have to talk to somebody who's very dear, I'll call. So similar is with Aditi now, that she doesn't use a mobile because she doesn't see us using a mobile in the house. So for
Oh,
children,
great.
I think role modeling that they are looking for, rather than telling somebody, you shout at her and say don't shout, and they're like, yeah, you are shouting at myself and telling me not to shout. So it's that way. So if you keep using the mobile at home all the time, and then you say the child there, you don't use the mobile, it is not correct. I think for those little minds it is difficult to hear and imbibe, rather than they see you doing something. And I think uh, a child makes you so, how would I say, conscious, because you can't do something incorrect in front of them, because you don't want them to pick up anything wrong from you. So I have a very simple funda: whatever I want Aditi to do, I do it myself. So if there's no mobile, when I come home, there's no mobile that I'm using other than the urgent calls that I get. So there's no time that I'm spending on social media on the mobile or any YouTube channel. Like me and my husband, we've been staying separately because we are posted at different stations. So I did not have a TV at my home. So, but now things are such that I have moved to a station. I had to change 3 stations in a year. So now Aditi is staying with my husband. Now he has a TV at home. So she's very happy. So, how, because it is a very lucrative thing, I would say, a mobile or a TV, it's I think it's a gratification or a pleasure that you get out of it, which I think is, too difficult for a child to resist. But I think if in the environment, in the house, if it isn't there, I think it'll be easier for them also to live a life away from it. So while she is with me, she's very happy without the TV, because then we are cycling or we are going out or we are doing something with the clay, or even if we are painting. So she's happy, not in that mobile, but the mobile or TV. So there was zero time on screen that she was spending. But now that she is there, not that now Amit hears it, he's going to say that you're telling everything about the house to sir and ma'am. But just because then it benefits other people also. So at the end of it, I feel the bottom line is whatever I want my child to do or follow in life is what I have to do and show. That's it. I can't be preaching her and saying that no, you must do this and not this while I am on the bed. If I want her to get up, go for a run in the morning, then it has to start with me. She'll have to go on a run with me. If I want her to play basketball or badminton, like I'm teaching my daughter badminton, so she's like it because I'm playing with her. If I was just to tell her कि ये पकड़ racket बेटा जा खेल के आ जा, so she will like yeah, ठीक है. I don't know how much she's going to like it, but I try to make it as interesting as possible. If we go slightly jogging करने जाते हैं, we go play little badminton, and then now she's ready to defeat Amit also. She's on that पापा मैं आपको हरा दूंगी because I learned so much. So I think small little things, how you make things interesting. I think how you get involved while they are doing certain things is important rather than just teaching. I don't know whether that answers your question, but that is how I am trying to bring up my daughter.
No, you answered, ma'am. You answered it in a much beautiful way. The
I think
word is
yeah.
don't if you want the kid to be active, first the parent has to become active,
Yes.
because always the parents, it's all always a one-way signal. They say do this, do that, etc. But when it comes to them, no, they it takes a lot of inertia, to move that particular
Yes.
person out. So yeah, you put it in a very nice way, ma'am. Thanks for that.
In the army, they say you lead by example. So you
Yeah.
are leading by example. So you are actually taking the values that you use to propel higher in the forces. You're using them at home as well, and you are indeed leading by example. I am a mother too, and I often tell my children that whatever you have to do in life, if it is like a racetrack, I will not run for you, but I will be running on the sidelines with you. So even though I'll not be pushing you or I'll not be, doing it for you, but you'll always find me on the way next to you because I'll be able to relate to you better. So
Think
very
that
wonderfully.
confidence, every child needs to have that confidence that I'm trying something, even if I'm falling or failing in that attempt, there is somebody to hold me. If
Yes.
somebody has that confidence, I think there's nothing better than that, because then you're not afraid of trying. You'll try everything that you want to do because there's somebody to hold you. And I think if they start with that confidence, then they'll take care of themselves even if they fall and you're not around. But that confidence
Yes.
of trying is more important. So we must give them that confidence of being taken care, even when they are falling or they are not succeeding. Like you mentioned that there are kids not succeeding in competitive exams and harming themselves. So I think that's just because they know that if I'm not doing this, then I'm worth nothing. No, I mean that my daughter would remain as dear to me no matter what she does or what she doesn't.
Yes. 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 So, yeah, so essentially, you have also addressed something very beautiful over here, which I wanted to ask you about was the fear of failure, because I do remember you just mentioned even in the game of basketball or any other sports that you played with the team that you may or may not like. It may not be your dream team. It may be people that you may not personally be fond of, but you all perform together and you've given your best shot. You include everybody, the weakest link, and even if you fail, that doesn't mean that you stop trying. You stop showing up to the court the next day, or you don't play the next match. It only propels you higher. So this is something I feel that anybody who's played sports understand that failure is only temporary. It is not permanent. It doesn't define you. It doesn't give you a sort of status of being a failure. And usually it is the children who played sports know that it is easier to handle a situation like this. It's a temporary phase. I'll come back and try again tomorrow. So I wanted to ask you, this is how you've implemented all these things. Perhaps you inadvertently, without even realizing, whatever you've learned on the court, whatever you've learned in the arena within the army, and as you became the paratrooper, this is how you've implied. What do you suggest to parents who may not have played sports, but they come from a background which may not have had the kind of empowerment that perhaps you saw or perhaps other parents see? How do you suggest that they propel their children higher? How do they push their children towards sports, push their children towards the kind of activities that prepares them better for the roles that they'll be playing later on in life?
All right. See, one is okay. Sports cannot be everybody's passion. I'm sure there would be other
Yes.
things that people do, and it also instills certain qualities that we also get from sports. So I'm not too certain on those part of it. But then one, it is never too late to play a game, and the pleasure that you get out of playing a game is unmatched. The small things and little things and big things, small things in life. Uh, you learn in the sports field, or I would say in the army. When I went for my probation, see how life teaches you in certain levels. Not that once you've achieved in army, when I joined the academy, so I was like, yeah, I'm a national player of basketball, this that. And when you go in the academy, they just ragdo your ego like you are nobody. So you are actually nobody there, and you are like a normal, plain, simple soul. So when I have been through that phase of having no ego in life. So you are a more humble and honest person. Then you pass out. Then you suddenly feel you're a lieutenant. You're a gazetted officer, lieutenant sab in the army. Then when you join the unit, you are the junior most again. So again you are rugged and made to it's ensured that you again don't have a ego of being a commissioned officer or lieutenant in the army. So it keeps happening in phases in the army. So you keep to the roots and humble all through. When I went for this probation, I really very vividly remember that what was I before the probation and what changed in me after the probation. It was the difference of making the things which are big and small in life. you know uh, Earlier small little things would probably irritate me and say yeah ye kya hai kya nahi hai. But after the probation I realized that there are some things which are big things in life, there are some things which are small things should not be given that you know uh, importance in life. I mean, they just clutter your life, your mind, and time. So the big things in life should stay big. It is, I mean, how you want to live your life, you want to live happily. So you to realize that what is a big thing in life and small thing in life. Your family is a big thing in life. How you stay with your family, how happy you are, how your profession or the passion which I am lucky that my profession is my passion. I mean, when I wear this uniform, I think there is nothing beyond. I am absolutely super happy in the morning, and I am happy throughout the day because of that. So you just have to realize the big things and small things in life. When it is a matter of life and death, everything is small. So you to just stay happy that you are alive and your family is around you. What else do you want in life? So I think life keeps on teaching you things. So there is no set time that okay, I have not played a game all my life. So what? I mean, you just start with your child now, and I think there is nothing wonderful than learning a new thing. Like me and Aditya now plan to learn guitar. Though I had bought this guitar long time back and I gifted it to me on my birthday, but it has been there. But now I think if Aditi is interested to learn, I'll also learn because somehow I feel that guitar was never a passion. That is what, though it was there in my house, it was there. But had it been my passion, there would have been no doubt I would have been a guitarist by now. So, sir, you may try as to what is a child's passion. Well, you might not, hit the bullseye in the first go. Somebody might be wanting to play. Somebody might be wanting to paint. Somebody, wants to just, play a guitar. So, if you can identify that passion, it is easier to then move in that direction. But there are some basic things which have to happen in life. Like, I'm not an expert on that, but I feel that you must play a game. One must play a game in life because there are so many things that we learn from that game. And then you must be decent in your studies because, I mean, God has given you a brain, a certain IQ everybody is gifted with. So you must exploit that faculty of yours that's been given to you. Any skill or I say any skill that God has given to you, you must exploit it to the fullest. You must not waste any resource given by the Almighty to you and just take it to your deathbed and just vanish from this world. Whatever you got, you must exploit it to the fullest and just see what all have you got. So, like me and Aditi, we also paint. Like while she was a child, she used to just paint with her hands and do something. But I would still feel that was the best painting anybody could make. So that was my thought of making the painting. So I would really, put them on the wall, and she would be very happy. Get my paintings on the wall. Next time she would make something with something else. So she's mixing colors. Now she on the phone she would tell me, Mama, I've made a painting on a paper. Now I made a painting on a cloth. Though she messes it all up, but that's okay. Because the child is so happy with colors. So you can't, just snap it and say कि गंदा हो गया यार या फिर ऐसे मत करो because it's an effort, no doubt. Now you to clean the entire thing and all. But then you to see what's the big thing in that and what's cleaning is small thing. I mean it's a normal daily chores, but what your child is getting out of it is actually a big thing. So it is similar with sports, similar with painting or any musical instrument that you play because the child must realize the passion. The passion ignites so much in you. You're ready to give it whatever it takes to achieve that. So it has to be anything but uh, passion that you must ignite within
Passion.
you for that's something in your life.
Wonderful.
So like igniting the
So,
mind, I say it is igniting the passion in you. When you put in an effort for the passion, it doesn't look like effort. It just doesn't
yes.
sound like effort, doesn't feel like effort. I have just joined the station Badinda, and so there are fellow officers who. But otherwise, we used to play in our games parade normally. But then there was somebody who mentioned, "Yeah, we are playing basketball." Though they are quite younger officers, but that's okay. But then I had such a nice time that evening. Now I came on leave, so I'll join back once I'm there. But that 2 hours of basketball that we played was blissful. So then you are not. There are no. I would say reservations. You can just go and play with anybody. That should just be a basketball in a court and some people playing. You can just walk up and say, "I just want to play." So you just click with anybody because of that one common thing that you are all sharing.
So, Colonel Khatri, what would you have to say to students who are preparing for big exams? For example, there are students who are preparing for JEE mains, students who are preparing for NEET. For that matter, even students who are in 10th and 12th standards who are preparing for a lot of syllabus in front of them, very little time to prepare. How would you suggest? What are the takeaways that you can suggest with discipline, with regards to discipline for them? How can they go ahead with their preparation with discipline? What are the challenges they'll face? How do you suggest they overcome those challenges? And more than that, how do you prepare them to hope for the best but also be okay with, just in case they don't make it? What message do you have for them?
I think what you said in the end is absolutely perfect. It is not the end of life. I mean, you are much more than just one exam. And see, you know that this exam takes this effort. You want to make it in the exam, you have to put in that effort. Now you to see in stages how, then backward calculate it. Okay, to put in that much effort or to reach that level, I have to start from here because I know my level right now. Be honest to yourself. I mean, then there's no, saying to yourself or lying to yourself that no, I am very intelligent. No, nobody knows us better than us. So we have to be very, very honest with ourselves when we are assessing ourselves. So when we assess and we say that that's my level and I have to reach from level A to level B, so then there are certain steps involved to reach. So this is how I am going to work around it. I have a year, I'll accordingly pace it. I have 6 months, you to pace it accordingly. Or I am left with a month. I might not give an attempt this time because I feel it is not doable. Be
Mm.
honest to yourself. It is not doable this time. Let it be. Then, okay, then I have 1 year and 1 month with me now. This 1 month also I'll employ to reach that level B in the next year's exam.
Mhm.
So you put efforts, as you feel from your level A to level B, what is the effort required? Now, once you appeared for it, that is all that you have to do. Now there is nothing beyond. Now you don't have to fret over it. You don't have to think over it. What is going to happen? What not? That is not in your might. Whatever was in your might, you already done. Now just relax. Now just
Mm.
enjoy life. The result will come one day. You'll get to know. Why do you have to keep guessing? No, don't. Don't give it that much importance in life. A it is a part of your life. It is an exam which is happening. You've taken the exam. I think you are good. You put in your best. Now, there are certain more things. I am a firm believer in the Almighty. Whatever He is, thought for you, you'll get it. Otherwise, then you want it so bad, you try again. You want it really bad, you try again. But don't give up. If you really want it, then don't give up. If you are okay with it, कि हाँ ठीक है देना था हुआ हुआ नहीं हुआ, so I am still okay with it. But if you are not okay with it, then you try again, and then you know that okay, this was the effort I had put in, but it was not good enough. I have to put in more. I have to put in more. I have to see in academy. You say, I want this company to win this game. So the cadets will come. They'll say, we'll put in 120%. 120% is not required. You just put in what is required to win it. Even if it is your 20% or 30%, but win it. If it is 200%, put in 200%. If it is 20%, put in 20%. I want the result, which is winning that tournament. So you to win that tournament, put in whatever you have to put in to achieve that. Don't tell me, don't quantify 100%, 200%. Just put in what is required. I don't care how much you are putting it or how much lesser you are putting. So when you know that this exam requires this effort, please put in that effort. Maybe you might be burning midnight oil, or somebody might be so sharp, just about 2 hours a day, and somebody might achieve it. But then, if you want something really passionately, don't give yourself plan B. तो इन
Yes.
लाइफ भी है, या तो मैं ये करूंगा, ये नहीं हो तो फिर मैं ये कर लूंगा, और ये नहीं हो तो फिर मैं ये तो कर ही लूंगा. No.
Have a
If you want
clarity
something,
of what you want.
yeah, if you want something in life, then you have to be certain. No, this is what I want, and there are no plan B. And when you know there is no plan B, तो अपने आप ही effort आ जाता है. फिर बोलते हैं यार, this is what I have
Yes.
to do. There is nothing else that I'm going to do in my life. This is what I have to do. So accordingly, that focus, that concentration, and that honesty towards that effort would flow, I think. Because I had never given myself a plan B. I wanted to join the army. People would ask me, what will you do if not? If not, तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं. मेरे को I want to join the army. How? मतलब I had just not thought seriously that what if I will not join, because when I gave my first SSB, I mean the exam happened, SSB happened, and I was rated in the medicals. Oh, the world came crashing down. And medicals, that when they were like, your lungs are not strong enough, you'll not be able to sustain the pressure of the training. And I was like, he gave me a break. I have played nationals. Look at the certificates. I played nationals 4 times. I was in the Delhi University team, sir. Please, sir, this, that. But we're like, we have done the medical test. You'll not. I mean, the world really came crashing down. And I remember my parents and me, we were driving down after they said, no, I appealed and they said unfit. So the entire drive, I was, crying, and so I didn't want my parents also to feel bad. So, but I was really, because I had not thought of anything else other than joining the army. And then 2 odd months, went on with my normal routine life. Yeah, in fact, I had joined a call center in between. Those call centers were like really the thing that had happened. So for that time, I think 2 3 months I had started that, and then the SSB thing again. It's a 6 months affair, so you can apply, and then it'll be a 6 month that the next SSB schedule. And my mother was like, no, don't appear for the army. ये वो reject वगैरह पिछली बार ये वो. Somehow, I just wanted to try again. मैंने कहा नहीं मेरे को एक बार और try करना. I just tried. It was I don't know almighty giving in some sense. So I tried again, and this time they just cleared me. So I was like, yeah, see, it had to happen. I just had to put in the effort. So it just happened. I don't know what would have I done if I would have failed the second time also, or if I would have been rejected in the medical second time. But I don't know. But I tried, though I was, and there was nothing different that I had done in those 6 months to improve my lungs or something. But I think when something has to happen, it will happen. No plan
And
B's and plan.
With a lot of students, and when we say students, these students are from very elite schools in Bangalore and elsewhere in we go to rural areas also. I came across a few kids, ma'am, wherein they are writing these as Sonia ma'am pointed out, right? JEE, NEET, etc. The kids have no interest in writing the exam. It is just that the parent told that you have to write this exam. They are just doing it. What is it that uh, you know we can suggest to the child as well as to the parent in such cases, ma'am?
So I have been through that situation. I'll narrate my personal example only in this. So my mother wanted me to be a teacher. My elder sister is a teacher. We have 4 siblings, 3 sisters and a younger brother. So I am the second one in my family. So my elder sister is a teacher. So when I cleared my 12th, my mother wanted me to be a teacher. So I gave it to her because see for best teaching profession for a woman is teacher. You by 2 o'clock you are home, so you're taking care of the family. So I gave it to my mother that whatever she had seen in her life, she was taking a good decision for me. But I had told कि I want to join the army. So she was like कि ये exam नहीं होगा तेरे से इसलिए you are borrowing बहाना. So I was like कि नहीं I seriously don't want to become a teacher. But then no. So what I did, I appeared for the exam. I was first in Delhi. I told her. But then no, she was like she was depositing the fees. Then I had to call my dad. He was in Gujarat for some work. I had to call him. Please save me. I don't want to become a teacher. Though I cleared the exam because she told me that please sit for this exam. And once you clear the exam, your parents are also certain कि यार कुछ तो ये कर लेंगे लाइफ में ना ऐसे नहीं कि गए दूसरे टाइम पे तो they are also certain कि okay she has cleared this exam but she doesn't want to do so then my father had to intervene and he said कि नहीं if she doesn't want to become a teacher, will not force her. But my mother was like, yeah, what? This is the best thing for a girl, that you are a teacher, you can take care of the family also, you are back home by 2. But then he said, see, you told her that this is the exam she has to clear to become a teacher. She cleared it just for you. Otherwise, I had no interest. But I prepared for the exam. Seriously, I prepared for the exam. I appeared for the exam. I cleared it, and then then we went for that counseling thing also when they announced the ranks and all. So my mother was very happy. You come first in Delhi now. You must join this institute. करके. But then and all fees and all filled. But it was just my dad's intervention at the last moment. So, yeah, like, and I think my mother also understood and that she's cleared the exam just because I was telling her to. And now let her do what she wants to do. That okay, कुछ ना कुछ तो अगर नहीं होगा तो ये तो दोबारा कर ही लेगी कभी भी अगर टीचर वाला करना होगा. So if that much effort you can put in for your parents, I think you must. I mean, we can never give back to our parents what they've done to us. So this much effort for an exam, I know a teacher's JBT or I don't know, it was called DIET that time, DIT and JBT or DIET, ऐसा कुछ नाम होता था उसका. It's a different level exam, and JEE NEET is a altogether different level. The effort is absolutely unmatched. But it was just a small little example. So in such cases, one is a parent has never a bad intent for a child. So in their wisdom, whatever they feel is right, they are trying to tell the child. Now, the child wants to do something else. I think if a child wants to convince parents, I think it is easiest for the child. because the parents are always ready to listen. I don't think parents, would shoo away their child when he has something out of his heart to tell, that I really have something to tell you. I haven't heard, I've not experienced it personally, neither have I heard of such a set of parents who would, not listen to their child. Because, and that too, when child comes at this juncture of life, it's very crucial. You are in 12, you are preparing for exams. So I think it is all about good communications at home. When you are able to have that confidence in your child, and the child has the confidence in you, that whatever I am telling them, they are going to give me a peaceful, patient hearing, and try to understand what I am telling. And vice versa, the parents also know that whatever I tell my child, he'll do or he will do it in the right earnest. So I think that communication part is very, very important. I don't think it is somebody else who has to come and tell the parent or the child to do something. No, I think then there is something amiss in that entire process of bringing up.
Mm. You brought the very relevant point of communication and relationship management.
Absolutely. Communication in relationships. Yes. Yes. So, okay. So we talked about a situation in which the child and parent have different aspirations. And you beautifully highlighted the fact that communication will play a key role in that. How about a situation in which the aspirations are quite similar, but what is the role that a caretaker, parent, a guardian, or a educator has to play in ensuring that discipline and the focus of the child remains intact? So, how can parents and how can teachers encourage a child? By what kind of an environment, what kind of a support do you think is a must for a child to continue the momentum of studies that are required to crack the big exams, or for that matter, overcome any challenges that are there on their way?
I think that's a very difficult time when a child is preparing. Because parents are not preparing for any exam; they have their routine life to live, and then suddenly the child is preparing for an exam, and the entire house has to now come to a standstill because somebody is preparing in the house. But I think that is how families are. One
Yes.
person is doing something, everybody has to put in for it. So it can't happen that we are having different lives. I am preparing
Yes.
for my exam, but my daughter or my husband are playing. No, they are also doing something serious to make me feel part of it. Ki, no, no, we are also doing. You're not the
The
only one.
environment as such of the house.
Yeah,
Yes.
such in the family, and that is how I think we live. Because I remember, like, though we are four siblings, but then किसी का कोई कभी गेम है, कभी किसी का कोई टेस्ट है, but then जब किसी का कोई अगर टेस्ट है, so everybody is studying. My mother would say no. तो हम बोलते हैं टेस्ट तो सिर्फ उसका है, बोलते कोई बात नहीं, everybody study. So the environment in the house is like that कि you don't feel that you are doing something different or something out of this world. Rather, feeling अच्छा मेरी वजह से ये भी पढ़ रहा है, अच्छा चलो ठीक है ना? So the family environment is such, so it becomes that much easier. And otherwise, for parents, I think it's you first study yourself, and then while your child is studying, you are still studying with your child. Like right now, now I am on leave with Aditi. So Aditi was like, मेरी मम्मा हिंदी की writing बहुत गंदी हो गई, मम्मा आपको मेरी हिंदी की writing ठीक करानी पड़ेगी. मैंने कहा पक्का. So now I'll just sit with her and write because she likes how I write. So when I write something and give it to her, so she would copy it, and accordingly. So it is not a very you know happening activity that we are doing together, but I am happy at least she is concerned कि मेरी writing मम्मा के जैसी होनी चाहिए अच्छी. And then I can't just let her be कि ये लिख लिया, now you just write, because there are sulekh that we get in Hindi or English that the child can do. But I think if you write it yourself and give it to the child, so the child also feels that no, it is an important thing that I have to do, and it is not just run off the mill and just can be taken care of. So in life there are distractions that keep happening. That bringing up a process that is happening, if you can maintain that focus of the child towards where you want them to go, there has to be lesser distractions in life. I think life is simpler that way. I mean, if there is I think no Facebook or Twitter in life, I think, or Instagram in life, I think life is much more peaceful and with lesser distractions. And then there is no I think what more I feel these days is everybody is wanting an acceptance from somebody else other than the
Mm.
family. And, I don't know why, but there are people who are not your family are more important to you. You are wanting acceptance from them by means of putting photographs or I don't know, whatever you want to share with them. So I think that's a trend which is not too healthy for a child, because see, the peer pressure that one has to handle is very, very difficult. How you, with your classmates or with your school going children, it's very difficult to handle that peer pressure. And the you can't even protect your child from that. You to actually just equip them to handle that pressure, and they can do so only when they're confident of what they are doing is right. If you can give them the sense of right and wrong, that this is right, this is wrong. Don't go by convenience. Wrong is always convenient. Wrong is always convenient. You would find it, oh, it is so convenient to do what is wrong. But if you can give them that sense, that conscience, that when you do the right, you have a wonderful, peaceful sleep at night. And when you are doing the right, there is a certain pride that you must take in yourself. I think that can help them handle that peer pressure. But it is very, very difficult. I mean, you to give it to the child, that the child also undergoes a lot of things. So you to really be by them when they are going around this grind of life.
Yeah.
Wonderfully brought out, Khatri.
Yeah,
I feel
you
that.
brought you
Yeah.
brought the way in which one has to respond to the situation. Usually, what happens is any parent, right? That includes me and Sonia ma'am also. I'm just guessing. We usually go with the emotions, but we never give a logical reasoning of why we are saying this and why we are not doing this. So if that continuously we are playing that particular process of a cognitive bringing cognition into all the aspects, then obviously life with will be much more easier with less distractions, because not all times you have to react emotionally, and that happens with us every now and then, unfortunately.
Yes. And I also feel that when you make a certain set of rules for your children, which can be defined as discipline, that, like you very correctly brought out, that there is an easy way of doing things and there is a right way of doing things. And try to choose the right way of doing thing over the easy way. For example, cheating is one way of passing the exam, working hard is another way. So one is easy, one is right. But in our family, there is a discipline, there's a code of conduct that we abide by and that we stand by. There will be a lot of challenges that you will face, because this child, when he go in the environment outside, or she will go in the environment outside, she will be seeing that not everybody is following the same code of conduct. And that is where they will bring back a lot of agony, a lot of pain, that what you're expecting out of me is not working in the world outside. Why are you making me go through this? And that is where key communications, where a whole lot of patience, a whole lot of reasoning out really comes handy. And this is exactly where a parent's job, or a caretaker's job, or for that matter even an educator's job, needs a lot of patience. It is not something you can just shrug away with, I told you so do it. That exercise doesn't work. It doesn't work in the long term. In any case, it might work today when the children are scared of you. Tomorrow they will not listen to you.
Absolutely.
So very beautifully put by you, Karan Khatri, that reasoning it out, talking to them, communicating, again touching base with them, because this will keep happening again and again, because you're trying to bring them up in a certain way which you think is correct, to make them into individuals who are confident and who are self-assured about what they become tomorrow. So
and and
wonderful.
and to add to it, a very honest human being, a very responsible human being with
Yes.
that, because that's more important. You might
Yes.
not really succeed and reach where you wanted to be, but if you're a good human being, if you're an honest human being, I think it's a life very well lived.
Yes. Yes. Wonderful. Oh, and who better than you that to be telling us that?
No,
So any
absolutely.
other
No, no, no.
questions, Mr. Yes.
I think, I believe the kind of conversation that we are having right now, I find you to be, very honest in this conversation. We are sharing our experiences, and trying to relate, come to something, which might be fruitful for somebody. So I really am honored to be having this conversation with you. I mean, it's a very honest conversation that, see, you are not comfortable, telling your own experiences to just anybody, and it is a two-way process. So when you feel the other person is as honest as you are, so you open up and tell things about your life, or like I am narrating instances about my daughter. So it's all how you got this conversation going.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Colonel Khatri. There's so much that we picked up from you. There's so much more we could keep asking you. But I think, Mr. Sharma, do you have any other questions that you would like to ask?
No, I'm good, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so
So
much,
thank
sir.
you.
And thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
ma'am. It was so wonderful.
Thank
talking
you.
to you.
Thank you so much, Colonel Anila Khatri. It's been so wonderful to have you here. Thank you for sparing the time for us. And thank you for, using this medium to reach out to so many people who have so many things that they can learn from you, and the inspiration that you give for the masses. And I'm sure the little girls who are watching you would be looking at this interview and seeing themselves in the way you're conducting yourself. And one day that perhaps we'll be interviewing them as well. Thank you.
So much, ma'am. And thank you so much.
I am here today with two enlightened guests who will be talking to us about igniting young minds with an understated yet magical portion called consistency. An example to elaborate about consistency could be an activity which is very common to many cultures, that is tightrope walking. A person who walks the tightrope, regardless of how high he or she is from the ground, is called a funambulist. Each step that this person takes, unless there is focus and dedication, the chances of falling off are high. And despite all that focus and dedication, gravity does get the better of many of them. A similar parallel can be drawn with the students who are preparing for exams like NEET, UPSC, etc. They too are walking the tightrope of consistency. And while consistency is a base skill, besides many other skills that they need to get all the way to the other side of the rope. Talking about our coveted guest today, we have with us Dr. Balaji Sampath. Dr. Sampath is the director of Aha Guru and founder of Aid India. As an education transformer and a social innovator, Dr. Sampath is quite the pole star for many students who are aiming for the skies. His videos on simplifying complex math concepts on YouTube often swim in millions of hits and likes. As an All India rank 4 in IIT JEE and a PhD from University of Maryland, Dr. Sampath, his journey belongs to the top of the Maslow's pyramid. He's quite the self-actualized person there. With Aid India, his work impacts over 2,000 villages and helps over 2 million children, many of whom are underprivileged. His innovative teaching methods at ahaguru.com prepares children for success in IIT, JEE, and NEET. For his outstanding contributions to science education, Dr. Sampath has been honored with the Ashoka Fellowship, the Lemelson Inventor Certificate, and the prestigious awards from IIT Madras and University of Maryland. And his team has also received the Times of India Social Impact Award from the Prime Minister back in 2011. Welcome to the Igniting Minds Summit, Dr. Sampath. It is such an honor to be speaking to you. Today, we will be speaking with you about the strategies to build a strong foundation in high school kids for lifelong learning. But before we do that, let me also introduce Mr. RSVN Sharma, the brain behind Mitra, the founder and the CEO. Mitra stands for Mental Health Inclusivity Through Reach. Mr. Sharma is a visionary behind the intent of this organization, an alumnus of IIT Bombay with over 2 decades of experience in developing and implementing analytical products. His work has earned patents and have even been recognized by the United Nations for the contribution to societal progress. Mr. Sharma is now on a mission to address and help children, parents, and educators with his team of experts through various programs on building mental resilience and igniting minds. At Mitra, we examine and understand the pressing issues that students, parents, and educators face and work on developing exercises and skill sets, etc., that are needed to cater to the same. If I may get back to the analogy of the tightrope, a student who's preparing for any goal in the world today, any exam that he's preparing for, is combating against many challenges which, as parents and educators, we may not even be accounting for. We today live in a world full of extremes, both objects and emotions alike. Competition is much tougher than before. Relationships are far more complex. Time has become the greatest, albeit the scarcest currency. Health and nutrition, given our mad schedules, are compromised. Often we find that the communication channels within the family unit are also underutilized. And thus, a tremendous driving potential behind an individual is left abandoned. And I have not even mentioned the persistent presence of social media in all our lives that keeps us too busy to give these other items a fair thought. I am a parent too, and perhaps sometimes I'll admit my preoccupation with some mundane non issues does eat into my fair share of time with my children. Isn't this a story in most of our homes today? With Igniting Minds, our aim is to nourish, nurture, and bring back to life 20 such life skills, from something as basic as learning to harvest time more usefully, becoming better listeners, to critical thinking, problem solving, emotional regulation, and managing stress, building better relationships, etc., which power our young minds with a core that is so solid and strong, and a mindset that is so immovable that they go all the way to the other side of the rope. And even if they must fall and face failure, they find the courage within themselves to get up and try again. Our focus all the way is mindfulness, enabling our young minds to not just focus on the end goal, but also to enjoy each step as they tread the journey ahead. And who can be better than Dr. Sampath today to talk to us about this aspect? Dr. Sampath, let me begin by asking you about your background and the expertise in the field that you have of education.
So basically, I have been working on in education with different segments now for nearly, I would say, about 30 years almost. So I started my education work in 1997 onwards. And I started by taking classes in government schools. And so basically I was doing my PhD. I got very interested in starting a non-profit. I wanted to work in villages to improve quality of education. I also wanted to work on the village rural development. So after my PhD, I decided I'm not going to work in the US. I was doing my PhD at University of Maryland. So after that, I decided I'll quit that and come and start off a non-profit here. So that's how Aid India got started. And the first thing that I got involved in is teaching children in Tharamani slums in Chennai, and so with corporation school students, and also started working with government school children in a village near Arakonam called Nemili. So I spent quite a bit of time there as well as here in Tharamani, and my goal there was to look at getting children excited about science, about learning, and learning with understanding. Then I got a shock of my life. I realized that they are not able to do basic reading, because they would read a passage that is there in their book, but if you point to a word, they won't be able to read that word. They'll have to read the whole thing again before they get to that word, because they've just memorized the entire portion. So then I realized that if they can't read, then what am I doing here trying to get them to do deeper understanding and so on, because even basic reading is a problem. Same way with simple arithmetic, I found that there are a lot of issues. And the most important thing I realized was some of these kids were very smart, but they had a fear that had somehow seeped in. One student particularly stays in my mind very strongly at that time. From that time, I think 97, I started classes for him. Two children. I mean, one is this boy called Arun. Another one's, I forgot her name. I think Radhika or something. I think it was her name. So both of them gave me some very good insights into the issue. Partly, this Arun was really good. Like I'm talking about in 97, he would collect electronic items. He will make remote controlled cars. No simple materials available. He would make it himself. He was really good with practical stuff. You give him a math problem, some simple fraction addition or something, he will give me the answer within an instant, followed by, I know that is wrong. So I asked him, if you know that it's wrong, then why are you giving me the answer? Why don't you spend some time? Anyway, whatever I do, I will be wrong. So better get over with it quickly. So his answer was, anyway, tapar sir. So why waste my time? Why should I? He was like, the point was, he was so anxious he felt like, why should you have the right to blame me and say I am wrong? I will myself tell you that I'm wrong. That shows the sign of what he's gone through. So many times he has heard in school that he's wrong, and it has got ingrained in. He doesn't want to hear from anybody that he's wrong. So he's protecting himself by saying, I am wrong. I don't want to even be right. I want to be wrong. But you don't get the pleasure of telling me that I'm wrong. So this was something that was a big eye-opener for me. Then one school that I was sitting in, government school that I was sitting in and trying to doing a class observation. The teacher was, because I was sitting there, the teacher was being very active. So he was teaching about plants and how the roots hold up the water. So he asked the student to go bring a plant, pluck it out from the thing and showed the soil, poured water and all that. I explained all that. Then suddenly went from there into the moon. He said, Earth has this soil, plants, etc. Moon doesn't have. Then he suddenly got very excited and he said, do you know, can you go to the moon? And then kids are like, this is 4th standard kids. And kids are like very staring at him, wondering what the hell is he asking, can you go to the moon? And he said, you and I cannot go to the moon.
Oh.
But there are people who go to the moon, they are called scientists. In that one sentence, he taught these children many things.
Yeah,
I don't
correct.
know whether they got the plants part. I don't know whether they got anything about the moon, whether there's atmosphere, all that secondary. There are people who are called scientists who do these cool things like going to the moon, but you cannot be that. 4th standard is telling these children that they cannot be scientists. He's telling these children that you are not capable. He added himself also to it. I mean, but the basic, I don't know whether the children learned anything else from him on science, but they definitely learned that they are incapable. I felt like that was one big thing I wanted to address. A third experience that I had with this girl I was teaching, again, was very interesting. So I thought I'm very good at algebra. I'm going to teach well maths. This girl is having difficulty with algebra. So I had this class. So I was explaining to her what is algebra. And in the X Purila, I don't understand what this X means, etc. It's all done in Tamil. We're teaching the class in Tamil. So she said, so I said, okay, what is the big deal? X is just a number. Like, suppose I ask you for 2 plus 3, you know the answer is 5. So if I ask you for 3 plus 7, you know the answer is 10. So you know all of these things. Now let us say that there is a number which you don't know. So we'll call that number X. So suppose I ask you what is X plus 3, you can't say because you don't know what is X. But suppose I told you X was 2, then what will be X plus 3? Now you know that X is 2, so 2 plus 3, 5. So we ran around like this for a little while. Now I asked her a few more questions and she got it. And I said, okay, I felt very happy and thrilled that now I've explained the basics of algebra to her. So I said, let's go one more step. I asked her, what is X plus X? She thought about it and said, after some time, I suddenly brightened up and I said, X, sir. I go, well, what is this? I spent so much time trying to explain. Now she's telling me it is X. Instead of scolding her, luckily I started asking, saying, what? Because you spent some time thinking about it. Why are you saying X plus X is X? Sir, what did you tell me? X is an unknown number. The other X is also unknown number. When I take unknown number and add, what will I get? Unknown number. What is unknown number? So X plus X is X. Unknown plus unknown is unknown. So for a moment, okay, I said, okay, I didn't teach it well because I'm teaching her that X is an unknown number, but nowhere in my discussion did we talk about the fact that X is a specific unknown number and we won't use X for another unknown number. So in some sense, there was a large gap in what I was doing. So that then started me thinking about the fact that often, in my head, it was very clear. When I was telling her that X is an unknown number, for me, it was a specific unknown number. But what she got from what I said was completely different. And then I realized that we need a lot of research into how children are thinking. Not how we are saying or how we are. It doesn't matter how greatly I explain something. It is about how well they have understood that's what matters. Yes. So we started doing a lot of this work. It opened my eyes to doing research on teaching. And we started looking worldwide what kind of research studies have been done and so on. And we realized that in primary math, there is some amount of research that has happened. Middle school science, higher classes science, nothing has happened.
Yes.
Scientists have done a lot of research on the science.
Yes.
Educators haven't worked on how to teach it better.
Yes.
They have taught it historically how it was done. But historically, somebody spent 80 years on one subject, one topic, and then suddenly had this great insight. And we are coming and dumping it on our kids and saying, now you must get that insight in 2 hours or 45 minutes.
Yes.
How is that going to work? So, as we started doing, like I'll give you another example of simple research. And many of these things are super simple. Like this X thing was like a mind-blowing thing for me. I realized that I didn't know what the hell I was teaching. So that I needed to change how I was teaching. Another very interesting case was where I sat with a bunch of children, and one particular child was, maths, sir, yanak varadu, sir, I'm afraid of maths and so on. Okay, 6th standard. I said, look, don't worry, let's start with simple problems. Subtraction therima. Do you know subtraction? He said, yeah, I know subtraction. So I asked him, like, okay, can you do 7 minus 3, 4 minus 2, and all that? He was very comfortable. So I said, okay, can you do 23 minus 3? Okay. We were all sitting on the floor. It was a little dusty floor. So this guy said, okay, 10 fingers. Then he was sitting on the floor, so he took his 10 toes. So he counted out 20. Now he needed 3 more. So first he said, Verala Udunga, sir. I didn't understand what he was saying. Verala Udunga means give your fingers. Okay, so because he wanted, because I was kind of little confused, then he said, okay, it was dusty, so he drew 3 lines on the floor itself. Okay, so he had his 23, and he has to subtract 3. So he counted out 1, 2, like this is 20, right? So he started subtracting from here. And then started 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Then some mistake is done. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4. After about almost 15 minutes, give me the correct answer, 20. So I was sitting and observing what he was doing. I asked him, okay, you did this. Why did you fold these 3 fingers? Why don't you start from those 3 that you have drawn? Very weirdly. I said, why don't you try start from there? So then, okay, like he looked very weirdly and erased that part. And then he started counting 1, 2, 3. Then suddenly realized that this was 10 and 10, 20. Okay. But he was not still completely convinced. I gave him 1 or 2 more questions. By the 4th, 5th question, he said, sir, one more question. Because he was suddenly feeling very happy that he's answering questions so rapidly. Okay, simple questions. I mean, obviously, I didn't want to give him carry kind of problems. So after some time, we went into like 67 minus 4 and all that. Tough. We would have probably spent like half an hour. End of the half an hour, he started saying, sir, more questions. Sir. And suddenly his excitement that he was now able to do things that he couldn't do, confidence shot up. So do you like math or don't like math? Do you like science, don't like science? Simple matter. Do you like your teacher or don't like the teacher? Does the teacher make you feel good about yourself or bad about yourself? That's actually really so children who end up saying, I like math or I like physics, right? It is usually that they like the teacher.
Correct.
And they also enjoy the subject. They feel that they are good at it. It's really that simple. And the second thing is, for example, why was this child subtracting from here rather than from there? Because in the school, when we teach, we take small numbers. You say, what is 5 minus 2? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minus 1, 2. Okay. And if you say you want to say 4 minus 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Now, when you get to larger numbers, you want to subtract from the other end, not from this end. But you taught them that you are subtracting from this end. Partly it's our mistake. We teach them subtraction with, or let's say carry problems, or we don't do that in the beginning. We teach without subtraction, without borrow, or addition without carry. So we teach them for about 1 month, maybe sometimes less than that. But the basic idea is you tell them that, and you say that you must start from the right side and move to the left. But they come to you with left to right, and you mark them right. You do this for 1 month, give them feedback that what they are doing is right. Suddenly you change the problem. Now suddenly whatever you had taught is no longer working. I would say that there is a lot of research that needs to go into what our teaching methods are doing in children's heads.
Correct.
And I feel that these kinds of experiences taught me that we must spend a lot of time on understanding how children are interpreting the teaching. Because just because we explain it in one way, I feel that the teacher has a very easy job in one sense. What is already in your head, you have to bring it out of your mouth.
Correct.
Maybe you have to write it in a board, but it's already in your head, it's coming out. Now the child has the difficult job of listening to this and forming an idea in their head or seeing something, and much, much harder than taking it from here and putting it outwards.
Correct.
So therefore, it is important to not just stop with saying, I explained it like this, but then to see how was that understood, what was the kind of mistakes that the child has taken in, get the misunderstanding, and then figure it out.
Correct.
Right? So, like when you say, for example, in cancellation, suppose you say 270 by 20, and you say that 0 and 0 can be cancelled. Right? You can easily do that. First of all, are you cancelling 0? Actually, you're cancelling 10. But still, once you explain that you can cancel, next time they say 273 by 33, they'll cancel the 3.
Yes.
Because you may say that I told you to cancel 0. They understood that if it's the same number, cancel.
Correct.
What they heard versus what you said, that doesn't necessarily match. So at every point, like for example, if you look at physics, let's go to 12th standard, 11th standard. You can say something about, let us take an example. This, by the way, many teachers make this mistake. So, like for example, you have Kirchhoff's current law, which says that whatever current is flowing into a junction must come out of the junction. So if you take a loop, the current that is flowing through the loop is the same. Okay. What is current coming out of the battery is coming back into the battery. All that is fine. The child will repeat it. The student teacher will repeat it. They would have taught it. After they finish teaching, you ask them, I have a bulb. Let's say that 2 amperes current goes into this bulb. What do you think about the current that comes out of the bulb? Do you think it will be more than 2 amperes, less than 2 amperes, or equal to 2 amperes? Invariably, they'll tell you it is less than 2 amperes. They ask them why. Because the light is coming out of the bulb. No, something has to get used up. If 2 amperes is going in, if all of it comes out, then what is coming out as light? So some of it has to be used up. They say 5 minutes ago, you only just now taught that whatever comes in has to go out. Oh, but that is not connected here. You see, that is a different problem. This is a different problem. So, and because if it's not in the teacher's head, it's not in the child's head. You can say whatever you want as Kirchhoff's current law. What has got in there is what is, and by the way, I did this on a TV station with teachers. In a TV program, I asked the teachers this, and most of the teachers told me, it must be less, because some of it is used up. Then when you say, no, but the same comes out, then what is used up? How is the light coming? That is the starting part for the discussion. Then what is coming out is something to think about. But without the current, no light will come. So then what exactly is coming? So this current is the same. Oh, then there's energy of the charge that is coming in, or energy of the current. There is energy being carried out, and that energy has decreased. And then how do you mark whether the energy inside at the input point versus output, how is it decreased? Then you discuss about potential and potential drop and so on. But what I'm trying to say is, we are not empty hollow pots where you can dump stuff in, right? People already have an understanding about the world, which may be flawed. I'm not saying everything is right. But without engaging with that and having a discussion around it, you can't make progress. And in teaching, we need that humility to understand that you may have got, like I feel like, okay, I can get a PhD, I know nothing actually. Every subject I have to relearn and relearn and relearn. Even basic stuff, I'm still struggling with it because it is easy to crack the exam. It is easy. I can solve the problem. Without understanding anything, I can solve the problem. I know how to solve the problem. I just don't know why this way of solving works. And some of those things are very, very hard. Really hard. Like heat, temperature, some of these concepts. Like if you take a glass and you drop it, it falls and shatters. You can say, entropy increases because I've learned it. What the hell is that entropy? If you want me to explain, to just get a little bit of understanding of it, unbelievable amount of work has to be done. And I realized that as I'm teaching, I don't know. Not only I don't know the subject, I don't know how to teach. And that is the great fun part of learning this whole thing. Because then with the student, you are learning. Like you can say electric field. Okay, I can tell you electric field, I can tell you Gauss law, how to calculate, I can give you a formula, I can tell you how to. But at the end, what the hell is this electric field? How did it come up there? How did it get formed? Very easy to ask those questions, very difficult to answer them. Very difficult to answer because I don't know.
Yes.
I know a complicated way to answer it. I don't know the easy way to answer. So I feel that there is not enough research done into teaching methods, and partly children feeling that they are afraid of a subject or children feeling like I don't understand is not their fault. It is our fault as teachers that we haven't figured it out enough to make it interesting as well as make it easy.
Yes.
Yes.
So actually, you brought a very valid point, sir.
Sorry.
I just wanted to share this. Whatever you said, right? In a different context, sir. Unfortunately, whatever these learnings which we are doing, right? If we go till we treat a few IAS people appearing for UPSC exams, they spend 20 hours, 22 hours, etc. for preparing prelims, and there is a exam cutoff, right? Six times they can take both prelims, mains, and interview and all. So now you won't believe the kind of students who get. They cleared prelims. They are the last prelims 2 or 3 months. They've given up on the exam, and one of the aspects which came out was they were just reading and reading and reading, meaning dumping the stuff into the physical infestation, but the reflection part of it was never coming out. So that is a big gap which we found out. Now then what we did is, for such students, we thought, okay, let us get a IAS officer who can help us out on how to crack. I will not say crack. How to go about this particular exam. Crack, whether you are getting a UPSC or not is a different aspect, but how to approach that exam is a very important aspect. So this is one thing which we did, sir. But it took 26, 27 years for the student that he didn't learn that the reflection part is very important for him, and that is lost in the transition.
Because reflection is not expected at school at all, unfortunately.
Correct.
Also, people are ashamed of the mistakes they make.
Yes, exactly. I was about to say that.
See, actually, like in our classes, one of the first things I tell them is, you are going to make 3,000 mistakes, let's say 11th and 12th. You should make 3,000 mistakes. After the first 100 mistakes, you start counting. After 100 mistakes, go and buy a chocolate and eat it. Once you make like 1,000 mistakes, you should have a big celebration. Okay. Because if you don't make these 3,000 mistakes while you're learning, you will make them in the exam. It's your choice. You have to make those mistakes somewhere. You can make it while you're learning. You can make it while you're writing the exam. So, and you should actually feel proud of the fact that you have made these mistakes, and don't make the same mistake, make a new one. You don't have, whether 3,000 mistakes is very hard to make if you're making new ones. But generally, if people stop being afraid of mistakes and feel pride in those mistakes, because you now have learned that this mistake I won't make, right? Suddenly, there is so much to learn from everything that you're doing.
Correct.
If you are feeling ashamed of the mistakes you have made, then it becomes a problem.
Yes.
Absolutely.
No, that's wonderfully put. That's wonderfully put. Dr. Sampath, I wanted to ask you, the next question is that, you did mention that there are loopholes in the education system. There are loopholes in the, the processing, the way we explain, like you very correctly brought out that there's a complicated way of explaining to a child how particular topic can be explained, but simple ways yet to be decided in, or yet to be examined, and research has to be carried out in that. But I wanted to ask you still that given that this is a reality of how things are, and the thousands of students who appear for big exams every year, what is the role that consistency plays, and how can students struggling with shortage of time? They have travel time to school, they have travel time back home, then school times in itself have extended from, when we used to go to school used to be over by 12:30.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, there's a network error. I'm sorry, just a second. So there is always there's already a challenge when it comes to time. There's already a challenge when it comes to the number of subjects that a child is studying. Where does consistency lie now, given all these challenges, given the fact that a lot more research needs to be carried out for middle-level science and mathematics, teaching methodology? So how can it be consistent in these circumstances? What do you recommend that a child or the parents can do, or as educators they can do to make this child more consistent? And what is the role that consistency plays in actually helping them crack the examinations?
So before we get to the consistency part, I mean, obviously consistency it's a make or break thing. So
Yes.
it is important to also understand that it is not the quantity, the total quantity, but how it is absorbed over time that matters. And it's easiest to understand in terms of food. Suppose, let's say that people are going for a 2-day vacation somewhere. Okay, let's say they're going to some Ooty or they're going to some Coorg or something. And let's say that you're going on a Saturday, Sunday. So Saturday, you're going to have breakfast. You're going to have Saturday lunch. You have Saturday dinner, Sunday morning breakfast, Sunday morning, Sunday lunch, and then Sunday dinner. So you're talking about 6 meals. Let's say that you're starting on Friday night. So you decide that along with Friday night's dinner, we have to go figure out all this breakfast, dinner, etc. So let us finish off Saturday breakfast. Let us finish off Saturday lunch. Let's finish off Saturday dinner, Sunday morning breakfast, lunch, dinner. Let's finish all that on Friday night. Then we don't have to worry about lunch, breakfast, etc. We can go travel 2 days nicely, see all the places, and then come back. What would you think about a suggestion like this? Right? So obviously, if the person does this, they're not even starting from their house, right? You know that you're going to get a big indigestion problem. You're not going to get started. Nothing is going to... obviously, it's foolish to do this because we know our body has an absorption capacity. Somehow, we don't think that our brain has an absorption capacity. So what needs to be done? See, we think that we should eat 3 times a day, spread out. Sometimes doctors suggest that for diabetics, you must eat 6 times a day, spread it out even more and so on. But in terms of learning, we see that, last 5 days or 3 days before the exam, finish everything, cram it. This something is acceptable. In many ways, as parents, we teach our children this at a younger age. Because when the child is in LKG, UKG, first standard, you don't care. The child is playing only. By the time the 3rd standard happens, you say, tomorrow you have an exam, you're not even studying, you're still playing. And you slowly inculcate this fear of an exam. By 3rd standard, 4th standard, the child slowly gets into that habit. 6th standard, you usually don't have to make the child study before the exam. One day before the exam, the child is studying. The child is super tense. Tomorrow I have an exam and they are preparing. Some children start studying 2-3 days before the exam. By 8th standard, 9th standard, this is already a bad habit. Because it was all okay when you are in the 4th or 5th standard to study 1 day before the exam. What used to be a good habit in maybe 4th standard turns out to be a bad habit when it comes to 8th, 9th. By the time the child comes to 11th, this is a disaster. Because now the child says, I study before the exam. Because that's what I've taught you. As parents, you taught me to study before the exam. So now I study before the exam. And after the exam, I'm going to relax because I was so stressed out before the exam. But now the portions in the 11th and 12th have become so huge. Studying before the exam makes no sense anyway. And you can't study every day because you just studied before the exam. Now you have to relax for the next 1 week, 2 weeks. Then the next exam comes up. So you're always in the habit of studying before the exam. It creates a lot of stress. And when you are stressed out, your brain is storing all whatever you're learning in short-term memory, not in long-term memory. But in the next exam, the first term's questions are going to come up. and you've forgotten everything. So you have to study that again. And so you are putting more and more effort. Total quantity is very high. It is not that children are lazy. There are children who spend like 25 hours, 30 hours for a particular exam and end up doing badly. The problem is they ate their breakfast, lunch, dinner 2 days together, all in 3 days.
3 days.
In 3 days, they ate up everything, all shot, one shot, they tried to finish it. Exactly what they are doing with their learning. What was supposed to be done over a month, 1 hour every day, 45 minutes every day. They are trying to do all of that over a 12, 15, 20 hour in a 1 day, 2 day period. It won't stay. I mean, that's the way brain is. That's the way human body is. Just like, see, actually the stomach is a much more, it's also a complicated organ, stomach and intestines and so on. But they are far more simpler than your brain. If this requires you to eat in small doses, your brain definitely needs to consume things in small doses. You need to read a little bit. You need to understand. You need to connect this to other things that you have learned. You need to spend some time to see what will happen if this was not true. I tell my students, what is the point of learning a principle? Don't repeat the principle. Don't try to learn where the principle is applied. Try to look at the contradiction to the principle. Look at what if the principle was not right. What will happen? See where this principle does not apply. You will learn it much more. So the problem here is learning every day is a habit. It is like saying, every day I'm going to brush my teeth. What a waste, no? You have to take the... So let me do one thing. Once every month, I will brush for 1 hour. Is this a solution you are accepting? Is this a solution at all? I mean, it saves time. May even save some water.
Yes.
Okay. Why doesn't somebody think why doesn't it even sound like an option? Why doesn't eating all the food that you're going to need when you're traveling sound like an option? Because we know that these are not possible, right? We also have habits built around it. We feel hungry after 3-4 hours. Or 5 hours, whatever, right? We know that we have to do this brushing every day. It doesn't help to brush all together.
Mhm.
But for studying alone, we think
Yeah.
we can cram it together. So
Yes.
my point is that when you do that, and sometimes we are guilty of teaching our children to do this because before that they were not even afraid of the exam. To get them to get scared of the exam was a great initial step that we took. But that fear of the exam sets in so strongly. In higher classes, the problem is to get them out of the fear of the exam. In fact, one of the recommendations that I do, most parents don't follow it. When your child is in the 9th standard, lock up your child's books 1 day before the exam. Don't allow them to study. I'm telling you, that's a very difficult thing to do. They will fight with you. You don't have to fight with them. In 4th standard, you lock, they'll be very happy. They won't study. In 9th standard, you try that thing, they will fight with you. I have exam tomorrow, I have not finished studying. What the hell are you doing? You can't give me back my books. That is what they'll do. You have to basically prevent them from studying before the exam. Tell them to study every day. If you studied this every day throughout a month, you don't have to study before the exam. Very hard habit. As hard as getting them to brush their teeth every day. As hard as making them eat breakfast every day. All these were habits that we inculcated in children when they were young. Now we have to do it when they are teenagers, which is much harder. They won't listen to us so easily. But getting them into a daily study habit is the single most 2 things that will happen. If you study every day, your stress level drops like crazy. Second, things that you learn stays in your head because you're learning for not tomorrow's exam. You're learning for long term. It is stored in long term. Our bodies are designed to store things according to how our body's chemical reactions are working. You are stressed out, you don't remember a lot of those things because it's stored in short-term memory. You are stressed for the exam and you studied, everything goes and stays in the short-term memory. That is why people say, I studied, I wrote the exam, I forgot everything. Because it was stored for forgetting. Your brain is not, people talk about artificial intelligence, but that is not the way our brain works.
Correct.
It doesn't look at pattern matching. And there is a psychological way our brain works, right? I mean, it is designed in a particular way. And I mean, a lot of very interesting studies have happened over human, the way we learn, cognition, which part of the brain gets kind of lot of electric activities. Brain is an electrical device. A lot of electrical activity happening. When you're not stressed and you're calm and you're learning, your cerebral cortex, there are long-term memory parts which actually start getting activated. Reasoning part gets activated. Connecting part, we are not stressed out, so you're connecting this to something else. But if this works, then what happens? You are waiting, you're puzzling. Nowadays, sometimes I find it unnerving that if a child has 6-7 hours free, they get bored very easily.
Yes. That's
They
another
cannot
problem,
talk to
yes.
each other and build up stories. They cannot amuse themselves. They
Yes.
need to go to a class. They need to be engaged. They need others to handle their free time. That's a very scary thought. Probably, I mean, maybe we're growing older. Sometimes I feel like, have I become too old? But I remember at least that not just us, I think the next generation also to a large degree, people were free. And you invent your own games and you figure out how to basically occupy yourself.
Yes.
Now, that's a very important thing to do, to be able to manage your own free time. Every instant of the child's time is occupied. And sometimes for coaching classes, people send one coaching class, and this is not enough now. For this coaching class, you go to another coaching class. Coaching for coaching now is happening. So I feel like at some level, when will self-study happen? When will they have time to think?
Yes.
You're just simply staring at something and thinking. It takes time for the brain to make connections. No? It is like saying don't sleep.
Process it.
By the way, there are a lot of very interesting sleep studies. Why do we need sleep? And human beings need more sleep than many animals. Almost all the animals also need sleep. Why do we need sleep? Because every day we get exposed to so much data. Data is just information. Somewhere this information has to go and form a worldview. It has to form a story inside your head. So this data has to go and make some interconnections. And a lot of these interconnections happen in your sleep. People cutting down sleep, and particularly you go to teenagers and you say sleep for 5 hours, 6 hours. Stupid advice. Sleep for 5 hours is very bad advice for anybody. And particularly at that young age, they need 8 hours of sleep. You don't become good at physics or math by spending more hours studying and less hours sleeping. You must sleep at least 8 hours. So for example, studying every day, giving yourself time to connect what you have learned with other things that you have learned, letting it go inside your long-term memory and creating a worldview, all that reduces your stress, increases your interest level in the subject, makes you excited. You are not learning for an exam. I know that you may want to crack an exam and all that. But in fact, somehow every year my students also keep asking me, sir, where is this mathematics complex numbers used? So I tell them, I know that people have to learn with where it is applied, use, etc. But you have to learn for the sake of it being fun. If you're learning complex numbers for its utility value, you won't learn complex numbers, nor will you use it. I will tell you 5-6 places where it is definitely used. Okay. Like for example, the whole of electrical engineering is built on complex numbers. Quantum mechanics today is built on complex numbers. Okay. Did the people who invented complex numbers think about none of they never cared. Gauss and Lobachevsky were trying to show that you don't need the fifth axiom of Euclid, and they invented a new geometry called non-Euclidean geometry. 2 different types of non-Euclidean geometry. They were trying to reach a contradiction. They never reached a contradiction. They invented a new branch. Just for fun. Just for fun.
Yes.
Almost 150, 200 years later, Einstein used their geometry to do general theory of relativity. Again, mostly for fun. Where do we use it today? We have no idea. After maybe another 100 years, we may actually be using it. But my point is, when you are learning something, you must learn it because it's fun. Not because it is immediately usable. Yes, we must also see where its application lies, all of that. But at some level, the fact that nature behaves like this must be accepted by itself. That there are all these nice branches of, like you have a number line, you can have a number plane. That you have a number plane is an exciting idea. Why should I walk only left and right on a number line? What if I walk up and down? What will happen? Then you will come to I. root of -1. You go down, you'll come to minus of root of -1. And if you go 2 steps, you'll get to 2 times root of -1, right? 2i and so on. So, and then what will happen if I go this way?
Yeah.
There is a lot of excitement there.
Yeah.
And when you are excited about it, you learn for the sake of learning. Of course, it
Yes.
may also help you crack an exam. But suppose you don't clear the exam, you don't think of 2 years that you spent as wasted. You think of these 2 years as the best years of your life, where you really enjoyed the process, where you enjoy. Like some of my best students are the ones who didn't get into IIT. Very proud of them, very happy with them. They are very much into science and engineering. Many of them who got into IIT are also doing that. But some of them have actually decided not to. There are students who say, no, I got into IIT, I don't want to go there. I want to do math, I want to do physics. And the fact that they got excited about it, and after some time the exams stop mattering, then they are learning well. I feel that these things are important. Exam-related performance will also happen. If you study every day, how is it that you will not crack an exam? You will also do that. But you're not studying for that exam. You don't tell your brain that I'm doing this for that. Then what will happen is it will go and store it for an exam. You are learning for the sake of learning because you're having fun. You're enjoying. Your body is relaxed. Your brain is relaxed. So your stress goes down. What you learn, you retain. You reconnect many things. Ideas start striking you. And you are having fun. What else can you ask? Right? So I feel that somewhere we have made science learning, math learning particularly, and I think other subjects as well today, into a race.
Absolutely.
To a competitive race where
Yes.
somehow I have to do this. So the fun has been sucked out of it. And then it
Yes.
becomes stressful. Of course, it becomes stressful. So that's the problem. I feel that consistency as a habit, without that consistency, it will be stressful. There's no other option.
Yes. Yes.
But if you make it consistent and also forget the result. I mean, somewhere maybe the Bhagavad Gita, again, not as a religious text, as a philosophical text, if you take it, and the Buddha said the same thing. They are not saying that you're not working towards a result. Of course, you need to be result oriented, all that is there. But every step that you take, if you're constantly thinking about the fact that if I did this, will that happen? Am I overdoing this because then that means I may not get it? I will study exactly what is required and going to come up in the exam. Then you're not going to learn it at all. Because you're so worried about what will happen that the time and energy and the attention you need to learn has got constantly flitting back and forth between, will this help me to get that? Partly that is what the Bhagavad Gita says. It says Nishkam Karma. It is actually saying stop worrying about the results. Because the worry about the result is destroying your effort now. Enjoy the effort. Do this now so that you're having fun. And if you're having fun, results will come. May not be immediately, it will come a little later. Why are you worried about it? See, also what happens, sometimes children are worried, the parents are even more worried. So this fellow has not done well till, let's say, 10th standard. Or maybe has done okay. 11th and 12th is a big, tough job. Similarly, maybe till 8th, this child was doing well and suddenly in the 9th, things have gotten a little harder. Now suddenly, this child is putting an enormous amount of effort. Studying every day, 2 hours, 3 hours. And maybe later they are doing even 4-5 hours. First quarterly results come out or midterm results come out. So 2 months have happened, 3 months have happened. Marks are not that good. Suddenly everybody is now worried. You studied so much, still results haven't come. The child is saying, I put so much effort, still results haven't come. Parents are saying, why didn't this come? It doesn't strike me in the exam. Then they start worrying, does this fellow have aptitude? Can we go and check whether this fellow's IQ is good? Should we go for another coach? Just give this fellow some time. In 3 months, why do you think you will get results? It is like saying, I went for a walk. Today morning, I went for a walk. Tomorrow, I went for a walk. I went and stood on the weighing machine. My weight has not reduced. I'm stopping my walking. Will you do that? How many days should you walk for your weight to reduce? Nothing. It will take a couple of years. You know that. You have to exercise for a few years before something starts showing up. I have a big stomach, and to reduce it, not just walking is enough. I need to walk. I need to reduce my food intake. I must do so many things. You know that. In 3 days, you don't expect results. Okay, you have high sugar level and you do like 4 days of walk and my sugar level is still high. Of course, it's still high. It takes time. Everything takes time.
Yes.
Why do you expect that 1.5 months of study, this child should suddenly be topper in the school? Like if you study this year fully, in fact, that's one of the things I keep repeating, and it's very hard to accept. You study this year, results will come next year, not this year.
Yes.
You're not studying for this year, which is why you have students in class, your children's classmates, you'll find that this guy was the 6th standard topper. I don't know what happened to him in 7th standard. Because this fellow, the reason was because he was 6th standard topper. He was 6th standard topper because in 4th standard he was studying. Now 6th standard without studying he was the topper. And because he didn't study in 6th standard, the results are showing up in 7th and 8th. What he spent as effort in 6th will show up in 8th standard. What you study in 8th will show up in 9th standard. And people have to have that patience. Given something is so long term and not so easy to do the connection. See, if it was so easy, right? Today you do something, tomorrow you'll see results. Everybody will do it. When you don't see the results tomorrow, by the way, that is the part of the problem with health. Preventive health is difficult because you have to put the effort today. I know it myself because I don't put the effort. It's very, very unmotivating to put the effort today. Say 1 year later, I'll see the effort, results. I know my neck problem now when I go, I'm being made to do a lot of exercises. And the fact that I would do these exercises irritates me. I know mentally somewhere that it is correct. But I'm irritated. Because the results are not going to show up tomorrow. The results are going to show up a year later. And I know that that's exactly my students. Because they have to put effort today to see results 1 year later. It doesn't show up immediately. And for parents also, it's a difficult thing. But that is that place. See, somewhere we have to believe that effort has value for its own sake. Results will come. But we are kind of tuned in a world where everything is instant gratification. There's a huge problem. You say, okay, today I study, tomorrow I must get marks. You don't get marks. Because tomorrow's result is dependent on what you did last 2 years, not what you did yesterday. That doesn't mean you should stop studying yesterday. Right? You should keep doing that. It will show. And that, so I feel like people should read a little bit of what Buddha said. Buddha actually was very, very clever. I mean, very intelligent, wise. When you look back and look at what he said so many centuries ago, amazing that, and very close to what the Bhagavad Gita says in that sense. The sad things happen, happy things happen, there is an up-down cycle. That doesn't cause misery. Sadness is not misery. Happiness, when you can have something that was a happy incident and you can be miserable because you are worried that your happiness will go away. I came first. By the way, the most miserable people, and I know that because partly I used to feel it at certain points. The most miserable people are the people who are toppers. They know that the next exam they can go from the bottom. They can go from being the 2nd rank or 3rd rank and you can become the 15th rank. They are super scared. The toppers are the most scared people, most tense, most stressed out. Because they are worried about the fact that they will lose the thing they are happy about. People who are at the bottom are also sometimes unhappy. Okay, because of what has happened. And they want to get out of it. But it is surprising that people who are right now happy are also very tense because they feel they will lose it. And the Buddha got it right, where he said, the happiness is not the problem. The sadness is not the problem. Your brain is the problem that you want to be in the happy state all the time. You are worried that the happiness will go away and become sad, and you will remain sad, and when will you get to happy? So you are constantly striving to get to a state and you're not enjoying what you have. If you get to some sort of an equilibrium and you're not worried too much about it and enjoy these things as experiences that happen, then you will not be, then your stress level goes down dramatically. Hard thing to achieve and very hard for children to achieve. But it is something that parents must also understand because ultimately parents, teachers, everybody is putting heavy pressure on children. And children are children. I mean, they will respond to this kind of pressure. So today the peer pressure that they have is unbelievable. They're on Instagram, Snapchat, so and so is. So we are also all the time showing people how great our lives are. When you are miserable, you don't share. Okay, when you're happy, you share. And when you look around, you say, everybody's happy, but I am miserable. It feels like somewhere you are like a loser, right? It's okay, just calm down. Unfortunately, now my classes, I teach physics for maybe like, if I have a 3-hour class, I'm teaching physics for maybe like 1.5 hours, 2 hours. 1 hour I have to do counseling. The big job that I have, every class they'll ask me, sir, I'm stressed out. And then you talk about why you're stressed out, what do you need to do? Just calm down. And they feel just the fact that they need to calm down is the important message. And for many of them, that is the most important thing, unfortunately. That level of stress is not necessary. And these are all kids actually who are toppers in their school many times. When I work with children, so I have a range of children that I'm working with. Through the Aid India work that we're working with some of the poorest children. School doesn't put that type of pressure. Parents don't put it because parents are themselves not educated. But many of these children are failing in their school. So just even passing is a big problem. They're struggling with the lowest level stuff. There, it's a very real thing that I don't know what to do. I mean, to the extent that some of the top students there, after 12th standard exam is over, they'll say, I heard that there is this JE exam. Sir, you can tell me how to prepare? When is the exam? April. When you get my board exam over? March. So I have 1 month now, I'll prepare. The idea that you must start preparing 2 years ago is like a shocker to them. What? 2 years ago? You have to start preparing 2 years ago? That was... So you're talking about one group of kids like this. Another saying, 6th standard I started, 7th standard I started, 8th standard I started, and I'm heavily stressed out. By the time they come to 10th, 11th, 12th, like they are like, I don't know whether I like the subject or not, but to prove myself, I have to study. Okay, one kid called up a couple of days ago. I don't want to use her name. So she said, my mother wanted my sister to clear IIT. The sister is actually a very good girl. Very smart and very intelligent. She had some difficulty to finish certain things and may not have... Obviously, everything is difficult. I mean, it's a competitive exam. Not everybody is going to clear. And she's doing well. She's doing very well. And what she's doing, she's enjoying. But she didn't clear IIT. And so the mother is feeling unhappy. Looks like she's feeling unhappy. Has transferred that my sister should have gone to IIT, has not gone. So to make my mother happy, I'm going to study for IIT.
Oh.
Okay. I said, what subjects do you like? She said, maths I'm okay. Science I like. I actually like history. I said, you like history? You should think about whether you want to spend more time on that. Why should you spend time on studying science and math only? I also enjoyed history. Okay, some parts of other things I didn't probably like geography and civics. I wasn't very happy. But in social science in 10th standard, I was in 10th standard. I said, first thing is, don't worry about what your mother cares about. Ask her to write IIT entrance if she wants to. She has no business to tell you what you should be preparing for. And if you get into this habit of trying to please your mother now, and then you end up spoiling your life, she will be unhappy that your life is, you are feeling sad. And when you are 70, you will be blaming your mother, saying, my mother was expecting, she should have been a good mother, not expecting things from me. She should have told me to do what I like. And you'll be blaming her unnecessarily. You do what you like now. Stop worrying about her. And I feel that this pressure gets built on them quite a lot.
Yes.
Parental pressure, school puts heavy amount of pressure.
Yes.
They compare, cross-compare. And as if this is not enough, the children are putting heavy pressure on each other.
Yes.
Yes.
Not about just studying, about how they dress, how they look, whether they have a boyfriend, girlfriend as they grow older. All these, it's not like they want a boyfriend or a girlfriend for that sake. They want it because their friends have it. That has become a competitive thing. You felt like you wanted to be friends with a boy, or you felt like you wanted to be friends with that girl. You felt an affection for that. That's a different story totally. You want it because somebody else has it. Today that level of peer pressure is crazy.
Yes.
And I feel like at every point, this is building a huge amount of stress on children. Like, my friend is going to this coaching, so I have to also go. My friend has gone to a coaching and taken another test series from there, so I have to go and take it. Okay. Stop worrying. Stop. If you are not learning something, you're not understanding something, you want to spend more time understanding, good. You feel like you're not able to figure this out. You want to spend time to learn it. Good for you. But just because somebody else is doing something and you want to copy it, it may sound idealistic, but people like, I think the Buddha were not idealistic, they are practical. The reason so many people followed them at that point, and Bhagavad Gita kind of thing, the reason people follow is that somewhere these are practical, it's not impractical stuff. The practical things, just that it may not be the first obvious thing. But I feel like people need to just calm down. Kya hone wala hai? Calm down, just think about the fact that nothing is going to happen that is so dramatically going to take you to the top or to the bottom. First, calm down and do things slowly, steadily. It's all nice. But 90 chapters I'll forget. You know that you will forget. And everybody knows after you study, what should you do? You should summarize what you have learned. You should make a one-page summary, handwritten summary. Simple. Is it simple? Yeah, you're finished studying. After you finish studying, whatever you know, you write it down. Simple formulas, you write down. This is the key formula. This kind of problem, solve it like that, that kind of problem. I'm not talking about something like majorly complicated. I'm not talking about quantum mechanics here. I'm not talking about something which is really tricky or something that requires like general relativity or something. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about after you finish studying, summarize. Simple. Just because it's simple, does it get done? The problem is not that simple. Like that, again, I go back to this 3 Idiots movie. So Amir Khan is explaining something. Okay, machine kya hai? And then he says, anything that basically is reducing human effort is a machine. And this guy says, what? That's not the definition, and all that. And so then he comes back to get his books and he says,
What is a book?
Yeah, so instead of saying that he wants his textbooks, he says something that will record whatever report and this thing and that thing information, and you can retrieve it and so on. He makes a long. Then his teacher says, "What the hell are you talking about?" He says, "Books, sir." सीधा साधा बोलना है ना. He says, "But सीधा साधा आपको पसंद नहीं आया." So basically, simple. Actually, most of the things are simple. Somewhere we think that no, things are much more complicated. Like it, by the way, it takes me a lot of time and effort to convince my students that the JEE exam questions are simple. They are actually simple. And I prove it to them by taking the questions, showing them one by one. There are a few hard questions, but 70% questions are easy and medium level. NEET 85% questions are easy. But people don't believe it is easy. So they spend a lot of time trying out hard stuff without being masters of the easy. So first you master the easy, the hard will happen. Hard is hard, okay. Everybody's going to find it hard. But just because it's easy doesn't mean you will do it well in the exam. People confuse the fact that easy means you will do it easily. It is easy. It is simple. But you won't do it easily. Because you won't do it at all. Okay, walking every day is easy. It's a simple message, simple thing to do. Making a summary sheet after every chapter is easy. Nobody does it. The assumption that we do easy things is wrong. Our brain somewhere wants complicated. But a lot of these things are simple. And if we accept they are simple and we are struggling to reach the simple, because we are not designed to do simple. We are not designed to do certain things as habits. You build it as a habit, do it simple, focus on the simple stuff. It's very simple. Your child will be stress-free if you, in your head, in your heart, stop expecting them to do much more. The British jail anymore. That was a dramatic change in what happened in India. The salt satyagraha, right? Amazing. That changed a whole lot of stuff. Suddenly the fear got lost, right? The stigma got lost. I feel that kind of we are all trapped. The solution is a simple one, but the trap is holding us back. So somewhere if we can break that, I feel like things will move forward. Easier to say than to do. Anyway.
It's been so enlightening, Dr. Sampath. I bet not just as somebody who got an opportunity to learn from you and to hear you speak, even as a mother, I feel that there's so much, and I'm definitely going to try locking up my children's books 24
So that's something
hours
that really helps. That really helps. But they will fight with you. The
I don't
first
know,
one or
I'm
two
gonna
exams,
find
they'll fight with you.
My father used to
Yes.
do it like that, sir. My father used to do like that. In fact, he used to pass statement that gold medal anybody can get by studying. You should get when you are not thinking out that time. Meaning the consistency part, right? Doing it every day, and then
Yes.
you are there already.
Yeah.
So my father used to do it like that, sir. No
Very nice.
books, yeah,
Yes.
but very
There,
nice,
there was
sir. In
wonderful conversation. There is just so much that one could take
No, no,
away
it's a
from
great
this, and
pleasure
there's just
talking to
so
you.
much.
So sometimes you don't get to discuss these things. So
Yes.
it's good to get an opportunity to do that. So, and I think the work that you are doing is like really important, critical, because I feel that today the stress levels have gone up so much.
Yes.
The fact that people spend time to de-stress themselves, to focus on what they want and work towards that without the stress,
Yes.
allows people to reach their maximum potential and be happy about it. I feel that ultimately, Bhutan, for example, has decided they won't worry about GDP. They'll worry about gross national happiness indicator. They
Happiness.
actually,
Yes.
that is what they prioritize.
Hmm.
And it shows in the country. Overall happiness levels are much better there.
Yes.
And people are not trying to, I mean, they don't measure each other by showing how much what they have got better than somebody. They're looking at cooperative working and so on, right? And it shows.
Yes.
And I feel that many more countries have to learn from that, for example. I mean, right now there's so much conflict happening, bombing
Yes.
complete populations. I feel like
Yes.
somewhere it is, we have lost track of what matters.
No,
So-
the very word humanity is lost now, sir. That is it's losing its sheen. That's the
Yeah.
problem. We are just thinking of a country and the numbers of GDP growth, etc., etc. That's the only thing we are doing. But the side impacts which it is making, right? The social impacts which it is creating, nobody is worried about it, sir. That's a problem.
Yes. Yes.
But thanks a lot for your time, sir.
Real
Really
pleasure.
Thank you.
Real
Thank you
pleasure.
so much, Dr.
Thank
Sampath.
you so much. Yeah.
Creativity is intelligence having fun. Hello, I'm Sonia, and I'm here today with two enlightened guests who will take us on a journey into creativity. Music and creativity, according to a lot of research, helps improving math skills, reading, confidence, and empathy, to name a few. Today, we have Bhuvaneshwari Ramesh, who is an assistant professor in the music therapy at the Institute of Salutogenesis and Complementary Medicine, Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth. Ms. Bhuvaneshwari has a master's degree in medical musical therapy, and in her ongoing PhD research, she continues to contribute to the world of music therapy. She actively practices and teaches music therapy while guiding students in this field. Her research work has been showcased at an international level at events such as WCMT, which covers pediatrics, gynecology, and ICU caretakers in hospital settings. Deeply involved in community music therapy, she works with diverse populations, children with cancer, special needs children, and transgender community. She is currently the regional liaison for Southeast Asia in the World Federation of Music Therapy. Welcome to Igniting Minds Summit, Bhuvaneshwari. Today, we will discuss with you the power of creativity in childhood and early youth and how it can help in building sound, competent, and self assured individuals. But before we do that, let me also introduce Mr. RSVN Sharma, the CEO and founder of Mitra. Mitra, that is Mental Health Inclusivity Through Reach, is on a mission to address and help children, parents, and educators in building mental resilience and igniting minds. With our program, we magnify and develop life skills from something as basic as the need of the hour, that is digital detox for young kids, to critical thinking and harnessing creativity amongst our youth. They say a creative adult is a child who just simply survived. All children are born with creativity. Children have an extraordinary capacity for innovation. All children are born with some or the other gift, which unfortunately gets squandered over a period of time. Nourishing creativity in children should ideally be given as much precedence as is done to literacy. Unfortunately, the fear to fail and the consequent stigmatization keeps our brightest of minds from thinking outside the box. The education system of the 20th century was initially designed to feed into the Industrial Revolution. Times since have changed. So has the society. The jobs and the mental acumen of the people have changed too. We cannot afford to go on the way that we have gone on so far. Creativity blooms at the cross junction of differing ways of conveying the same message. And to tell us more about this, let me bring in our guest, Bhuvaneshwari.
Thank you so
Bhuvaneshwari,
much for having me in today.
yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for joining us, Bhuvaneshwari. Please tell us about your background and the expertise that you have in your field.
Okay, so I think you've already covered it with my CV, but I think I started off way back in 2005 when I started working with autistic children. And then back then I had no idea of the background of music therapy and how to go about it, because in India there wasn't any courses to learn or to teach, but all I had was to use the power of music. And when I went to Karakuri Subramaniam sir, the first thing I said was, if I can make one person's life better with music, I think I would have done the best in my life. So he led me through it, but then I had a long break in between, and then I started again way back in 2013. So yeah, so then that was when I started. I did a postgraduate diploma in music therapy, and then I went on to the hospital to do my internship, and that is where I found the prospects and potentials of working with music, the different dimensions of music, and the in-depth need to understand how music can be incorporated in everybody's life, no matter what age, what place. And I've understood that music is a tool, and how we can utilize it can make extremely beautiful changes in human beings, animals, plants, as we know from scientific research. So then, but I think I work a lot with pregnant women, and it has changed a lot with me because I worked before, during the antenatal period, during delivery, and one of my students actually did a study during the episiotomy repair, that is the stitches that they do right after delivery, after normal delivery. So we can get right down to the point where we can be there to support pain and suffering, in every space. We can get into the nooks and corners of pain, in difficulties, post pregnancy as well, with NICU babies in the hospital. So majorly my work has been with many populations within the hospital, inside the operation theaters, pediatrics, and endoscopy procedures, hemodialysis, quality of life with people around the hospital, burnout for doctors, nurses, the administration, students. So I'm working in a healthcare, so I understand how we can start creating awareness and putting ourselves into the minds and creating a space for ourselves with the medical fraternity, with healthcare, because that's where I think we can spread and get more opportunities to put ourselves out. So that was my major areas. But recently I started getting on to a lot of community areas. I can see a lot of layers in community, whether it starts in the hospital or we go into the community, like with the transgenders or with the elderly population, children in homes. They are happy, but within themselves they have a lot that they cannot express. And I found how music can allow them to express without verbally having to say it. Human beings have great difficulty expressing themselves. Some of them are, but most of them don't. So I think music is what I've learned, and basically very objectively is the ability to non-verbally express ourselves. May it be emotions, may it be our thoughts, to build emotion, build our self-esteem, to get along with people, to socialize. Um, I think it can just be everywhere, and I'm hoping that I can take this further with my students. I've been able to spread them into different places. I've been actually speaking to one of my students who may be interested in working in a school about how we can start a project of not only connecting with the students but to bring in the teachers to understand the generation of students right now. I think children are evolving in great speed, and so I think the teachers and everybody has to evolve along with them. So I'm hoping that I can do that. Yeah, I'm also connecting with a lot of people through the World Federation of Music Therapy. Being connected as a regional liaison for Southeast Asia, I have had a few opportunities to connect with therapists in Indonesia and Thailand, other places in the world like in Africa, and other places. So I'm hoping that I can build a space, create awareness in the country. And I'm very proud to say that the university I am in right now has the only master's program and a PhD program for music therapy. So I'm hoping that more universities will be open to it as well. So advocacy, teaching, practice, research, that's my future.
Wonderful. Wonderful. It's so wonderful to hear about something you don't, like you said, it is very limited right now in our country. You don't get to hear about music therapists. So, for the benefit of those who do not know much about it, can you elaborate a little more about what all goes on, in the scope of musical therapy, and how is it that you help your students, or when it comes to patients, or when it comes to healthcare, how is it that music therapy fits into the way that they're going about things?
Okay, so I'll break that into, let's say, three parts. One is in the medical settings, one in the community, one with general population, probably, yes. So within the hospital, like I gave you a few options, right? Like I gave you some ideas of where I worked. In the pediatric ward, for example, we can do a lot of techniques like musical dramas, singing along, playing with instruments, creating that space where they can try new things, because the hospital is a very sober, sad, scary space for children. And we have found with one of the students I was able to help with, um, children from the age of 8 months are addicted to the phone, and we found that showing them these different kinds of instruments, like the tongue drum, or like these metallophones, or colorful instruments like the shakers. We have small egg shakers that we can use, which can be held. They look like eggs in different colors. So when you show them something completely different, it catches the curiosity. And music is like fluid, right? So whatever we say verbally, if we say it musically with intonations and sounds and hand puppets and finger puppets, it actually helps to cut them off for some time. I'm hoping that we can do more, but within the pediatric ward, it's about 3 or 4 days that we can work with them. So these are some techniques that we can bring into the wards. With the NICU, we work with early preterm, extreme preterm babies. And for them, we use lullabies, we use the mother's voice, we use small instruments like the ukulele where we can play very soft string sounds. We work on connecting the mother and the child, because the mother is very anxious because the child is in the NICU. So it isn't just the baby, it is also the mother. And we have also created this awareness among the doctors, who now understand that music can play a very comfortable space for them, because they are very tensed, and it can change the space for them. Better, we are not getting through your problems and solving your problems. What we are giving them is an awareness and a tool that they can use to cope with their problems, to get aware of what's happening. Give them that these are the techniques you can use when you're going through these periods of time, and the experiences that they have when they come to the hospital. It's the definition of music therapy says the use of musical interventions that creates an experience for the client or the patient. That is what causes them to understand what's happening with them, and to accept music as a way of coping with their problems or stress. So that's these some of the areas in the hospital. In the community, we have worked with the geriatrics. The elderly population is mostly. We have two different communities of geriatrics. One is the group that's quite elite, and there's one that's in a home. We are working with HelpAge. We did, I think after COVID, it's slightly gone down, but we were working with elderly people in HelpAge, where we know that they're left by their children or their family. And we found that they were the most happy when they had music around. They reminisced about it. They spoke about 40 years ago. They remembered the song. They remembered the heroine and the dress that they were wearing. They sang along. They played. They wrote poetry. So that was where we felt that we can reduce or help them forget the loneliness, relieve their pain, feel like children again. So these were the feedback we got from them. Another is the transgender group. The transgenders, I found they were the most strong, uh, very strong people. Keeping up with them can be extremely difficult. And so we used to use a lot of improvisation with percussion, drums. So drum circles were a major thing, dancing, singing, writing songs. Songwriting is a very important technique where we can really express ourselves without having to say exactly what's going through us. We help them through the process, and we have found they're extremely creative. They love singing. They're so energetic, and after a period of time, they started taking it on and doing it on themselves. So I think giving them the space to feel that they're not alone, they're not left out of the society, they're accepted, and we don't look at them as another human being, but just another person around us as normal people. So I think all of this can be brought about with music. Schools, there was a project that was done. We used techniques such as music collage. So we used to make collages based on a musical theme, and they'll pick up all these pictures from newspapers and magazines, and they'll create a big theme out of it, and they'll talk about it, and they'll write songs about it. So that was another thing. So it's like when a person is given the space to create, they feel like they are empowered by saying, "Oh, I can do this." Creativity can create a lot of passion, can create a lot of awareness about what we can do. For children, mostly they feel they can't do it. I don't know if I can do it. I'm very scared to do it. But the moment we give them a group session where they can actually achieve something, they see a beautiful outcome out of it. That gives them a confidence to say, I can do more. And I think this play with music and education can work together as well. So yeah, some of these areas, I think there is more I can talk, uh, but some of this is this. And another area was in healthcare, burnout for doctors. In corporates, you have burnout, right? People are working day and night. Times have changed. We work all around the clock due to the globalization and stuff. So burnout is a very major area of stress for us. So I think music can play a very emotional outlet, can be an outlet for emotional outbursts. Drum circles have been the major ways of releasing stress. You can show your emotions, you can enjoy yourself. You don't need to know how to play the drums at all. You can just play what you want. But in a group, you tend to end up having something very beautifully created, and you're not controlled. So, whole idea of music therapy is I am not telling you what you should do. I am telling you how you can use what you have already for yourself. So, it is all about you. The control is given to them. So I'm doing how I can help you. I bring in the techniques that can help you. I bring in the music that you like, and I then I support you. Once you have the trust on me, then they will listen to what I have to tell them. So I think that's how music therapy works. It's the relationship of the music therapist with the client. We The major thing that I tell one of my students, I've been telling them when they go into psychiatry wards, the first thing is stop asking questions. Why are you doing this? Why did you do this? What happened? Because in most hospitals, or for most of us, I think we are always questioned about why we do things. Instead of letting us think or to answer, we are always cut off. So if we make a mistake, it's like you made a mistake. But it's like let them talk about it. Probably the mistake was due to some reason that happened before. And another thing is we're always questioned. So with music therapy, there is no questioning, there's no talking. It's all musical. They start talking on their own without having to have to ask them, and they come out with very different views from what was already spoken to the doctors or the nurses or the other people. So I think we are able to bring their inner selves without having to ask questions. So music is all that works there. It's a tool, and we do it non-verbally. So yeah, I think some of the concepts of music therapy is right there.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
In this world where mobile phones has taken over the creative side of the kids,
Yeah.
right? If the kid wants to do something, then he immediately goes to YouTube or Google search, and then he sees a video, and then he starts observing that video, forgetting
Yeah.
that he also can be a part of that. Now, what are the ways by which we can encourage the kid to be a active participant in that particular job than being a passive, just looking at the things? And
Yes.
now, how can we inculcate? I know there is a role of a teacher, there is a role of a parent in here. So, what are the kind of tools which we can help the school teachers as well as the parents, so that this kind of behavior of where you become a passive listener or a passive looker, right? That can be converted or shifted to an active listener or active doer, basically.
Yeah, that's where I think music for teachers also, I think, like I said, we can't remove technology from their lives anymore, because honestly, like, I am having great difficulty just getting my daughter off the phone all the time. So yeah, sometimes I have to let her do it, and sometimes I have to be a little more firm. But I do feel that we need to educate the teachers as well, to allow them to do what they want, bring them into the discussion instead of I think this part of play teaching is where they actually get interacted. They can get into the sessions. I One of the teachers that I met when I went and met one of my daughter's teacher, she works with mind maps. She draws a big India map, and then she talks about these different landscapes. So bringing them together to teach a concept, I think that way will help. And also giving them the opportunity of saying, okay, you can use your Google, but also tell them what to read and what not to read, so that they can come back the next day with details to explain what they want. So one of the Tamil teachers does this. She gives them these activities of okay, about freedom fighters in the southern region, and they have to read about it, they have to learn about it, they have to come back and talk about it. So I think that is where you can create, but without having to cut off the technology. But also, I think supervision is very important. So a parent being next to the child is probably
Yeah.
important. From the parent side, I think we do sometimes not have time, and sometimes we do make the mistake of letting the child be with the phone. Uh, but I think with supervision, we can still streamline that. Getting with music, like I said, what we do is we teach them along with getting them to talk along with us. It is not me standing there and singing or playing an instrument. It is about bringing them into that place, saying that let's do this together. Let's write a song together. Let's find out what you have in your mind right now. Okay, so let's take mathematics itself. What is it that you like about maths? What is it that you don't like about maths? Right? And what would you like better? Right? So if they would come up with all these quirky responses for sure. So how do we make that into something that they hate, into something that they can like? So a song that can be written about a particular thing that they don't like, or even about, it can be anything under the sun. Let's say being more responsible about using the phone, or the dangers of what could happen if you went on social media and someone spoke to you. Because I find that one major thing about social media being very scary is that they are I have also is that people tend to chat in different social media platforms, and children don't know that even though you put a child lock into it, they learn how to remove the child lock and come back in. So I think that's the age we have. So the idea is for the parents also. Yeah, I know it is difficult. I'm a parent, so I know how difficult it is. But spending that amount of time with the child to say, okay, let's do this together. So what I do is sing along. If she likes, if as a parent, what she likes is K-pop songs. So I would like put on the music and let's dance along, or let's sing the song, or let's learn the song together. So that's one thing we can do as parents. So we give them time to rest and be with the child. Same thing with the teachers. They can start making things into role plays, making them more into interactive sessions where they're also given the space to talk without intimidating children. Some of the children are scared to do that, and not intimidating those children. So I think from the school, the teachers can actually identify who are shy and who are scared, and giving that space, if they could allow that child to open up, with whatever they can. It can be dance, it can be singing, it can be an average student who's not doing well but maybe good in something else. How do we incorporate that into it? So I some of these things, because I was just speaking to the teachers and I was like, why don't we do all these things? Let's have MCQs or so. I think these are things we can do, but I think with school children, the management should bring in a program where they incorporate these suggestions from the parents, from the therapists, um, and take the view of the children as well.
Yes.
And the teachers play a very major role in that because they work with them every day. So these are some things I feel we can do to get the children to interact.
Yes.
This also depends on the quality of the musician also, right? Man, the guru. Because
Absolutely.
I'm a
Absolutely,
classic.
yes.
My son is, he has learned. He tried to put his hand in almost 5 or 6 instruments. You won't believe, it takes a lifetime to learn one particular instrument, but 5 or 6 instruments. And unfortunately, he's a good meaning. He picks up very fast. He is good at picking up things, but the equation between him and the teacher, he was not able to mend that properly. The teacher was not able to mend the student properly, and because of that, he lost interest in the teacher. So, in the music teacher, in the music component. So, majority sometimes, the teacher has to take that extra step. Okay, I even though I know things, but let me listen to you as well, because as you rightly said, ma'am, kids nowadays, they are very, very sharp. They pick things just like that.
Yeah, it's
And
very
that,
true, sir, that the quality of the teacher definitely has to matter into this. But it's quite difficult, right? Like each person, teacher has their own way of teaching, and they may have a reason why they're doing it. They may have no real interest, probably, or they at a stretch, I think about 10 to 20% of teachers actually take that extra step. Like, for example, I do know that some of the teachers target students when they say something and they're upset and they're angry and they do target them, and the children start to get very scared. They can't even tell anything. So much of exposure to LGBTQ plus and stuff, they talk about it, and the teachers still don't understand most of it, I feel. So this is where I felt that we need to bring this program from the management. So I think it's a big project that if we can have these awareness programs for teachers to tell them that they need to evolve along with the children. Uh,
Yes.
if that can be done, I think the students will have a support from the teachers. So what's happening is, I think the gap falls where the teachers are not able to understand the child. Right now, it's like you can't talk to the boys, you can't talk to the girls. I think it was there in our generation as well, but we got through it somehow. Some of them were affected for sure, but this generation is going to rebel against it.
Yes.
So I think that we need to bring that up. We need to uh, bring awareness that we need to evolve along with the children. One thing that I have learned in the last few years is children are in a lot of pressure, and
Yes.
most often all of us feel that, oh, you're only a child, what is going to bother you? But from the time they are coming out of the womb, they are in pressure. Pressure of doing, pressure of having to be developed in the right time. Oh, she's 3 years old, she can't talk. Oh, she's 3 years old, she can't walk. Oh, she's
Yes.
always throwing things around. Oh, is she ADHD? And I think that pressure on the child puts a lot of pressure on us, and and this reflects back and forth. So I think all of us have to evolve. We have to read. I think being a therapist and reading about all of this has opened up my mind uh, to help my daughter, and I can see what's happening around in the generation. But it's very difficult to change the whole population of the country and the world. But these are some things we can try. It may be a very huge project, but if it works, it works.
there was a young kid who is 3 years old, and unfortunately, that kid, he is not able to talk. And you won't believe the meaning. I asked the mother, is it that he have you exposed him to the mobile phone right from the very early ages? So now the question to you is, I'm sure many of the parents are doing the same thing. Kid is not having lunch or dinner. Put him on a mobile, show him some this thing. That's it. So his friend is that. So mobile phone doesn't talk back. It just creates some sounds, Now, the question is, how is it that music can help as a speech therapist for these kind of students? First thing is, can it help students out? If so, what is the message you want to deliver to those parents?
Like I said, it's inevitable these days. I think we need to create awareness for the parents and for the teachers. Like I did give an example of how we used music in a ward. Uh, there was this one particular. I just start with this example of how we tried to work on. For two days, the child didn't even look up at us or the student that I was helping to work with this child. But looking at the other children who were slowly getting interested in what we were doing, and these curious little different instruments that we are giving them, because children like these noisy instruments, colorful noisy instruments. So the more you create curiosity in them, they're going to start looking up and saying, okay, can I try that? But what we did at that point was a very very short period of time. But this is what I want the parents to look at and understand, that those 15-20 minutes a day, if they can spend, to give them something that they can do along with the child. Put them into a peer group or some place. I know children at 3 years, they don't want to leave them out, but sometimes they need that peer group because we don't have time to take care of them. So if we can put them into a school or a play group or something like that. In the area that I am, they have Anganwadis where it's not very expensive. So if we say that things are going to be expensive, I can't leave my child there. I think you should look for some place where they can actually take care of the child even for 2 hours. In fact, I think I did that when my daughter was 2.5 years. I put her in a play school because I was studying and I couldn't be there for those few hours. She was always watching television with her grandparents. So we had to do something. I know the child is very young, but she needs to get out of that space. So I think sometimes at this age we'll need to try and put them into a different place, or make the time for the children every day. It is difficult because I know I have done that mistake, and most parents have done that mistake of giving the phone. My husband was very excited. Oh, my 8-year-old child can scroll on the phone, and I tell him now, see what's happened to us right now. So now, like I said, music can really play a very very interesting part, where we can play along without having to really make a musical composition. Small instruments like the shakers, the metalophones, those colorful metalophones and xylophones that you get, small drums. All of this can be something that we can sit together and play. We don't need to learn how to sing. That's the first thing that we talk to parents, is that we do not know how to sing. It's okay if you don't know how to sing. It's okay if you don't know how to make songs or play an instrument music. No, you don't need to know any of this. You can take a plate and a spoon. There were these small things that we taught. You don't have to buy instruments. Take a plastic dabba and put dal into it. Shake it. It's a shaker, right? You have these mud pots. You turn it around and play on it. It is one of another percussion instrument. You take the plate and a spoon. It's a noisy metallophone types. So you can make these things. Get the child to work along with you. Take rice, put gum over it, paste it on it. Simple things. When we were cooking in the kitchen, I'd give my daughter this atta that we make for chapati, and I'll make her do, okay, you do it now. So getting them to be along with you, along with your work, I think sometimes works. Put on music that the child likes, sing along whatever is there, and let them do whatever you're doing. Include them with you. So the moment you push them away, they're going to be bored. Most often than not, children don't want to play with soft toys and toys. They
Yes.
want to do what we are doing,
Yes.
right? So
Yes.
you tell them to go get something. You tell them, you sit next to me and break this for me. You give them a coconut and tell them to scrape it. Whatever it is, I think with music, all of this. Take two coconut shells and hit it. We used to do that as a part of our sports day. No, we used to play with that as a one of those planks that you used to use.
Symbols.
So I
Yeah.
think making music is not difficult. It is there with us. Just clapping hands or jumping together, whatever can make music. We don't need to know at all. A, B, C, D. We have a lot of Tamil rhymes, a lot of Hindi rhymes. Sing rhymes. We don't need to be musical. Just sing. Just make noise. Even making sounds like cows and we do that. And in our culture, if you see, in every culture, grandmoms sing
Yes.
lullabies. They say a lot of funny stuff that we do. I think we need to bring that back into our lives. We need to bring that space for the grandmothers, grandfathers to take space for the child, and not expect them to come and help you to take care of the house, but just be there and play with the kids. I think that would really help. In our culture, we have it right, slokas. Children learn that without having to.
Said a lot of instruments involved, and maracas and drums and whatever that the small little hands could. And the one
Yes.
thing that I always felt that one of the quickest things that such kind of a setting does is every child feels involved.
Included, yes. Inclusion
Yes.
is so important. Yeah.
Inclusivity, absolutely. And and what the one thing that a lot of teachers, parents, and a lot of educators don't understand is that there are children who are neurotypical, and then there are children
Yeah.
who are neurodivergent, right?
Yes.
Not
Yes.
every child is made to sit
Not every-
still, right?
Correct.
But
Absolutely.
music is one of those things which will bring everybody on the same plane.
Yeah.
It is one of those things which will stimulate an understimulated child, or balance an overstimulated child. But all the senses tend to, because when you're studying, only one or two senses are working. But when it comes to music, you're listening and you're looking at the instruments being played, you're feeling the vibrations, and your hands are working with it, and you're creating something so magical.
Yeah.
But can you suggest a way in which, because typically all this comes to an end the moment upper kindergarten comes to an end. The moment a child goes to grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, it is just academics. And the hierarchy of academics is the same all across. It is the first precedence that is given, it is to mathematics and to literature. Somewhere below that is humanities. And towards the end, perhaps, we have art and music and dance. And that perhaps happens once a week or maximum twice a week in most of the schools. The rest of the schools are just struggling with the tons of, syllabus that they're dealing with. What is the suggestion that you can give to educators, or if not educators, if they're too stuck with the scheduling that this school has already done for them, what can you suggest to the parents in such a case? How can they continue with their children with the kind of music? I know you've just mentioned, if there's nothing else, just play it on a
No,
spoon.
I
That's
can,
fantastic.
I
Yes.
can, we can still think of it. I think even parents can do it. I sing all kinds of noisy songs with my daughter all the time, and I feel
Yes.
that works the best. You just
Yes.
pick whatever song they want. Like, just to say a few things, there are these viral videos that you have seen many years ago, even before I think I came into the field of music therapy, or even I was married. I remember there was this black guy who was a teacher, and he used rap to teach geometry and algebra.
Oh.
So it is about the sound, right? Like how you bring in the interest of the children. So what is it that they like? If they like K-pop, bring in K-pop.
Yes.
So there's nothing for us to lose. For parents, I think they need to be okay, because I think we are a little stressed out when they're not studying and they're like, we have to raise our voices. But I think I do that sometimes. I sing. I was doing civics with her, and it was not music, but it was a story of just telling how to understand the different levels of member of parliament and how they get elected, and then how the chief minister comes in. So it's about how you tell this as a story, make it fun for them, like a joke. I know that I used to feel I'm not funny, but I think when it comes to it, sometimes we do have to develop that part of it. Spend some time on it. But with music, I think you can even do that. You can just talk and play a rhythm to it.
Yes.
Once I saw this, da 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 da, whatever. So it doesn't have to be musical. I think that's where most parents or the teachers are scared. Is that, oh, I'm not musical. I'm not musical. I'm not musical.
That's
You can
where I
also-
feel. That's where. Okay, I'm sorry for interjecting between, but
Yeah.
that's where I feel every parent, or every every adult who says that I'm not creative, it is unfortunate, because in their childhood, sometime there was so much of fear of
They're
failure, so much of shame, and so much of that fear of stigmatization, that they totally
Yeah.
clip those wings of creativity, which is what is something
This
that
is,
we're trying to discuss over here. And this is what you said. I mean, it really resonates with me as a mother as well, that you felt you were not musical, and you felt you were not, funny, but you created that. And the beauty of working with children is that you don't need to be the best at what you're doing. They'll appreciate the kind of attention you give them, a little bit music or a little bit humor, and you won them over. So
Yeah,
that's something I
absolutely.
think.
This thing I think I constantly tell all the parents, you don't need to know music. Right now, the child doesn't understand all of this, so you can do all you want. Because though I can sing, my daughter still tells me, no, don't sing. Please don't sing. So it shouldn't hurt you because that's the whole point of it, right? Just making them laugh and smile. Even waking her up in the morning, I would sing a very gory, noisy song and use all kinds of words into it. So she just wake up, oh my God, just stop, I'll get up. So it's fun. She gets up smiling anyways. So I think for teachers also, I think like I told you, a couple of the teachers, she works on mind maps and
Yes.
she shows them trees and she draws a big India map on the floor. So I think you're still teaching the concepts and you're not going
Yes.
beyond the time limit. They will learn
Mm.
faster that way than just talking and showing them PPTs.
Yes.
Even when my students are presenting today, one of my students is presenting in a conference, I said, use visual pictures, don't use words. Put all those into pictures, do those diagrams, do illustrations. I think that people will understand those most specific words. For example, when you teach a definition, I tell my students to pick up the only the important words in it, not the whole sentence. You just pick the important words. So if you want to make, I'm sorry, I'm getting out of the musical part. I think anything that we can do that can make them involved into the session, it is good. You can use ABCD tune also. You can say happy birthday. You can use jingle bells. I'm sure jingle bells is easy for anyone to sing. Make a sing the definition in ABC, whatever, and then tell them, can you pick out the words that are more important in your mind, so that they understand what is the definition, because most often we don't remember definitions because they're just a set of words we can't change.
Just
But then if you
learning by
know
rote.
those
Yeah.
specific technical words and then you know
Yeah.
how to add the grammar next to it, then you're done, right?
Yes.
Another thing that I think as developing parents or teachers is to never say that they're wrong, but they can we do this way. I know that this is something very uncomfortable and scary, but let them come and talk, because the moment the children can trust you to come and talk to you, then their work gets better. But the more you push them again, saying no, no, wrong, no, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that, you're not supposed to do this is wrong, you're good, you're bad, you're beating, you're pulling, you're not listening, you're crying all the time, whatever, then the child tends to go back. So I think that patience is a little bit important. Then the music, the art, anything can come into it. In fact, for patients or for students, if they feel that artwork is good, reading books is good, writing is good, whatever works. Like if the child wants, like you said, they are all typically different children,
Yes.
and some children may be very shy to even get up and move for the music as well. So let the child do what it wants. So give them, if you, but I think that's where we need to be a little bit more observant. We can't say no to it
Yes.
as a parent or as a teacher or as a management or as anyone, as a therapist or whatever. We're constantly observing the child. We may not have time, but still observe the child and its needs. I think teachers must play a little bit more part on that to understand and to at least inform the parents or the management that something can be done for them. But I feel that's where they need more training and awareness. They're very regressive. You can't wear tight pants. Oh, you're talking to the boys or you're talking to the girls all the time. I think these are still happening. It was happening 20, 30 years ago. It's still happening. And I think that should not be there. And another is peer group, another thing. So some of these are confounding factors, right? So um, some of the confounding factors are difficult to change. Parents have to change, teachers have to change, children
Yes.
need that support. So it is like, do you have something that you do along with your family? Do you go to the temples? Do you go to the church? Do you go to the mosque? Do you sing in? Do you go to concerts? So this is a checklist that we have, and this is how we understand about. We create this awareness for people that we meet, whether it is children or for elders or for even for people who are in the comatose or vegetative state. We ask what they used to listen to, because it's important for us to know and to create an awareness. So we help them create a repertoire of songs, a list of songs, and we give them options. We tap on certain memories to say, okay, can you tell me that you go to the, some of them will be like, I don't listen to music at all. So it's impossible that you've never listened to music, so there must have been background music. So have you listened to, do you go to the temples, or you must have, we have this the god that you go to from your family, We call it the Kuladevam in the southern part. So there must be this deity that you have for the family. So everybody without a change would be going there, and there would be some music playing there, and you would have heard it anyway.
as you can possibly go
Um,
to.
like I'd like to just bring in this concept just to because you brought in the point of mindfulness. Music is definitely something that brings you to the present time, and it can also take you to different memory
Yes.
points in your life, and bring out lots of emotions and thoughts and memories and visions and fears and everything. This is what we call the concept of salutogenesis, which is floating around now, and uh, it is what we are called now. It was created by Aaron Antonovsky in the 1980s, 1978, 79 in Germany. And it is a concept of saying that we need to have a sense of coherence. And the concept means that I understand my problem or my stress or my situation. I know that I can manage it because I have the general resources for it. And then I know that these resources are meaningful, that I can use it. So now it is how can any of these tools help you to understand that I am going through this right now. So to create that awareness that yes, I'm okay, I am feeling stressed, I am depressed, I am sad, or I am happy and I'm crazy or whatever it is. Are you aware of that? I'm stressed, but I might not know what I'm stressed of. But accepting that I am stressed out, accepting that I'm angry, accepting that I'm sad and I need to cry, accepting that I'm feeling avoided, or I'm feeling that I'm not good enough, or feeling that I don't know, I don't think I can do this, or feeling that I cannot go and out and talk, I cannot stand on the stage and talk, I don't know if I can write my exam, I don't think I'm good enough. Accept it that you feel that way, and then you say, okay, I'm going to see what can help me. And then your tools can be therapy, can be psychiatry, can be anything that you want, a talk with your friend, a talk with whatever. That is your resources, right? It can be art, it can be medicine, it can be family, it can be anything, shopping, like eating, it can be anything. But those are resources, right? But that should have a meaning at the end of it. So does art or this have meaning? And what music can do is help you understand that part, that yes, it's having some meaning to me. It has this meaning because it reminds me that I'm sad and I can feel and I can cry. It makes me feel that, you know what, I'm going to get better. I know I'm feeling sad, I'm going to get better. So that is the awareness and that gives me meaning. So I think music can do all of this, and I don't need to really sit in a corner and meditate, but listening focused to doing something focused is what can bring this awareness and help you to understand what your resources are and accept that this resource is going to get me through my life. So I think that's what we do. So music is a tool for all of these different areas. So this concept of cytogenesis is very huge because it's looking for a person from the point of disease to a person of wholesomeness. So music does that. It looks as a human being, as a person, and not of that person having that particular disease or that problem. So the child is autistic. We are not looking at the child as being autistic. A person is having skin problems. We are not looking at the person as having a skin problem. A person is pregnant. Pregnancy is not a disease, so it's a good thing. So we are not looking at it. Oh, you're pregnant, so let's do that. No, looking at that person, saying, "How are you doing today?" The idea is, how are you doing, or what happened to you that you got this? No, that's not the question. How are you doing today? How can I be there for you today? Are you feeling sad and lonely? So can I just be there and hold your hand? Can I be there and sing what you want? You want to listen to something. Okay, you don't want to listen to music. You want to be there and just, you want to just talk to me. Anything that you want to do. I think that if we can give that, I think this mindfulness is quite a concept. We're all listening to it a lot, but how much are we doing that? I don't know, for ourselves as well. So I think if we start from ourselves, then we will understand the person in front of us.
Wonderful.
That's about it.
Oh, wonderful. Ms. Sharma, do you have any questions for her?
No, ma'am. I think
Yes.
she brought
I
one
wanted to- there's this.
one valid point called looking from inside to outside than looking from outside to inside. It's a very generous point. That's what mindfulness is all about.
Yeah,
But
Yes.
we
that's
gave
what
a very beautiful name called mindfulness.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing about being focused. I think that was also something that my Karekudi Subramaniam sir actually used to teach us. I remember that very vividly. He said, you don't have to sit in a place and breathe in and breathe out. If you're walking from one place to another, if you're focused on walking, if you're eating with that interest towards the food, if you're talking with that mind straight away as to what you're doing, you're just making food. If you're making it with that interest that you're making food, that is meditation, he would say.
Correct.
I think it's very difficult, but if we could actually do it, I think our lives would be much more better. But yeah, that's sort of difficult. Not impossible, yeah, but we keep striving towards that.
Yes. What an enlightening session this has been, Bhuvneshwari. I mean, every word that you spoke, I think it was like it was such an exposure for people like us, and I think it's been. I'll be looking back at this conversation and taking out so much more than I'm taking out right now, because it's going to stay with me for a while. And I'm
Thank
so
you so
grateful we
much.
had this opportunity to talk to you. And as a parent, as somebody who spoke with you, there's so many takeaways I've taken from different roles that I play. Mr. Sharma, there's something that you would like to say?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks, Bhuvaneshwari, ma'am,
Yes.
for taking out
Thank you
time.
Thank
so much. Thank you. I'm here today with two knowledgeable and accomplished people who have dedicated their lives to the upliftment of our youth. Before I introduce our guests to you, let me take up this opportunity to share a few non conventional thoughts with you. Standing up and facing what you fear is called courage. But sometimes taking a back step and asking for help also is called courage. The ability to befriend the whole world takes confidence. But sometimes not having any friend and yet being okay with yourself is also confidence. Doing well in an exam is called success. But failing to do so, despite working hard, and then getting back up, okay, and working towards the same goal, that is also called success. While we spoke about courage, confidence, or success in the above examples, what these words also entail are a lot of emotions we struggle with and our ability to cope with them and to steer them to our benefit. And who can be better than Dr. Sunaina Singh to talk to us about emotional intelligence and emotional regulation? Dr. Sunaina is an ex-army officer. She's a sports psychologist, a mother, a counselor, an army wife with over 20 years of experience in education, sports psychology, and administration, just to name a few. She's a certified life coach from Yari International, San Francisco, USA, and has also served as an intelligence corps officer with the Indian Army. Her wealth of knowledge credentials include an MBA in HR and a PhD in psychology, amongst the many others. She's an accomplished author and is currently serving as an assistant professor, a sports psychologist with the Sports University in Haryana. She actively conducts training and workshops for the underprivileged students and is also a driving force behind the Mission Join Indian Army Awareness Program, which is her own initiative. Welcome to the Igniting Mind Summit, Dr. Sunaina. Today we will be exploring with you the strategies to raise happy and confident kids through emotional intelligence. But before I do that, let me also introduce Mr. RSVN Sharma, the brain behind Mitra, the founder and CEO. Mitra stands for Mental Health Inclusivity Through Reach. Mr. Sharma is a visionary behind the intent of this organization. An alumnus of IIT Bombay with over 2 decades of experience in developing and implementing analytical products, his work has earned patents and has even been recognized by the United Nations for their contribution to societal progress. Now on a mission to address and help children, Mr. Sharma and his team of experts are working with children, parents, and educators on building mental resilience and igniting minds. At Mitra, we examine and understand the pressing issues that students, parents, and educators face and work on developing exercises and the skill set, etc., that are needed to cater to the same. With Igniting Minds, our aim is to nurture, nourish, and bring back to life 20 such life skills from something as basic as understanding how we behave, why we do so, our triggers, their effect on our relationships, social media and its impact on our mental health, dealing with failure, critical thinking, etc. Mindfulness and emotional regulation remain a horizontal in all these sessions. Now, speaking about emotions, the human brain has evolved from a prehistoric reptilian brain. The majority of our evolution has worked through 3 basic traits: fight or flight in danger, find food and nourishment to sustain ourselves, and reproduce. Most emotions that we feel today date back to the same prehistoric era as an enabling force to survive the many circumstances in which our ancestors faced life-threatening situations, scarcity of food, or the need to find a suitable partner to reproduce. As a response to pressing issues today as well, our brain, more specifically the limbic system within our brain, produces emotions. Certain hormones are secreted, which bring about physical changes in our body to cope with a given circumstance. For example, to cope with stress, adrenaline is released, and that increases blood flow to our legs and enables us to run faster than we normally do. Somehow, Over a period of time, as humans, we have learned to train and regulate many aspects of our being, but we have been ignoring emotional regulation, perhaps because emotions are invisible, and or maybe as a society we work on the principle of suppressing them within. The flip side to this is that the magnitude of fear we felt on facing a lion maybe 1,000 years ago or 2,000, 3,000 years ago, it is similar to our fear of failure in examinations, or the anger that our ancestors may have faced on their winter food stocks getting burnt is similar to the anger that that we feel when we see an offensive post on social media. We do very little to regulate the magnitude and intensity of our emotions, and over a period of time, the physical impacts of all this unchecked work that goes on within our body harms us physically as well as mentally and impacts our relationships. Aristotle once said, anybody can become angry. That is easy. But to be angry with the right person and to the right degree, at the right time, for the right purpose, in a right way, that is not easy. So here is where I will bring in our expert and let her speak to us about emotional regulation works, how emotional regulation works, and what exactly is emotional intelligence. Dr. Sunena, to begin with, can you briefly introduce yourself and your experience in working with children?
Thank you so much, Sonia. You have already done a lot, dear. So when it comes to me, I think when it comes to our society, well, I think we are changing a lot. And when it comes to human beings, the most powerful thing in any human is emotions. And in today's society, when this technology is overpowering everything, I think the basics are missing. And that is why the need of this understanding emotions and emotional intelligence is much more in today's. And that is why emotional intelligence is a very recent concept. It started after 1995. Daniel Goleman, he wrote in his first book, and that is why it's new. What happened earlier used to happen, Sonia, storytelling. Our society was like that when I was young. My nani, dadi, they used to narrate stories to us. So it was never a part of curriculum. It was done at home, in our society, at our homes. But now, as we all know, we all are in a nuclear family. The society is changing. So storytelling has become the part of the curriculum. And similarly, when it comes to emotions also, earlier we used to understand our emotions. The most powerful thing in all of the human beings, even you just see, why do we like dogs? I think because those are the only animals who understand emotions. So emotions are so damn powerful, and which is missing in today's, I think when you see people around, we hardly understand our own emotions. And if we don't understand our own emotion, how we are going to understand the emotions of other people? तो वो तो बहुत दूर की बात हो जाती है. So coming to now, but we one thing is there that we have started realizing its importance. That's there, because nowadays only academic qualification, only technical competencies, or your professional skills are, no longer the only keys which are required for success. We have a broader definition of success. So when it comes to success, it is not only defined in terms of luxurious life you are living, it is more of a harmonious life you are living. And when it comes to harmonious life, we need certain psychological skills. Okay? So what really matters today for success, for character, for happiness, for living a long life, it's a set of your emotional skills, which I will be talking today. So how young kids respond to their own challenges, how they express their emotion, how they interact with others, I think it is much more than a gut reaction. It is a learned responses also. And when it comes to learned responses, that comes under emotional intelligence. Fine. So for me and for you and for many others, success is just not about how many awards we are receiving, how much money we are receiving. Actually, it has started coming to us how, it's all about the difference we are making in people's life. Understanding this and making our kids understand, again, is very important. So when it comes to emotional intelligence, first thing, जब आपको नॉर्मल इमोशंस की बात करते हो, द फर्स्ट थिंग विच कम्स इज व्हाट? They are very caring people. They are considerate people. Fine. When you look at them, when you look at anyone, even if they don't have solution to all our problems, all those people who are high on IQ, they will actually leave us in a situation where we'll be, after talking them, we'll be more hopeful, we'll be more optimistic. So, ऐसे जो लोग होते हैं, they are the masters of their own emotions. First things, when it comes to any child also, or any person who is high on emotional intelligence, first thing, they are excellent decision maker because they trust their intuitions. They work on that regardless of their strength, weaknesses. They are always happy looking at themselves honestly. बहुत guts चाहिए होते हैं अपने आप को, खुद को. It's very easy to criticize and compare this world and come and judge. I think we really need to be more strong. और आपको सही में guts चाहिए. You really need to be more brave when it comes to judging yourself, and that too taking honestly. वो बहुत जरूरी है. ठीक है. सो ये जब बात आती है, ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर हाई इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस. ये सब चीजें हमने सुनी है, बट एक्चुअली देयर हैव बीन रिसर्च जो बहुत, आई थिंक इन मेनी ऑफ द रिसर्च जर्नल इट हैज ऑलरेडी बीन पब्लिश्ड दैट all those children who are high in their emotional quotient, they are usually, their academic records will be higher, on the higher side. They will be a cooperative kids. They are more likely to handle all the difficult circumstances in a better manner. So when it comes to emotional intelligence, so this is a concept being introduced by Daniel Goleman. और जो first time आया था, it was through his book Emotional Intelligence, Why It Can Matter More Than IQ. Why they talked about, well-balanced, empathetic, and a friendly person who is, emotionally more aware about themselves. Okay? They are recognized more. They are having a more healthy relationships. Their success is, on the higher side. So what basically come to be emotionally intelligent person are, what are the qualities they have? The first thing, they have an ability to recognize their own emotion. Firstly, with this, when you recognize your emotions, they have an ability to relate to others' emotions. Then they have an ability to listen to others, is very important. Listening is again an art. Then again, ability to participate in interpersonal communication, understanding those non-verbal cues, understanding one's thoughts, one feeling, and then effectively managing those emotions and then expressing them in the right acceptable way. अगर मैंने अब ये इतनी सारी चीजें बोली हैं, let's see कि what all above qualities we all can relate to. इनमें से हम किस किस चीज को रिलेट कर सकते हैं. Just give yourself some time, and then again a very important is the power to forgive, and then move rationally ahead. It is very much required, and only an emotionally intelligent person can do that. So when it comes to emotional intelligence, there are basically 5 main components. बहुत बेसिक चीज है, हम सबको पता है, and I think our all life revolves around that. So when it comes to me also ना, तो जब मैं अच्छे लीडर्स की बात करती हूँ, जब मैं अभी जो मिशन जॉइन इंडियन आर्मी बच्चों से बात करती हूँ, SSB के बारे में बात करती हूँ, या when it comes to any personality assessment की बात करती हूँ, the complete SSB revolves around these 5 components. That is all about EQ. They are looking for emotionally intelligent people. So when it comes to our kids also, please, 5 things. First, self-awareness. I think हमें खुद को छोड़ के आज के टाइम में हमें पूरी दुनिया का ज्ञान है. हर किसी को हमारे पड़ोस में क्या चल रहा है, आलिया भट्ट की लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है, रणवीर सिंह की लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है, what is happening in our own life with our own self. We don't have even time in 24 घंटे में, we don't even give 5 minutes time to that. कि what is my requirement, who am I, why I am doing it, what are my own strengths, what are my own weaknesses. So basically, this is what is required. The first is self-awareness. So what is self-awareness? It is your own ability to identify and to understand your emotions and also the impact of those emotions on others. It's very important. So self-awareness, everything, whatever you want to do in your life, this is the first step, knowing yourself. ठीक है? The foundation of emotional intelligence, it starts with, it builds from here. अगर स्ट्रॉन्ग नींव होगी ना तो बिल्डिंग आगे अच्छी खड़ी होती है. सो यहाँ पे जो स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन है, इट स्टार्ट्स विद सेल्फ अवेयरनेस. इफ यू आर अवेयर ऑफ योर ओन इमोशंस, इफ यू आर अवेयर ऑफ योर ओन बिहेवियर एंड द थिंग्स व्हिच ट्रिगर्स देम, then it would be very easy for us to manage them. ठीक है? So we all are having emotions, but all the time the question is, उन इमोशंस का दूसरों के ऊपर असर क्या हो रहा है. ठीक है? विद द टेक्नोलॉजी बच्चे आजकल वन वे कम्युनिकेशन के अंदर आ गए हैं. ठीक है? वन वे कम्युनिकेशन मींस कि आपको दूसरी तरफ से nobody is there to understand your emotions. You are the only one. It is one way communication. तो बेसिक्स खराब होते जा रहे हैं. But if you are aware of yourself, you always know how you feel, what are about your emotions, so you can take actions, you can behave in certain manner so that जो दूसरों के ऊपर इम्पैक्ट पड़ रहा है वो ज्यादा बुरा नहीं पड़ रहा है. Second come is your self regulation. So first component was self awareness, second was your self regulation. Self awareness itself opens the door for self regulation, fine, which is the main ability to manage these emotions. So once people are aware of their emotion, it becomes very easy, I will not say easy, at least manageable, so that they can control those impulsive emotions. Because when it comes to anger also, and when it comes to any other emotion, these are emotions and every human being has that. We cannot suppress them. We should know how to manage them. So there is a difference, because आजकल जब बच्चों की बात होती है ना, the first thing, okay, don't cry. Kids don't cry, boys don't cry, लड़के ऐसे नहीं रोते हैं. We are trying to suppress their emotions, which is not right. Emotions को निकलने देना चाहिए. So when it comes out, half of the problem is already being sorted. जब चीजें दिमाग के अंदर रहती है ना, I keep telling it to everyone, when things stay in your mind, it's there. So when you are just, they keep on multiplying. और जब चीजें अंदर रहती है तो वो बवाल मचाती है, जब बाहर निकलती है तो it just burst. So when a single emotion is coming, we need to recognize it. We need to manage it at a very first step only. Fine. So whenever you have a strong, emotion coming up, please take a pause. Please take a deep breath. Please see what the situation is all like and how we are going to react in that. So staying calm is also very, very important. So all those people who are high in their EI, usually they don't get too angry easily, too jealous easily, too impulsive easily. They don't take careless decisions. They take their own sweet time. So I always keep on telling to each one of them, when your emotions are high, your intelligence goes down. So when your intelligence, your emotions, so that is very, very important. We should never ever take any decision when we are emotionally charged. Either we are too happy or we are too sad, both the things, both the extremes. So that is not there. The third component is very important, is all about motivation. What is all about motivation? Our life works on that. It is a drive to do anything while you are getting up from your bed, and it always comes in waves. कोई दिन ऐसा होता है, we just get up from the bed and we feel like कि आज तो दुनिया जीत लेंगे, है ना? And the very next day you're lying on the same bed and you're just, आप Netflix पे ये decide नहीं कर पाते हो कि आपको प्रोग्राम कौन सा देखना है. You are so demotivated. And when it comes to motivation, मुझे पता है क्या लगता है? All of us knows. अगर मैं सोनिया से पूछूं, if I ask Sharma, okay, what are the things, do you know yourself? You will say, yes, I know yourself. Do you know what things you really need to do to become a better version of ourselves? You would be knowing that also. ठीक है? हमें सबको पता है कि this is who I am, और अगर मैं ये थोड़ी सी मेहनत और करूंगा, this is how I'll become. Then why we are not doing that? If we know the things, why we are not doing that? The only spark which is missing is motivation. So So when it comes to motivation, it always comes in wave. And the first thing we really need to understand that it is not a solution to all our problem. It is a starting. It is not the end of anything. It is the starting point of everything. If you are motivated enough, then only you are going to start anything. So self-motivated leaders जो भी होते हैं हमारे, they are consistently working towards their goals. उनके अपने standards होते हैं. They keep that, standards like this. ठीक है? और first thing, they never focus on their short-term goals. They always focus on their long-term
goals.
So for
Yes.
the parents also, कई बार छोटी छोटी जगहों को हारना पड़ता है बड़ी बैटल को जीतने के लिए. It is always like that. We need not to focus on small things. ठीक है? Always seek. और जितनी भी बड़ी चीजें होती है when it comes to achieving your dreams, changing your habits, all these things are going to take time. All good things take time. They are going to take our efforts. They're going to take time. They are going to take our hard work, and there is no substitute to that, which really need to be understood by each one of us. If we are able to understand, then only we would be able to make our kids understand that. बहुत बार होता है ना कि हम बच्चों को नहीं सिखा पा रहे हैं. बच्चे तो खुद ब खुद सीख जाएंगे when we as an adult will understand that. Kids learn a lot by vicarious learning or role modeling. If our kids are trying to find the role models outside, then something doing wrong at our own space. वो हमें समझने की जरूरत है. And the most beautiful component of emotional intelligence, and it is very close to my heart, I think अगर ये आ जाए ना दुनिया इतनी खूबसूरत हो जाए, is empathy. It's such a beautiful feeling thing if we can develop and if we can make our kids to learn it and we all can teach them. Empathy is basically your ability to understand and identify the wants and the needs and the viewpoints of the people around us. It's very beautiful. Most of the हमें समझ में नहीं आता. When it comes to psychology, I keep telling to each one of us, this world is all about perception. Hannah, we all see this and how we make perception when we attach meaning to our sensations. So how do we attach meaning to those sensations? So when I look at a dog, I feel scared. But when Sonia look at a dog, she feel loved. Why? What is the difference? There is nothing wrong in the dog, nothing right in the dog. It is our own experiences which make dog as a scary animal or which make dog as a loving animal. So हमें दुनिया को सही या गलत प्रूव करने की कोशिश नहीं करनी चाहिए. Half of the problem वहीं से आती है. When you will start understanding, empathy comes with that understanding. When you accept the people around you, वहां से चीजें start होती है, and it's a beautiful feeling. When you will avoid stereotyping, judging too quickly. Oh, she's like that. Oh, he's like that. Oh, all are like that. Now, we all are human individual. एक घर के अंदर एक माँ बाप के दो बच्चे, if they can be two pole aparts, how we are there to expect the whole world to be thinking the way I am thinking? It is never going to be like that. बहुत ही खूबसूरत सी चीज है. एक बंदा brought up हो रहा है, genes different है, environment different है, चीजें different है. So we really need to understand what, the other person, if they're thinking, if they're talking in certain manner, there is a reason behind that. There is a story behind that. और अगर आपने ये समझना शुरू कर दिया ना, आपको जिंदगी में अच्छा करने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता. So all those leaders who are high on, emotional, they connect with people a lot. And last is our social skills, the fifth component. So it's the most important, your communication skills. And communication skills is just not about, the words you speak. It just holds 7% of things. Rest all is your body gestures. Rest all is your voice modulation. Rest all is your expressions, your thing, what you are feeling basically. अगर आप किसी इंसान को समझा पाए आप क्या फील कर रहे हैं उस टाइम में with your words, with your feelings, I think you are very high on this interpersonal skills. You would be able to manage all the disputes with so many things. So these are very important 5 components, and all those students who are doing well in, there have been research in kindergarten. ठीक है, students who are high on emotional intelligence, उनका future के अंदर success prediction is quite high rather than the students who are low on their emotional intelligence. Thank you.
You said it very nicely, ma'am, related to the fact that of lately, what the person knows as a part of his skills or etc. doesn't matter. The reason being, even now and then the technology is changing. So what is more important is whether the person is willing to learn or not. So willing to learn, again, that's where our intelligence, how we are going to manage that particular show will come, because not everything is easy, right? So that's a very valid point. Thanks, ma'am.
Dr. Sunana, I'd like to ask you, what you're speaking is absolutely correct. And many can relate to this when it comes to expectations from the world around us. Very few understand that this is something even I need to live up to. But in a world which is obsessed with IQ, in a world in which intelligence that produces tangible results, most of the parents are more interested in their children getting a higher grade in the class rather than being a socially amicable and socially easy person to get along with, right? How would you differentiate between EQ and IQ, and how much importance would you place on emotional intelligence?
So I think all of us a few years back, that the only term we have heard was IQ only. So basically, people who are academically brilliant, IQ quotient is quite high. But there have been research which is happening. Harvard have done a study, and they say that only 15% of time you get a success in your life because of the facts and figures, और जो हम पूरी, and 185% of time you get a success in your life is because of the right attitude you have towards your life. So what we are doing right away is we are spending 100% of resources, our money, our time, our energy on that 15%. And nobody is worried about that 85%. So which is, again, I want to tell you, so when it comes to IQ, I know there have been so many case studies which shows people who are very high on IQ and very low on EQ. People who are high on both are able to manage both, because whatever you do that, we all are social animals. Human beings are social animals. We really need to interact with human beings. Whatever position you go at tomorrow, at your managerial level, be it your engineer, at the end you have to deal with people. And if you're dealing with people and you don't know how to deal with people, you are not going to, adjust to your surroundings at all. So IQ, basically, it refers to our intellectual ability. और अगर मैं IQ और EQ में difference बताऊं, basically IQ is what? Logic you use in solving a problem, when you plan, when you strategize, when you understand abstract ideas, when you learn certain things and try to adapt to that. On the other hand, EQ itself is your ability to sense emotion in yourself and in other people, when you are able to identify your emotions, when you are able to empathize with other people, when you are able to adapt your feelings and behavior in different situations, which is so damn important, when you are able to control your own impulses, when you are able to withstand your own temptations, when you are able to delay your gratifications, which is so damn important, and resolving the conflict at the end, whatever position you go. Firefight karna to is the task which is expected from a great leader. You have to काम करना बहुत आसान है सोनिया, काम करवाना बहुत मुश्किल है जिंदगी के अंदर. And if you are high on EQ, I think you would be able to manage those things because you would be able to communicate more effectively. So if you ask me, IQ is something which we are born with. EQ is something which we can learn. even if we don't have, still we can learn this. We all can learn, we all can build upon our EQ. So why not to do that?
Very nice. Very wonderfully put, Sanjana. So, all right. So, you did speak about the fact that EQ can be learned. IQ may or may not be malleable, but EQ can be learned. What role can a parent or an educator play in this? And while balancing with the excessive of academics that our children are already facing with the kind of syllabus, especially in higher classes, class 7th onwards, children are already dealing with emotional struggles because of the various biological changes that their bodies are going through. At this stage, what would you want to tell the parents? Because this is also the time that the academics are shooting up. This is also the time when studies are going through the roof. How can the parents or educators balance academics along with the emotional growth or emotional resilience training or emotional regulation training that they can provide to the children?
So first thing, we don't need a balance in that. Na? With academic, emotional is something we really need to practice in day-to-day life. You don't need an extra time for that like you need it for your academics. So when it comes to emotional intelligence, you really need not to do so many things. When you feel, okay, you have to build EQ. So, but as a parent, चाहे आप माने चाहे आप ना माने, ठीक है, we always tell it to, okay, this generation is not like this generation is not like this, they lack this, they lack this, they lack that. Why they are lacking all these things? Just hold yourself and ask yourself. I think we all have the answers. We all have the answers. They are learning from the environment. Who gives the environment to a child? Parent, school teachers, role model. We are the ones who give the environment to our kids. So where we are going wrong? The first and the foremost thing, when a child is too young, सबसे पहली चीज वहां से आता है. हम वहां से कर्व करना स्टार्ट करते हैं. These kids are very, very smart. Conditioning की हमने बात करी है, reinforcements मिलती है. पहली चीज बच्चे कहाँ जिद करके इमोशंस मारना हम सिखाते हैं. फर्स्ट थिंग है, किड्स आर वेरी स्मार्ट. इफ आई क्राई, मुझे ये चीज मिल जाएगी. और पहली बार बच्चा रोता है और उसको वो चीज मिल भी जाती है. सो कंडीशनिंग इज देयर, लर्निंग इज देयर. ठीक है, कंडीशनिंग हो ही जाएगी भाई, ये करने से मुझे ये आपको मुझे मिल गया पॉजिटिव रीइंफोर्समेंट, सो आई एम गोइंग टू डू दैट अगेन. बट व्हाई? अगेन वी जस्ट फोकस्ड ऑन शॉर्ट टर्म गोल. शॉर्ट टर्म गोल वाज कि ओ माय गॉड, पीपल विल जज मी, मेरा बच्चा कैसे रो रहा है, कैसे रो सकता है कि नहीं, इन एनवायरमेंट मॉल के अंदर मेरा बच्चा नहीं रो सकता है. यार, रोना इज अ नॉर्मल ह्यूमन इमोशन. Why you are judging yourself being a good mother or a bad mother if a child is crying? If a child is crying because of the, और अगर आपने वो एक बार नहीं दी, 2 बार नहीं दी, 3 बार नहीं दी, 4 बार नहीं दी, the child will understand itself. Okay, रोने से I'm not getting this gratification, won't be there, so they will understand themselves. So first and the foremost thing, it again goes to us. The kind of conditioning we are doing for our kids is very, very important. Fine. Second, as a parent, it's our duty to make our kids identify their negative emotions. It's very, very important.
Yes.
When someone is upset, when someone uses harsh words, we have to teach our kids, or first we need to practice at our home that we don't have to react immediately. At that time, what really needs to be done is just withdraw yourself from that situation. It's as simple as that, and there is no other way of dealing it. किसी को गुस्सा आया हुआ है आपको, बट आपको क्या लगता है, अगर आपको इस समय गुस्सा आया है, अभी मुझे कॉल बना के सारी चीजें अगले इंसान को बतानी है, that is not the right time. Even if it is between your husband and wife, give yourself those 24 hours, 12 hours. Okay, we'll discuss it tomorrow. Whenever a heated argument started, even if with your kids, you are angry with your child, just tell them, okay, we'll not discuss it today, we'll discuss it tomorrow. By tomorrow, your emotions are settled, and then you will be talking more rationally. So what really needs to be done, आज की दुनिया सब भागे जा रही है. कहाँ भाग रही है किसी को नहीं पता, but we all are running after so many things. So first we really need to slow down. हमारे बच्चे भी भाग रहे हैं, थक जाएंगे, सबके सब थक जाएंगे. सो पहले हमें थोड़ा स्लो डाउन होना पड़ेगा, तब हमारे बच्चे भी स्लो डाउन होना सीख जाएंगे. सो व्हेन एवर वी एक्सपीरियंस एनी एंगर, not only anger, any strong emotion, what we need to understand is we really need to slow down and examine why it is happening. We really need to, label our emotions, why it is happening, why, and we don't have to come to conclusion at this time. These are the negative thoughts and they keep on clouding it up. Try to understand that it's very, very emotional. Emotions are human. Human की basics हैं ये. They will not go here and there. They will keep coming. You will be happy someday. You will be sad one day. You will be angry. It is not कि आपको गुस्सा नहीं आएगा. It is never ever going to happen. How you are going to manage that anger is something we really need to understand. गुस्सा आएगा as a mother जरूर आएगा. The only thing we really need to understand is after identifying कि yes मुझे गुस्सा आ रहा है, हाँ मुझे अभी कुछ ठीक नहीं लग रहा है, yes there is a strong emotion, the only thing we don't have to discuss this today. When we are going to discuss tomorrow, that's it. If we learn it, our kids are obviously going to learn that. तो ये समझने की बहुत जरूरत. Second is self-image. So before observing and understanding other, watch yourself first and tell your child also when they are in the school, when they are other, please just think, ask yourself, am I thinking the right way? Write it down on the piece of the paper. Should I have used those words today? How would I have reacted if I were in his or her place? Or is there any other way of looking into this matter? Am I on the right track? Is my child happy with me? These are the frequent questions we should be asking ourselves again and again to introspect, to reflect, basically to enhance our own perception, which is again going to create what? Humility. And together, it is going to contribute in our emotional intelligence, nothing else. Nothing. कोई टेक्निकल चीज नहीं है, कोई हमें फिजिक्स के फॉर्मूले याद करने की जरूरत नहीं है. प्रॉब्लम क्या हो जाती है, ये इतनी छोटी चीजें पता सबको होती है, बट हम प्रैक्टिस ही नहीं कर पाते. प्रैक्टिस क्यों नहीं कर पाते? बिकॉज हमें कॉन्शियस एफर्ट्स लगाने पड़ेंगे. It is missing in our society, in our kids. We really, the way you are teaching your child mathematics, the way you are देखो मैथ्स याद हो या ना हो, आज मुझे डिफरेंशिएशन और इंटीग्रेशन शायद से याद नहीं है, बट उस समय में जो मैंने अच्छी आदतें सीख ली, the skills which I have learned, the emotional intelligence which I could build during that time because of sports, because of my family, I think that is what is helping me a lot. 9th के नंबर, 10th के नंबर, 12th के नंबर, आपका बच्चा चाहे इंजीनियर, टॉप, IAS कुछ भी बन जाए, अगर उसको ये पता नहीं है, if he is not having a healthy family life, if he or she does not know the importance of relationships in their life, they are going to struggle at each and every phase of their life.
Make the children know more about themselves, the one self-awareness which you have rightly put, ma'am. And doing this part, right, when the student is doing this part, there are other 5 or 10 people, because these are all group activities. There is suddenly one guy says, puts a label on this guy, and you won't believe, like a sheep of herds, right? The remaining team members also put the same thing. So what is that one thing? Because we tried, at least what is it that we should say to the labeler, that you don't need to do this, but still he is doing, and you don't need to bother about the label you got, right? How can we control all this labeling business, ma'am? And believe it, it's too much these days, ma'am.
Yeah,
too much.
I completely agree with you. too much means too much, and peer pressure is too much with this. When it comes to एक बच्चे ने एक को बोला नहीं, and be it anything, I think body shaming से लेके, मोटे से लेके, पतले से लेके, काले से लेके, गोरे से लेके, if you are wearing such kind of a dress, then you are such kind of a person. So it is very common, and I think it's there in the society. So it is not going to happen overnight. Basically, if we really need to work upon, we really need to create an environment, Sharma. Okay? So again, here comes as a role of a parent and role of a teacher. So in a classroom settings, the first thing, teachers should be sensitized. I think half of the people are not even being aware of that they are doing something wrong. So awareness comes with this. I know so many, because this counseling has become so once I was working with one of the school. So every second teacher coming to me and telling me, ma'am, इस बच्चे को ना ADHD है. Ma'am, इस बच्चे को, ये है. Oh my God. Meka, do you know the exact classification under which it comes? Nobody knows that. But the terms like stress, depression, ADHD, hyperactive, ये गूगल बाबा पे ना बहुत आसानी से मिल रहा है कि नहीं? ज्ञान तो मिल गया, अब लगाना कहाँ पे किसी को नहीं पता, तो too much of excess of information is there. So the first thing again is going to start at home, at school, because बच्चों का ना मुझे कहीं ना कहीं लगता है दो जगह सबसे ज्यादा impact होता है. At home they spend their time, and in the school also. So it is the duty of a teacher. First, they should stop labeling. Second thing, they should be a moment, negatively reinforce होना चाहिए when someone is labeling someone, and then positively भी reinforce होना चाहिए if somebody is not labeling someone, which is also very important. Kids needs to know that they are doing something wonderful, they are doing something good when they are not labeling somebody. Because most of the time हम क्या करते हैं, जो कर रहा है और फिर छोड़ता है उसको तो हम appreciate कर देते हैं. All those kids who are already not doing it, they are genuinely good. If you will start appreciating it, so maybe the people will not even think of doing it. It should not be accepted. So ये जो चीजें है ना, ये society में ingrained है. So we really need to work as a society. We all are a part of a society, and we should not be ever thinking, अच्छा मैं नहीं कर रहा, वो कर रहा है, वो नहीं कर रहा, मैं कर रहा. We have to start our own bit. So when it comes to me, I will start it from Nirbhay. The only thing I tell him, the last thing you would be doing is judging someone. I think in a life of a teacher, it is a crime to do that. I use the word crime. If you are judging your child, if you are judging your student, I think this is the worst thing a teacher can do that. So at the level, so when I go and take some session, because और जो especially pre-primary के जो बच्चे होते हैं, ये मटके की हम उनको शेप दे रहे हैं. अगर उस शेप को हमने मजबूत दे दिया, and everything start with that self-efficacy, self-confidence. The moment you start labeling, the child confidence just goes down. They start questioning themselves. So the social support, the emotional support, they get it from their family and from around, builds on the confidence. And when the confidence is built, तब कोई दुनिया में शायद label भी करता है, you are able to take it on that. ठीक है? So because it's very important, half of the things I keep telling it to everyone, from day one, it should be, instilled our kids. No one knows you better than you. You should not be running your life either to fulfill the expectations of others or to run away from their criticism. हम दो ही चीजों के पीछे अपनी जिंदगी निकाल रहे हैं, या तो दूसरों को प्लीज करने के लिए, okay, my mother wants it, my dad wants it, or to run away from their criticism. Oh, बुआ क्या कहेगी, मौसी क्या कहेगी, अंकल क्या कहेंगे, ये क्या कहेंगे. The perseverance word is never going to be there if you're going to, fulfill the dreams of others. It has to be your own goal. It cannot be the adopted goal. The self-confidence, the moment the self-confidence arises, people would be able to take the labels also. They know, self-confidence, self-esteem, self-efficacy. These are these positive words. If they are instilled in the kid's life, और वो कहाँ से होंगे? With the social support, with the reinforcement they get it from their environment. If that is instilled in a child, I think they would be able to handle the rest negative aspect also. Then using a positive language, what we say impacts our thoughts, impacts our actions, impacts the feeling. आपके दिमाग में एक, everything starts from it. एक अच्छा thought आया, वही अच्छी feeling आ गई. जैसे ही अच्छी फीलिंग आई, आपका काम करने का मन किया. आप जैसे ही काम अच्छा करते हैं, आपका बिहेवियर अच्छा हो जाता है, आपके रिजल्ट्स अच्छे आते हैं, और फिर लूप होल कहां चला जाता है? वाओ, आई वुड बी एबल टू डू दैट. सेम थिंग, एक बुरा थॉट आए, हाय दिल बैठा जा रहा है, अब तो मेरे से कुछ नहीं होगा. वो कुछ नहीं होगा, फीलिंग बैड है, आप काम भी कुछ नहीं करते क्योंकि आपसे कुछ होना ही नहीं है. और जब आप काम कुछ नहीं करोगे, रिजल्ट भी बुरा आएगा. अगेन इट विल रीइंफोर्स योर थॉट्स. सो we really need to teach our kids that, bacha, whenever a negative thought coming to your mind, please replace it with a positive thought. In the classroom, at home, tell them, if you are feeling this, what will be the positive outcome of that? Just keep telling them, keep asking them. You see, any of the sports person, when it comes to sport, self-talk, self-affirmation, positive affirmation is something which will help our kids in dealing with labeling also, because they know, okay, fine, I'm not like that. I'm this kind of a person. If others is saying, let them say. Okay? So these are small things, I think, which might help kids also, which might help parents also in bringing that environment.
Yes. All right.
Very nicely put, ma'am.
Yeah. Dr. Sunana, so now I'm going to ask you a question which personally impacts me as well, because I am going to ask on behalf of all the parents in our generation. So we were raised by parents who, due to the kind of struggles our previous generation has seen, may not be well aware of the aspect of emotional intelligence. We were raised in a very different way than what we are trying to upbring our kids with. So very obviously, the kind of parenting practices that we have impersonated are the ones that we saw our parents do. Our habits are quite similar to the way we were treated by our parents, which may not exactly be the way we would like to bring up our kids. I know that our parents have worked very hard. They had the best of our interests in their mind, but the things have changed. The approaches have changed. What would you want? What would you like to say to parents who are sandwiched between these extremely different generations? Number one. Especially number two, given the fact that now there is an added dimension of social media. Now there is an added challenge in front of us, in which not just the students, not just the children, as parents and educators, we too are struggling to lift our heads up and get ourselves out of the phone. In this circumstance, given this scenario, what would you like to say? How would you reach out to the parents and the educators about how we can raise emotionally intelligent and emotionally regulating kids for the next generation?
So Sonia, when it comes to environment might be different, but the feeling of mother is still the same. The feelings of parents are still the same. The way our parents used to feel protective about us, the same thing we are doing with our kids also. We are also protective for our kids. We are also, but yes, I do agree with you. The environment in changes. Okay? In our time, our parents did not struggle a lot. They focused more on building so many skills in us. But we as a parent in our generation, we are struggling more कि हमारे बच्चे इन distraction से बचे रहे. Are you getting me? तो skills सिखाने का time कम मिल पा रहा है. This is what is happening. तो पहली चीज, when it comes to parenting, we really need to understand. It is never about them. It is all about us. We as a parent, what really need to be done. प्रॉब्लम हमारी कहां से आती है, जो हमने सीखा है, बट द टाइम इज चेंजिंग. द मेंटल एज ऑफ किड्स आर आल्सो चेंजिंग. जो पहले 20 साल का इंसान समझता था, आज वो 10 साल का बच्चा विद द काइंड ऑफ एक्सपोजर दे हैव, दे आर एबल टू लर्न दैट, दे आर एबल टू दैट. सो फर्स्ट थिंग, ओके, हमारे टाइम में हम ऐसे करते थे वाला जमाना चला गया. and don't ever think they will not understand at such a young age. Let me tell to each one of you, 7 साल के बाद आपका बच्चा आपके घर की फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम से लेके पर्सनल प्रॉब्लम से लेके सब कुछ समझ सकता है. अगेन प्रॉब्लम्स आती कहाँ है? व्हाट आई टेल इज व्हेन इट कम्स टू पेरेंटिंग, मेरा और मेरे बच्चे से रिश्ता इज अ इमोशनल बैंक बैलेंस. ओके, इमोशनल बैंक बैलेंस. आप बैंक में जाते हो, आप डिपॉजिट डालते हो और विड्रॉ करते हो. जब तक आपका डिपॉजिट बैंक के अंदर रहता है, आप बैंक के पास जाते रहते हो, आते रहते हो, आपका रिश्ता उनके साथ बना रहता है. सिमिलरली विद आवर ओन किड्स ऑल्सो, our connect with the kid is like a emotional bank balance. हम उसमें डिपॉजिट डालते हैं अपने बच्चे को प्यार करके, अपने बच्चे को हक करके, अपने बच्चे को अप्रिशिएट करके, अपने बच्चे को कह के आई लव यू फॉर द वे आई लव यू फॉर व्हाट यू आर, नॉट फॉर व्हाट आई वांट यू टू बी. देयर इज अ डिफरेंस इन दैट. बच्चे को समझाना बहुत जरूरी है. बच्चा, आई लव यू द वे यू आर, need not to change for it. These are the deposit. Yes, withdrawal needs to be there. Then you really need to discipline a child. कोई भी बच्चा आसानी से, ना हमने सीखी है उन चीजों में, ना हमारे बच्चे सीखेंगे. But why the connect with our parents was still there? Because when we wanted them, they were always there. I don't know even a single moment, चाहे वो डांट मार रहे हैं, चाहे वो प्यार कर रहे हैं, but they were there. The problem happening in today's, not with the generation, with the parents, is they are not available, neither physically nor emotionally. So it is not the child. We really need to be available to our child physically also and emotionally also. What do you want in your life? कि आप बेस्ट सीईओ भी बन जाओ, आपको लाइफ में ये भी करना है, आपको लाइफ में वो भी करना है, और फिर आपको एकदम सुलझा हुआ बच्चा भी चाहिए जो एकेडमिक्स में भी बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, जो स्पोर्ट्स में भी बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है. भाई ऐसे तो नहीं होगा. It is never going to be happen. Nothing can replace your time with your child. So it is the emotional balance. Withdraw करो, डांट लगाओ, सब करो, बट हमेशा याद रखो, जिस दिन विड्रॉ बढ़ रहा है ना, डिपॉजिट थोड़े ज्यादा डाल देना उस दिन. ठीक है? सो डिपॉजिट जब तक डलते रहेंगे, आपका बच्चे से आपका इमोशनल कनेक्ट बना रहेगा, आपका बच्चा कहीं नहीं जाएगा. चाइल्ड इज अ रिफ्लेक्शन ऑफ देयर पेरेंट्स. माँ बाप की छवि है. और अगर आज बच्चा आपको लग रहा है बहुत दूर जा रहा है, सो प्लीज डू नॉट ट्राई टू फिक्स द चाइल्ड. फर्स्ट introspect and see what is good. I am the one who is doing something wrong. What needs to be fixed in me? आप खुद को थोड़ा बदल के देखना. आप देखना घर में सब कुछ अपने आप, everything will fall into the place. So the moment your withdrawals goes high, make sure you are adding some deposit to it, because connect is the most important thing, emotional connect. The moment your connect goes off, your child become harsh, your child become rowdy, they talk back, they don't know how to, and you call it saying, oh, these are the teenager tantrums. No, these are not the teenager tantrums, they are something else. This is something, the connect is missing with the child. हम सब भी teenage में गए थे, but our parents were available whenever we wanted them. Every time you can't be available for them, I completely understand that. But अगर आप सोचो कि आपका ऑफिस टाइम भी हो जाए, आपका फ्रेंड्स टाइम भी हो जाए, और आपको मी टाइम भी चाहिए, भाई इतना तो लग्जरी नहीं मिल सकती. टू अंडरस्टैंड, whatever may be the situation, but how we react to those situations is very much in our hand. Second, the most important thing to anything is we really need to practice. If you ask me, what is that one key to happiness? What is that one key to emotions or anything? Is practicing gratitude. And we really need to learn it and teach it. We always focus on the things which we don't have. It is the conditioning which has happened in the society. What we focus on the things which we have. So at home also, before sleeping, anywhere, make a jar. And we really need to write it down on the piece of the paper, and you will see the change in your life. Write it on the piece of the paper. Ask your child to write it. Okay, tell me the 10 things you are feeling blessed for. and you will see there are so many things when we feel blessed for, but हमारा ध्यान उस पे नहीं जाता है. हमारा ध्यान किस चीज के ऊपर जाता है मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम, की क्या चीज नहीं है, व्हाट इज मिसिंग, यू नो, विच इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो आई ऑलवेज कीप टेलिंग इट टू एवरीवन, टेल योर चाइल्ड. किसी को BMW चाहिए, किसी को BMW नहीं मिलती है तो कार चाहिए, जिसके पास कार नहीं है उसको बाइक चाहिए, जब बाइक नहीं है तो साइकिल चाहिए, साइकिल नहीं किसी लोगों को टांग भी चाहिए. There are people who don't even have legs. So I keep telling to मेरे बच्चों को मैं हमेशा बोलती हूँ, बेटा जिसको अपनी लाइफ से थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो ना, एक चक्कर एम्स का काट के आना जाके, ठीक है. आप रात को गाना गाते हुए आओगे, दुनिया में इतना गम है, मेरा गम कितना कम है, दुनिया का गम देखा तो मैं अपना गम भूल गया. सो प्रैक्टिसिंग ग्रैटिट्यूड, first you practice, Sonia, you practice, Sharma, I practice, then our kids will automatically learn. And gratitude is a feeling which will keep you in a state of positive emotion.
Positivity, correct.
I think we all are learning in our life. थोड़ा थोड़ा सीख रहे हैं. There are stages of everything. I keep telling it to Sonia. You know, as a person, you have done so much. I think आपने अपने बच्चे को sibling दिया, which शायद से I missed upon. ठीक है. And I know so many people who are doing professionally so well, they must have compromised on their personal life. And people who are doing very well in their personal life, they must have compromised on their professional life. Nothing is right and wrong. What gives you ultimate happiness is right for you. If it is your professional life, please go ahead with that. सबके बच्चे पल जाने हैं. If it is your personal life, please go ahead with that. यार सब कोई अपना मैनेज कर लेता है, थोड़ा बहुत काम तो रोजी रोटी सबकी चल रही है कि नहीं. बट हमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है, पर्सनल करके फिर हमें प्रोफेशनल के लिए क्रिप करना है. भाई टेक दैट डिसीजन, हु हैज स्टॉप्ड यू इन डूइंग दैट. और प्रोफेशनल करके फिर हमें पर्सनल के लिए क्रिप करना है, व्हिच इज नॉट राइट. डोंट, ग्रास इज ऑलवेज ग्रीनर ऑन द अदर साइड. व्हाट वी नीड टू फोकस इज ऑन ओन ग्रास and keep on watering it so that it is more greener this side.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's
We
been
always
so
look
wonderful.
at we always look at the glass, half glass empty.
Very
But we're
true.
not seeing that half glass full भी है woman in that
Oh,
that we are
I think more than that, the fact that we have a glass in a
yes,
world
that's
with
again, yeah,
so
it's
much
again
power.
another perspective.
correct.
Yeah, so it's all about perspective, है ना. मुझे ऐसे लगता है पूरी दुनिया उसी पे चल रही है, सबका अपना अपना कुछ ना कुछ है.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Sunana. It's been so lovely talking to you. It's been so enlightening, and the whole session was so full of energy and positivity
Correct.
that
Thank
we
you.
were sitting at the edge of our seats, and there's just so many takeaways in this interview.
Yeah.
And today I am back with two extremely knowledgeable guests who will be enlightening us yet again with another conversation to ignite young minds. Food is a fundamental source of energy for all living beings, which enables strength and daily living. For humans, especially, food is that centerpiece around which we establish a sense of joy, communication, socialization, building better relationships, and celebration. But do we all have the exact same relationship with food? According to an NFHS report published online, more than 14.4 million children are obese, and about 2 to 3% of Indian youth suffer from anorexia with a peak onset age between 13 to 18 years. There are so many other eating disorders prevalent amongst the teenagers in India and across the world. Besides being just a physical health hazard, this also impacts the psychology and outlook of a child. And this often leads to a vicious cycle in which a child, to escape this very situation, turns right back to food binging to seek comfort, or starves himself or herself to become socially accepted. Social media plays a very major role here. To talk to us about this and other eating disorders, we have with us today Dr. Payal Khandelwal, BAMS and MD, Ayurveda and Panchakarma specialist, who is an Ayurveda expert with over 15 years of experience, specializing in lifestyle and chronic diseases. Dr. Payal has worked with prestigious institutes and has a broad range of expertise from gastrointestinal tract to gynecological issues and immunity. Her mission is Ayurveda first, and she even provides personalized, preventive, corrective, and curative healthcare solutions for chronic and critical illnesses. Her remarkable work in the field of generalized anxiety disorders has earned her the National Herbal Research Award from the Madhya Pradesh government. Welcome to the Igniting Minds Summit, Dr. Payal. Today, we will discuss with you the rampant eating disorders amongst children and young adults and how setting healthy boundaries helps with this and other developmental milestones, both physically and mentally. Let me also take this opportunity to introduce Mr. RSVN Sharma, the founder and CEO of Mitra. Mitra is on a mission to address and help children, parents, and educators through the research work and skill upgradation program in building resilience and igniting minds. At Mitra, we examine and understand emotional regulation, understanding time dynamics, understanding urgent from important, introduce them to critical thinking, and work with them on various issues such as eating disorders, etc. And who can be better than our guest today to help us steer this very issue? Dr. Payal, let me begin by asking you, can you briefly introduce yourself and your expertise in the field of mental health and eating disorders, and also help those who are new to this subject with what eating disorders really mean?
Thank you, Sonia, for this wonderful introduction. Thank you, Mr. Sharma and Mitra, and the initiative about igniting minds, because I feel this is personally connected to me as well. I'm working in the space of mental health, and the challenges we are seeing now post-COVID, it's been seen in all age groups. And now I would say that, eating disorders, though our topic today is mostly around teens, it would be seen right from early age groups to adults too. So in short, in a nutshell, if I would like to put, this whole talk will benefit everybody who is thinking about food as nutrition here. So yes, few things about myself. As already mentioned, I have worked in the space of mental health. My post-graduation was in generalized anxiety disorders. And, just to give you a brief here, generalized anxiety disorders, in our clinical practice, we see almost 70 to 75% people suffering from mild to moderate anxiety. If anybody would like to, ask us or find out, I had developed a scale based on completely on Ayurvedic parameters to assess anxiety and what we can do about it. If you see the universal scale like Hamilton Anxiety Rating Scale, there are 108 symptoms in the body at physical and mental level, which can be related to anxiety. So a person would not even know that he or she is suffering from anxiety, but it can be between mild to moderate anxiety. And I feel personally that a lot of health issues today are due to the same. So what exactly Ayurveda says about mental health? Ayurveda was a much evolved science even 5,000 years back, because what people are discussing today as the brain-gut relationship has been very well described in Ayurveda 5,000 years ago. So the definition of health, I would like to say here that they have already clearly mentioned that not just physical, but mental health, and also prasanna man, prasanna atma, prasanna indriya. Swastha ityabhidhiyate. So I'll just repeat the definition. Samadoshaha, samamalaha, samagnishtu, samadhatu, prasanna mana atma indriya. Swastha ityabhidhiyate. So this definition has been accepted by World Health Organization as well. Why would they put words like man, indriya, atma? So it's not because it was a Vedic science, so they felt the need to put it. But definitely, if you see health in totality, today what I see, most of the people still believe, unfortunately, that if my lab parameters are fine, everything is fine, I am fine. That's not the truth, because we see a lot of mental health challenges. We see that sometimes people are doing okay in their career wise, everything is fine, but deep down they are not happy. Okay, so like I said, prasanna man, prasanna is to be happy. Man, atma, even spiritually being healthy is very, very important. And now the world is coming back to the importance of it. Then indriya. Indriya means what? Our five indriyas through which we connect to the external world. Okay, the five sense organs. And this is where the challenge begins, when we have no control or we lose control over that connection, that bridging point. And today, everybody, if you see children from literally when they start going to school, 3 or 4 year old, to up till whatever age a person survives, 70, 80 positively, everybody goes through some or the other stress at some point in their life. See, having stress is not a problem, but if it converts into continuous thinking process, overthinking, and leading to health issues, this can definitely be a challenge. So my whole concept of working in Ayurveda is around this definition, because I truly personally believe that health should be achieved in all these senses, and that's when we can actually call a person to be healthy. Now let's take an example when we are talking about healthy boundaries and addressing eating disorders in teens. So we see now teenager, that group we are going to talk in, let's divide it into, let's say, major 2 to 3 groups, where I'll be talking about children up to the age of let's say 10 years, 11 or 12 years, and then we'll talk about the teenager, the adolescence period, and then post adolescence. So let's divide it into 3 groups so that it's easy to understand. So focusing first on the teenager group, because I think it's a challenge these days. Most of us as parents have children in their pre-teens or teenagers age group, where the hormonal changes are happening, and there is a lot of exposure to plenty of knowledge. Whether I wouldn't judge it as right or wrong, but there is definitely a lot of access, way more access than what we had as when we were growing up. So, and of course, the importance of social media, that whatever a person sees, the impression on their minds, because those are definitely impressionable minds. Somebody has a YouTube influence, somebody has an Insta influencer. So they tend to forget what is right or wrong behind these things, and they tend to go on some fad diets. And it's always the presence of social media. On the social media, looking good has taken such a it has become like a person's real
More
face. We
priority.
don't
Yeah.
go now
Yeah.
anymore.
Yes.
It's like it's all about looks everywhere. So yes,
Yes.
it's important, I don't deny that, but the fact is, what are you doing to get that look? Are you compromising on your health as well? Now let's come to different aspects of this. Usually in my practice, I would like to talk about my practical experiences, because I feel most of you can then relate to it, rather than just giving you theoretical experiences, explanations, sorry. So let's take an example where we are seeing, children who are mostly, around the 18, 19, when they start feeling, that they should go to the gym, they should have the 6 abs and God knows so many muscle, should looks like this, looks, it's all about looks. And yeah, definitely that age, it's what it is all about. So they may probably go to the gym, and most of the time are on some or the other artificial protein supplements, or they go for some. Suddenly they start with a diet. Now coming to diet, how it should be planned, how should one think about food? See, our body is like in my introduction we talked about something called as personalization. Now let's start with this example first to then understand that what impact it has on ourselves. Now if it's a winter season, okay, everybody is going to wear sweater. Some people don't really feel cold at, let's say, 10 degrees. They might just want to roam about without wearing a sweater. Some may be shivering, so they will wear 2 layers of clothes around. Some may be very they hate winters. So there are different personalities, because the constitution, the baseline definition is different. Or probably in a room, if people are sitting, okay, and all of them are having something spicy. Let's imagine that scenario. Three people had spicy food, but one will have severe acidity, the other can well tolerate it, and the third person might be okay, nothing much has happened. So why is this happening? If you think about all these things, these examples I gave, it is all because by nature we are born with an innate prakriti or constitution. It's the most like how you have a unique identification mark, like a thumbprint, a fingerprint, like that. Similarly, a constitution is your unique identification mark, I would say. So it's very important to understand the boundaries. Nature has given us that since birth, and prakriti doesn't change until you die. You might, whatever you do, it's like a boundary given to you, so that you know that how much you should eat, how much you should, your activities be, everything is revolving around that. If we understand this about ourselves, if we connect with us and understand this basic thing about ourselves, then everything else will start aligning very well. But this is the basic thing that people don't know. So if I'm following some influencer or I'm following some superstar, I might just think, oh wow, this person has 6 abs, so chalo, maybe I will also go and I'll do, like, let's say 2 hours, 3 hours in the gym, and I'm going to eat this particular diet. Now the problem is when your body cannot take that, suddenly that impact, it's a big thing, a big change. Okay, even if you go stepwise, there are certain things to understand, that at the end of the day, you have an engine inside which needs to work to digest what you're eating. So people just calculate, it's all mathematical. I should have this much proteins. I should have be eating this much carbs. I should be eating this much fats. My question is, fine. What have you given a thought about your digestion? Do you think, or have you seen whether this you're able to digest or not? Because even if it is healthy per se, your body will treat it as a toxin if it cannot digest it. So what is the point? So you should be actually working on the digestive system first. If your liver is working on its full potential, if your system is working on your full potential, then it's fine. You can probably think of doing these calculations. But the step one, which I think everybody should keep in their mind, is how is my digestive process and how do I assess? You don't need a doctor to do that. It's very simple. One is, if when you get up in the morning, are you really feeling hungry? First thing, ask yourself, ideally a healthy person when gets up should feel hungry within next half an hour, because if you have not eaten for at least in this case, I'm assuming that a person has not eaten for, let's say, 8 to 10 hours. Then naturally, and most important is elimination of stools. So if you have got up and if you have freshened up. Now coming to this also, I'm going to discuss with examples, but let's assume this is an ideal condition when a person is getting up in the morning, has eliminated stools within 3 to 4 minutes, okay, or maximum, let's say 5 minutes, without any help of any external agents like tea, coffee, or water, warm water, or anything, okay, and is feeling nicely hungry. So these basic things we understand. Third thing, whether you're feeling light and enthusiastic, okay, so are you feeling like working today? If the answer is yes, you're good to go. If the answer is no, please take a step back and just think, is your body trying to tell you something? It is trying to tell you something, yes. It is telling you ki yesterday's food, probably, whatever, let's say pizza, or maybe a nice chicken curry, or whatever it is you have taken as a food in the evening, has probably not digested. So you need some more time to finish off that first food which you have taken, and then your body will start working again. But since I said, most of the people begin their day around the clock, and for children, especially till the time they are in the educational setup, they are mostly tuned up to a certain system. Okay, so getting up in the morning, so that is not mostly an issue till the children are going to school or college. So usually, yes, if they're feeling hungry, then it's fine. Please let them eat. But if not, then you need to wait there, because this is the beginning. When the body starts showing up, there is accumulation of undigested food material or toxins in your body. So hold up. And then when you feel fresh, then you and hungry, you can eat food. So the basic logic should start from here. That's what I want to say. And that is what exactly, not me saying it, but what Ayurveda says is, whenever you feel hungry, eat your food. When you feel thirsty, drink your water. When you feel sleepy, sleep. As simple as that. We as human beings have made it much more complex. Eating every 2 hours, or eating at certain part of the day, in the certain part of the day. And now there are wonderful setups which are providing you food 24/7, needless to say. So, how harmful it is, not just physical, but mental, the mental impact also it has, because, the moment you open your phone, there are beautiful apps which are going to share pop-ups telling that, you need to eat, and there are lovely ways of marketing it. So, without taking any names, everybody knows it. The point is, we have a certain relationship with food. How we have with human beings, there is a certain relationship with food as well, which we need to understand. The more you understand about this, the better you are. Coming to the thinking that only non-veg can provide proteins, the needed, nutrients. It's a big myth, because if you see the veg food in particular, and India being a country where even veg food is celebrated, and also there are particular regions where only veg food is followed. I don't think that there were no great warriors in that zone, or if you see the history also, it doesn't mean that you needed only non-veg. I'm not denying the fact, but just want to bring this to notice as well. So people think that eating non-veg can make them strong or whatever, give them good muscle, or the 6 abs or whatever they're thinking about. So I just want to say this thing as well, that suddenly they start binge eating, or they will start eating 5 to 6 eggs per day. So this is not right. If you have a genetic coding. I talk to most of the engineers. I tell you, jaise aapka programming hota hai, right? If you have an error in the coding, your program will run wrong. Similarly, we all human beings are born with that genetic programming. Everybody. So it is not just this generation. It belongs to many generations, our forefathers and so on. So we have that genetic coding. So our body knows, actually, even when we are in our mother's womb, our body knows what we can digest well. Because this inherent knowledge has come into our system. So, if a person who is born in the South will be able to mostly tolerate the food which is grown up there, because his parents, his forefathers, everybody belong. Now it's globalization, I understand. But the fact is, there is something called as Satmya. These are beautiful concepts in Ayurveda. Satmya means the food which is, accepted by your body since ages, and which will not cause you any trouble. Like in the coastal areas, people eat fish. Okay, but if we have the same amount of fish, if you are staying not in the coastal area, now you've shifted to the interiors. Okay, so if you're not eating the local food there, then it begins to it can create problem, because the weather conditions here are different. So there is a lot of science behind where where you're staying, what food is accepted by your body, and what culturally what you've been eating. I always say, if you go back to the basic food, what your grandparents ate, you will know what to eat and what not to eat. As simple as that. Now, children at this age group, in the teenagers especially, sometimes they have disturbed family relationships. I'm just talking about the causes, the reasons why eating disorders could be there. One is family relationships, which could be disturbed. So just to heal that emotional aspect, they may go into or resort to certain eating habits, which can later convert to eating disorders. Second is genetics. Third is psychological problems, which they may be going through, like anxiety, stress, depression, whatever it is, or OCD, obsessive compulsive disorders. Then obsession with perfect weight. Now, this is another fad altogether because of the influence of social media. Low self-esteem or obsession with perfectionism, concern over mistakes or high personal standards. There may be many things which they must be thinking, the peer pressure all the time, which keeps on happening. So always food the relationship with food, if I have to put it in one line, how it should be, whenever you're eating your food, there is a concept called as tan mana bhunjita. Tan means body, man means mind. So tan mana bhunjit, why would these Sanskrit words be introduced or told at that time? Let me explain. So I was talking about the brain-gut relationship, the
Yes.
connection of the mind and the body. Now
Yes.
everybody is talking about this these days. It's like all over the social media, everywhere you see. So what
Yes.
is this brain-gut relationship? It's basically that your digestion is not just down there in the gut. It begins the moment you see your food. If a food is really presented well, actually I would say digestion begins from here. So when you look at your food, and if it's very pleasing, appealing, your favorite food, good colors, good presentation, then automatically you start feeling hungry, because the digestive juices, the signal to secrete the digestion begins from here. Okay, so how our mind is involved, it's not just happening at physical level, it's happening at mental level. Or let me give another example. When a person is into deep grief or sorrow, is sad, he or she will not feel like eating even if the best food is served. Why?
Yes.
Because the emotions, right? So the digestion process begins from here. Then next is the smell of the food. So when we say tan mana bhunjit, man means how you're actually connecting to your food. If you smell the food, the aroma of the food, it's if it's you must have seen that in the houses when nice things are cooked, children come running. If usually they see kheer,
Yes.
something like
Yes.
that. We
Yes.
know this, how aroma actually makes you like the food more. So good aromatic food, and especially in the Indian subcontinent, we have all these lovely spices. So for
Yes.
aromatic, that was the reason to ignite, like how, like igniting minds, aroma will ignite the mind as well as the digestive fire within us also. Then third is the mouth, the food. When you take your food with your hands and you eat it with all these 5 fingers, then you actually feel, you're touching. So how you're using your senses to connect with your food, when you're touching the texture. If you're eating with a spoon and a fork, then there's nothing which I can comment upon. But particularly, I like to eat my food with my hands. So if you're touching your food, the texture of the food, you can feel it. So if your body gets signals, your brain gets signals all the time. Okay, this is a little hard food, coarse food. So accordingly, the digestive juices will be also secreted. Now imagine if I'm eating the same food with a. I'm not denying, or I'm not against any system of eating. I just want to tell you how in our tradition, the way we used to sit for food, that mattered a lot, because all those things were actually to connect more with your food and to improve the digestion. There was no other reason. Even sitting with folded legs, that was a beautiful part. The Indian sitting on the ground, with folded legs in uh, Vishishta Asana, that would give, actually, it helps to improve the digestion process. Then when you're eating the food, now imagine people, now even children, they're watching the screen. Needless to say, if you're seeing a scene when there is a lot of thrill and activities going on, or sometimes I see people watching or telling me, they're watching all sorts of negative news on the TV. Now imagine I'm eating a nice food, but I'm watching something negative. I'm watching a murder or a crime story, something running on the television, or a horror story, and I'm eating my food. What are my emotions? So do you think, even logically, does it appeal to you that if I'm watching something like that, will my digestion be perfect or not? Obviously it won't be. If I'm watching something like a, let's say, a car race going on, my adrenaline rush is going to be there. It will not allow my focus on my eating process. It will not allow me to connect to my food, and needless to say, no use of eating whatever you're eating, even if it's good food, right? Because my emotions are running high, and whatever enzymes need to be secreted, those will not be in sync with whatever is needed to be there present at that time. So
Yes.
that's why we say that, again, coming to the same point, tan mana bhunjita, sarperi, eating with all our senses focused. So I tell people, I urge them that if possible, I understand that it's a hush hush life today, you don't have time, but you need only 20 minutes. If you are connected to your food, not more than 20 minutes, to have a good and peaceful meal. And how much
Yes.
time does it take? So be more focused on your eating habits, and those 20 minutes, the first signal your brain starts giving you that it's enough. Okay, so that's very important to understand, because that's the point when actually we should stop eating. When
Yes.
your brain tells you that first signal given to us. But if you're watching, suppose you're watching something, those signals are given and it's gone. So we tend to overeat, or we tend to undereat, or we may not eat properly, whatever it is. Sometimes children or even adults, the food is in the mouth and they're like this, glued to the screen. So probably they're not even chewing most of the times. So this is the impact of screens. And like I said, to
Usually,
keep up.
the
Yes,
first
Sonia.
signal is very mild. You can miss it
Yes.
if you don't pay attention, right?
Yes, it's talking about the first signal and the rule of 80-20. So now running through the names of the diseases like Sonia mentioned here, I would say not diseases, the eating disorders. Primarily, if you see anorexia nervosa, most of the time it's in news how the models or people in the theaters or the film industries, sometimes they are so much obsessed with the concept of weight that anorexia is mostly seen in teenagers and also in adults, like around plus 20 age group, where they are and anorexia nervosa is where you actually literally it's just starving yourself, so not eating well, and at some points the connection, because this is all primarily controlled by your emotions and your thought process. So they are so much obsessed about weight that usually they starve, and then still the loop continues, that even if they are
Yes.
losing weight, they don't accept that they are losing weight, until the point that sometimes people have fallen unconscious and had needed to be hospitalized also because of the malnourishment. So every person, again, like I was discussing about the constitution, we have a certain boundary. Some people might not look lean and thin. So first you have to understand that, in spite of all the weight control programs and everything, yes, it is good to be in your ideal weight. And how to calculate that? Simple thing is, if you take your height in centimeter, like suppose if it's 165 centimeter minus 100, so approximately, let's say 65 to 70 is your ideal weight. So if you go according to that, you will get a brief idea. But more than that also, like I mentioned, the constitution being an important part, if you work on that, you will know that in Ayurveda we say Vata, Pitta and Kapha Prakriti. Let me give you a quick
Yes.
example to understand. Let's take, if you take the Indian film actresses here, okay, because people can mostly connect. I would talk about the Bollywood industry. So let's say Deepika Padukone is somewhere Vata Prakriti. So she is a lean, her body is a lean type. Then let's
Yes.
take example of Aishwarya Rai, Pitta Prakriti, the Pitta type. Okay, so she might easily gain weight, and you must have seen, most of the times gaining weight and losing. But then there
Yes.
is a limit. And then the third is, let's say, a Kapha type, Sri Devi or Kajol. So if you see their body types, they're always been on little plumpy side. You've never seen them very, very lean and thin. Okay, they sometimes people try to go to that zero figure and all those fats. Okay, but the fact is, how much can you lose will be always and 100% guided by your constitution. If you try to harm it, it will give you rebound effects, and it's not healthy at all. So why I gave these examples, because you can understand, probably there may be many more actresses, my knowledge limited to this, I'm giving you examples so that you understand that basically every person is designed in a certain way to stick to that. Don't expect something way beyond. And looking beautiful is also uh, how happy you are. I would say
Yes.
if you have to look beautiful, happiness quotient is very, very important. Sometimes you see a chubby, plumpy person, but they look so beautiful. I mean, you would
Yes.
love to see them because they are very happy also, that happy face. So it's more how human beings look and understand. Beauty is not just weight. It's not always about how your figure is, how your weight is, but also how happy, how pleasant you are as a person. So if you develop your overall personality, then it doesn't matter. Of course, yes, you should work on a healthy weight, but then these things which are happening, unfortunately, we can be prevented. And in teenagers, it's very, very important again, because all
Yes.
of us have been through that teenager phase earlier, because we were very lucky that we did not have any social media exposure.
Yes,
We did not
absolutely.
have any, yeah, we did not have any parameters or bars set up there. But now it is the truth. So,
Yes.
I urge the adolescent population to look deeper within themselves. It's not just
Yes.
external, it's not, beauty is never just external. It is also
Yes.
internal. How beautiful are you as a person? Imagine in a room full of beautiful people, if somebody is being very rude, has a bad, arrogant attitude, would you like to go and talk to that person? No. Doesn't matter how he or she, how beautiful that person is looking. But you know, at the end of the day, we won't like that person still, because definitely beauty is deep within, right? So work on
Yes.
that aspect of your personality as well. And how does eating help you there? So eat for, you know, for nourishing your soul
Yes.
also. Like you nourish your body with food, nourish your soul also. So there are concepts like, I would say, you know, dead food. Ajkal everywhere, if you see most of the market food, the processed food which children like to eat, you know, do a simple experiment. Let's go by logic, how teenagers would think. You get that food home, you put it in your mixer grinder and grind it. If you don't get a single drop of water, actually it's a dead food. For example, biscuits, breads, you know, all that category of food. Now, a food which is dead by itself, and I am very sure what I'm talking about, the words I'm using, the food which is dead by itself, how do you think can rejuvenate your body? Because you're a living being, right? So you need a living food. Now, what is living food? If you look at a fresh fruit, that's a living food. If you look at
Yes.
vegetables, that's a living food. There are
Yes.
beautiful colors. You know, you won't get that many color display in your processed food. I'm very sure. Even if there are colors added, the look of the natural food is way
Yes.
different than dead food. So if you
Yes.
want to really nourish your body and nourish your soul, eat a nice um, fresh meal every time, you know, and it's okay. Now there are certain uh, myths going on that, you know, fats nahi khana hai bilkul, so stop ghee, stop butter. Now coming to that also, stop milk, everything. You know, vegan diet I respect, no issues, but healthy fats are necessary for our body to function. If your fat percentage is less, your hormones get actually screwed up. So then that's the word I need to use, because if there is no good healthy fats in your body will actually stop working everywhere. For lubrication, for your joints to work, for your heart to pump, for your brain to work, everything needs those healthy fats in the body. So needless to say, having options like A2 cow milk, A2 cow ghee is something which is important even for children to consume in their growing age, and even for adults. You know, of course, people are worried about cholesterol and weight and all, but it starts when you're not exercising at all, you have a lot of stress, you're not sleeping well, or you're eating junk food. Those things are never considered. The only things which are you know, bad mouthed are always about ghee khane se weight bad gaya. It's not like that. It's not even true. So healthy fats are important for your body to function normally, you know, for your, even for you to be happy, you know. So nowadays we see dry skin and so many skin disorders. Even in
Yes.
teenagers, I see a lot of patients of eczema, dermatitis. All these things are happening because somewhere that delicate balance has been lost, you know, because of whatever understanding people have about food. Then coming to, like I was talking about living food and dead food. Very, very simple. If you have living food, that is going to nourish your mental health as well. So food also has a lot to do with your mental happiness quotient. So make sure that whatever food you're eating, first, eat when you're hungry. Simple rules, okay? Eat when you're
Yes.
hungry. Eat food which is fresh, okay? As much less as processed, as much less as processed, okay? So whether you can depend on fresh fruits or fresh vegetables, just see. And the beauty is, if you start cooking by yourself, you know, that connection also builds up. So teenagers can definitely do simple cooking, you know, and it is, you will find a great level of happiness when you connect with your food. You cook your food, your own food, you know. Just try it, maybe on weekends, you know, make a simple dish. Now there is YouTube channels are all over
Yes.
there about cooking in there. Connect with
Yes.
your food. I always tell, even coming to that younger group also, sometimes parents ये regular complain है ना, मेरा बच्चा तो कुछ खाता ही नहीं है. Most of the times we hear this, you know. So yes, बहुत बच्चे नहीं भी खाते, but sometimes people have a bar set, you know, कि इसने 2 रोटी खानी चाहिए, इसने 3 रोटी खानी चाहिए. I always ask, has your child not eaten anything throughout the day? No, 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 doctor. He has had a cup of milk, then again some biscuits, then दोपहर में आके फिर से milk पिया, then had some fruit. So why you're saying that your child is not eating something? Your child is eating. Now let's talk about how much food your child, and what are your expectations. Because as parents, I've seen, even they think that a 5-year-old should have 2 chapatis. It's unrealistic expectation, you know, because children don't eat in the manner how we adults eat. First is,
Yes.
again, I always tell them, if your child is playing healthy hair, if all the other milestones are fine, it's okay. You know, this parameters, this graph about, you know, like when we see there is a graph, you know, that your child is underweight, your child has to be this certain weight at this certain age. Like I
Yes.
said, Ayurveda doesn't believe in all this. And I proudly say, even my daughter, she was always claimed to be an underweight. Until one day I explained it to her pediatrician as well. See, my child is eating well. Okay, according to me, she's eating well, she's playing well, all her milestones are achieved, way more active, everything is fine. I don't care much about the weight then. Okay, what do I do if I get an obese child who's just sitting doing nothing? So we have to understand, because lean child, I know that if some kids are lean weight, like there will be again the same constitutions which I just gave examples before. If you see Deepika Padukone ka childhood photographs, you'll see her as a lean child only. So there is nothing wrong. Okay, if there is any health issue that the child is very lethargic, not doing anything, then you need to correct that. But weight is always a relative concept. It cannot be like this much kg for this much age. It cannot work like that. Of course, we should have certain parameters to look about at it, but people are really, always stressed about this thing. Ki my child does not achieve the exact weight they should have. Are kha raha hai na aapka bachcha? It's okay. Give them healthy alternatives. Then we encourage them. How to encourage children to eat healthy eating? We give certain ways. Even a 5-year-old, if you tell them, to cut, let's say, give them the child safe knives, and you tell them to cut the vegetables, do their own little cooking, they will get
Yes.
excited about it. Okay, and then you see immediately that switch happens. They will start eating also because they will respect what they have done. So now instead of spoon feeding them every time, tell them to do that. Children love doing that. And when they know, like how we say, with power comes responsibility. To give them that power, they will be more responsible towards their eating habits also. Okay. Then second is also let them set the table. Some involvement, because when you give them those roles, they become more responsible towards their food habits. And give them a small tiffin. Give them smaller targets. Don't tell them ki itna 1 chapati you have to finish 2 chapati. No, you just give them, and the child, see, no child will sleep hungry. No child will go hungry on the bed unless the child is sick. They know, every person knows. So even the child knows how much to eat. In fact, I think they better know than even adults know how much to eat, because they will only eat what is needed by their body at that time. They will not go into binge eating habits at that early age. So we should respect that. They are born pure. We are the ones who adulterate them with all our knowledge unnecessarily. So if you give them the time and you give them probably a tiffin nice. See, I like the Japanese, little bit here when I've studied, I've seen what is it called? There is a box, bento box. The Japanese people have, they give it to the children in school, the bento box, where there are small compartments and you give them different colored fruits and smaller portions. So now imagine if you're given smaller targets to achieve, how powerful and satisfied your child will be when they feel that they've eaten those portions, and when they finish the tiffin. And now imagine I put 2 full chapatis into that with this much sabzi and salad, and the child doesn't finish. So the child will mentally also think that he or she cannot finish. So you have to understand, how much the portion they can eat. And the size of the stomach, go to this logic. This is the size of our stomach. So everybody should fold their fist and see, this much is your stomach. Now imagine a child's stomach. You will know how much the child can actually eat. So approximately to give you an idea. So this is what we need. That's simple. Food should not be a war time. Eating food should be a happy time. Nowadays, it's more than a war time, So it happens in every family. I would say as parent, even I have learned a lot of things, especially with first child, It's all your entire focus is on that child, So you will be always freaking out if the child is not eating, comparing him or her to somebody else. This has happened with me also. I won't deny that. But then over a period of time, when I look back, now I laugh at it, that how we become, psychological. There's so much of peer pressure, people talking around all the time that your child is not eating. Probably that also takes over. You feel more overwhelmed. So these are simple things which you should follow about eating, And when we are talking about, sorry, you can stop me at any point when you feel,
No, please
we
go
are
ahead.
good.
Yes.
So now coming back to the eating disorders we were talking about. So if it is anything where your teenager needs help, sit and talk, you should at least, like it's rightly said, at least one meal the family should have together as much as possible, connect with your children at that time. Do not have your phones and your TVs around the dining area. With due respect to what food you're eating, if the family follows this rule, the children will also learn. If you yourself are watching television while eating, you cannot tell your child that you should not be watching. It's completely wrong to do so, right? Morally also. So best is to let your child connect to your food, and that's the time when you share your your experiences with your child, how your day was. It's a nice bonding time over meals. And I see over parties also. Just to give you a little bit example, nowadays we know, everybody knows how birthday parties are celebrated, and it's all mostly promotion of junk eating habits. So
Yes.
see what you can best do for your children. If there are certain good options, you can teach them. Because if we continuously do that, everything, okay, it's not bad, it's okay to let them have fun, but you also need to teach them the value of food at that time, or maybe just doing a certain activity with them, that at least one meal, birthday ke din, one meal we are having together, where you will make something that the child really likes to enjoy, homemade food, something like
Yes.
that, which teaches them the values of correct food habits also. So having
Yes.
parties is also bonding. It doesn't need to be junk. You don't need junk food or drinks to bond, right? If you want to bond with people, you can bond it through healthy foods also. Like in Diwali now, we are going to have so much of fun. All festivals are about food. You pick up any festival, it doesn't go without food. That's the importance. So there's a lot to talk about food, but let's stick to the topic today. So usually party food is something where, teenagers now are into drinking and everything has started because they're seeking everything externally,
Yes.
everything, that connection which I said of the senses. This is the only pathway, this is the only bridge through which we connect to the external world. And how we interpret that in our minds is a major thing which, makes us lose or gain that sense of eating. So, one, yes, as parents, our roles are way more important. That connect to your child. If you just do this one thing, you will see a lot of these disorders, coming way lower or being way lower because the parents are working, they don't have time for children. So these things crop up, or the peer pressure.
Yes.
Now look at the other scenario where the mom or the dad is behind the child. No, darling, you have to eat. It's time to eat, and the child will feel like a king in the family.
Yes.
Okay, okay,
There
everybody's
are
around me. So let's
there
demand.
are other side effects also, ma'am. See,
Yes.
what is happening is if the child is the father or the mother is at the back of the kid and he is running around. Now the parents what they do is they give a mobile phone to make him
Huh.
sit, and altogether a different problem
Yes.
related to mental health is
That's the
starting.
new generation problem, and I've seen, because we lack patience as well ourselves. We just want to take the easy way out. That's See, like I said, I won't put a tag here, it's right or wrong, but it's for you. Everybody knows the answer to this question. Everybody knows that how screen time is it good to handle, because every time we give them a screen and make them eat, they already have lost the sense of eating. Most of the time, they don't even if there is a small ant crawling there, you will not even understand whether they eaten that as well. So it's very obviously very important to connect to food, and children, it is even more important because, like I said, overeating can be a bigger problem for them, not good for physical as well as mental health as well. So
Mhm.
once in a while you're in a scenario where you can have no control, I understand, okay, but if it is a regular practice, everyday screen and then feed your child, then it's definitely wrong. It's nobody, no doctor, I think no nutritionist would advise this for sure.
Ma'am, what about the cases where kids, right? They go for playing outside and they have this chit chat. Hey, today I had this Korean noodles and hot and spicy. In Korean noodles also there are a lot of
Yes.
varieties. Uh, so, as a parent, what is it that they can do? Because it happened with me. Now I didn't had any other alternative than get that particular Korean soup, whatever my son asked. And then, luckily, he vomited after eating that, and he felt sick. And we reached you also, ma'am, that day. So he stopped
Yes.
eating that particular noodles. So
See,
I'm sure, like me, there are many parents who will be facing this kind of music
Peer pressure.
yes.
from the
Yes.
kids.
Peer
So,
pressure. Yeah.
how can parents help, and what is your message to the kids?
First thing is, like I always said, you decide or fix. For that matter, we need, when we say about healthy boundaries, we're actually telling them that, see, this is the boundary. Within this limit, you have the access to things, but we will not cross these boundaries. And consistently, you have to follow that yourself. Nahi ki aaj bacche ne zid ki that, I've eaten, like you said, to give the easiest thing or under pressure is we give up. We say, okay, fine, you take it. So first, if you say that, suppose let's look at this scenario when your child came home and told that, my friend XYZ had some Korean noodles or something. So we can tell, okay, let's not do that immediate gratification of the thing, and tell them, let's hold back. Okay, Sundays we can have outside food, like once a week, one day, once a week you can have food outside, whatever suits best for your family. I'm just giving an example here, and you stick to that routine. Okay, no matter what, you stick to that routine, because then it shows the respect towards your own words, also shows your commitment, because the child also takes that message in his mind that no, my father or my mother is going to allow me this thing only on weekend. Okay, so if you have certain, now this is what we call as boundary setting, and it should be a loving boundary. If you want, you're not not never good to be an authoritative parent where you're actually strictly doing this. No, you are not supposed to have it anytime. Don't go to any extremes. Let the child explore. Okay, and if you have any concerns, like you said, this food was not suiting your child, you can always tell them, see, I don't think this is a healthy choice, but if you wish to go ahead with it, then you should be knowing that, this might be an issue, whether it's the place where you're ordering from, you don't know how it is prepared. So you should know that these things can cause or create trouble also. So you just give that little hint of that thing, ki ho sakta hai that might not be healthy. But if you want to try, it's okay, you can try, but let's do it on the weekend, okay? So this way, if you start addressing, the child will learn. 3 times they will come up, they will try to play the ace card. Sometimes if the mother is not agreeing, they'll go to the father. They will see, they know this very well. If the father is not agreeing, they'll go to the mother, and the mother gives up. It happens, it has happened to all of us, because children are way smarter than we think. They'll always think one step ahead. But if you both, for that, the couple, the husband and wife, should set boundaries together. So if the family has certain rules, every family has it. So if you tell that, then definitely it will work. Okay, so the next time the child won't come and ask you. And sometimes what happens is they may fall into the peer pressure. They've gone for the birthday in the middle of the week and they've eaten something. That's okay. Make that also a thing, that let the child also share. Don't give your reactions immediately. Oh, I told you we can have it only on weekend. That kind of response is not good. So if the child, then the next time the child will not come and tell you also that he or she has eaten something. So it's okay, it's okay. Tell them that this may happen if you're going out. Sometimes you might be traveling and you don't have access to clean food. Maggie, kuch bhi mil jayega, you have to eat, right? So those are exceptional situations. So this thing you have to put clearly. Communication should happen before, like you don't go to the war unprepared. If you're prepared beforehand, you know what you can expect. It's like that,
Yes.
and parenting is, I think we all are learning. I don't know a perfect parent. Even I am
Yes.
learning on, it's a thing we learn at the job. So with my experience also, like we have told strictly to our child that he cannot have cold drinks. So he
Yes.
started arguing that why can't I have? My friends are having. So logically, if you see in that age group, it's impressionable minds. Some parents, some families allow them, right? So we told them,
Yes.
let's do an experiment. You see what it does. So we actually showed the child that we put Coke or Pepsi on the floor and let's clean and see what happens. And I always tell him, do your own little bit of research. We'll try. I'm not telling you can't try, but see, this is the fact, and this has been very bad for health. That's why I'm
Yes.
telling you no. But if you don't
Yes.
listen and you go ahead and drinking, then it's your health is your responsibility. This is my ultimate tagline over there. Your health is
Yes.
also, don't come complaining, then things are affecting you. Okay, so over
Yes.
a period of time, consistently, because we were consistent as parents, that no, this is something which we don't think is good for you. And you can
Yes.
have other drinks, nimbu pani pi sakte ho. There's so many good things you can prepare at home. If he has to drink an iced tea, we said, chalo, let's prepare it from scratch at home. Let's not buy it from the market. So we can
Yes.
do
Because
certain things. Or let's have a fresh orange, and why don't you make a fresh orange juice? So over a period of time, I definitely understand it doesn't happen in a day, but you have to be consistent. You
yes.
cannot give up at any point, because the
Yes.
moment you lose, the child sees, oh, my father doesn't have any boundaries, or my mother doesn't know. So
Yes.
see, I like to give an example here. If you're on the road and there is no traffic signals, there is so much of chaos. You don't know when to start your vehicle, when to move ahead. Somebody else is coming. It's like that. Our mind is chaotic. But because there are signals, we know our boundaries. We know the limit. We know when we should cross the signal and when we should not. Similarly, a human mind works well within boundaries. So the more you
Yes.
set boundaries, you have to be consistent with them. You cannot
Yes.
change according to ease. This
Yes.
situation is easy. Let me change the boundaries today. No. If you're
Yes.
not
To that.
consistent, you're giving
Yes.
wrong messages to your child. You're putting the child
Yes.
into more chaotic situation. Oh, it's
Yes.
allowed. Oh, today it was not
Yes.
allowed because my father's mood was not good.
Yes.
That should not happen. And as a couple, it's both responsibility. Parenting is not a single-handed task. If you're unless you're a single parent, I would urge that be on the same page. ऐसा नहीं है
Yes.
कि the child negotiates, then it's a big problem. So healthy boundaries with teens also. I have seen so many cases recently in my clinic where the parents are crying that the child is now completely out of control. 17 hours of addiction to mobile and laptops. Can you imagine the parent's situation and the child's situation? Now there is nothing, the child doesn't know because these boundaries were never set for whatever reasons. Now, if you get a 17 or an 18-year-old and tell and lecture them, it's not fruitful because they're gone out of that. So here you need some expert help. You need counseling. Probably it's time medications also. That's why I'm saying this work begins early. You cannot do it afterwards. Don't think
Yes.
that okay, when the child will grow up, he or she will be fine. Sab kuch theek ho jayega. It's not like that. So
Yes.
start it early and be consistent. Okay, it's okay. Sometimes a child will be upset, will throw tantrums. You'll need
Yes.
to deal with all those things. But once you are consistent, the child will respect you more for what you are being. And don't be that, sometimes strictness is okay, but sometimes you know that, okay, it's fun time now, it's festival time.
Once
Okay,
in a
you
while,
can
yeah.
tell your, you can enjoy. Festival
Yeah.
mein aap kha sakte ho. Maybe that's the time. Let's have something together. Let's have a pani puri or whatever, you feel. It's okay. Let them enjoy everything because I don't want them to be sad that no, I was not given this because even after all this, I've allowed my child to have a cold drink, with our permission sometimes. And then he came back saying that, okay, it was not that fun also. It's okay. I mean, so khud hi samajh jate, they understand. So I think, yes, whatever we can do because parenting nowadays is much more tougher.
Much
You
better.
have too many things to deal with. So it should be more how you communicate with your child. It's all about that. And always keep that open communication. Even if your child has done something wrong, he or she can come and feel safe to discuss it with you. When those doors
Yes.
are closed, that's when the problem begins. So don't ever
Yes.
let those doors close whatever
Yes,
it
Dr.
is because you love your child unconditionally as parents, right? So you have to also understand that when you're setting boundaries also explain it to child, and I feel when you explain logically even a 2 3 year or 4 year child will understand
They
rather
will.
than screaming yelling and trying to
Yes.
put your point. If
I
you
try
try
to
to
have the I'm
yes,
sorry. I try to have these conversations around sugar in my house with my children. And I'll try to tell them what, like you said in your case, Coca Cola or Pepsi or juice that
yes,
children drink.
yes,
So, sugar stealthily gets into their system with so many things that we eat. There's so much of sugar
yes,
in everything. And a lot of times, parents are not even aware of that. And
correct,
typically, my children also come back, and especially if you're in a party, they'll come and tell me, everybody's having juice. Can I also have juice?
yes,
And perhaps in front of everyone, I'll let them have it once in a while.
yeah,
But once that
that's
we
okay,
come home, sugar is a conversation I have very regularly with my children, that excessive sugar continues to flow with your blood. What does
yes,
that extra sugar do to your body? You need to be aware of that. Since you can't look
yes,
within, it's time that I talk to you about it, that
yes,
excessive sugar is going to go through all your organs, and it's like too much electricity, and it is
correct,
definitely going to harm your system. And in the future, then, whenever they look at something extremely sugary, let's say ice cream or let's say a chocolate, they are aware of what it is going to do to them in their body, so automatically they pick up a very small piece.
yes.
Automatically what they'll
That
do is they'll, yeah.
Yeah, definitely, Sonia. And that is good way of explanation or handling. And at the same time, offer them or give them an option also. Like, sometimes
Yes.
you really feel like having, sweet tooth hai kisi ka. You feel like
Yes.
having sweet. Then,
Yes.
for example, we have certain like ghar ka bana hua aate ka laddu. You can use the tangin sugar or you can probably use jaggery or however, or you can have khajur
Yes.
ka laddu. It tastes
Yes.
awesome, something like that. Yeah,
Yes.
moongfali ki chikki, the traditional ones, good or
Yes.
moongfali ki chikki. So even now when I give my child, if I don't want them to be on chocolates, let's suppose. So in they're craving for something sweet, we give them the moongfali ka chikki. So let them enjoy that. Explore the taste also because then they
Yes.
know, oh, okay, I have an option. Sometimes probably
Yes.
they don't know the option. So easy way
Yes.
out is to resort to something which is high
Yes.
in sugar. Like I said,
Yes.
even for fresh fruit juice, now when we have this orange season, mostly at our place, we have a lot of orange juice, freshly
Yes.
made. If the child
Yes.
is hungry, comes back. So we say, orange juice, you want one glass of orange juice. You can eat something or you can have juice, homemade juice, no, not from the
Yes.
market. So then that inclination, or we can tell them, experiment, let's mix two fruits together and see you can make at home. So make it little fun also activity around them.
Yes.
start
Yes.
like, oh, okay, I never thought about this option, and probably
Yes.
taste even better. So
Yes.
that's a beautiful thing to do. Yes, explain. That's what, consistently explain. And if you cannot get sugar out of the house, probably, or if there is an option better you think you can get into the house, then they know that, okay, mama, when she's saying, she's also following those things, like
Yes.
most of the times I see sometimes in particular that parents like something and they're eating it and they're telling the child not to eat it, then it doesn't work.
Yes.
So if you're getting
Yes.
those things, and take them for shopping, take them in the mall. I
Yes.
always tell teenagers also, just
Yes.
turn the packet, flip over and just read the
Yes.
ingredients. Now you're old enough
Yes.
to understand, right? If there is
Yes.
certain class of preservatives, or let's say things which you don't understand, ki I'm
Yes.
not understanding what is put in this, 100% your body doesn't know how to digest it. It's so complicated even to read and understand. Your body even doesn't know what to do with those E-class preservatives, this additives, that additives. So imagine
Even sodium, I
how
would
different.
say, even the excessive
Yes,
sodium present in most of the packaged foods that children are very fond of, chips, or even
yes,
some I'll not name the noodles, but some
yeah,
of the
yeah,
instant noodles that children, there is just in one packet of instant noodles, a child will consume almost one third of the sodium requirements in a day in just
yes,
one bowl of instant
yes,
noodles, which is not even enough to fill the stomach of the child.
yes.
And
And
again,
then
that
child
extra stuff.
obesity, yeah, child obesity and the hook. That is the hook, like the child will
Yes.
get hooked on to that taste because of that excess sugar or excess salt or excess those
Yes.
masalas and things like that. Now,
Yes.
when you go shopping with your child and you
Yes.
show that, healthier options, maybe take them to some shops where there are healthy alternatives also, like roasted chips, say, or I also like sometimes if, eating chips and all,
Yes.
then you can have ragi chips, or you can show them these
Yes.
options, that you're
Yes.
having something which is more healthy. Or we get these jawar popcorns which are called jawar dhani lahi makhanas. We have a lot of roasted
Makhanas.
makhanas
Yes.
with whatever
Yes.
flavors you want. We'll add and make it at home. Even popcorns, you can make it at home. Simply just get the whole grains and you put it in a little bit oil it needs, and you can make
Yes.
it in your own cooker. So they
Yes.
realize, they understand, don't say no. It's okay to explore the taste, but whatever you can do to make it more healthier version. Or
Even
you can have
even
millet noodles.
yes.
Millet
Even the
noodles is a
market.
yes.
There are, I'm sorry, there's some fresh fruit juice shops. Now, unfortunately, a lot of them also add sugar because
Yeah.
sometimes even the
Yeah.
seasonal fruits are not
Yes.
extremely sweet. But
Sweet. Yeah.
if they're hygienic, they look clean, and most of them ensure that they
Okay.
look clean because they are trying to attract
Yes.
customers. They'll keep their
Yes.
slabs absolutely clean, and they'll keep washing it with water, and
Yes.
they'll ensure that the hygiene is maintained. But you have to specially tell them, don't add extra sugar. And
Yes. That's
this is
true.
something me and my kids often do, that so we're staying in a
Yes.
hill station, and the market
Yes.
is a small little market over here, and typically, like the hills, it goes up and it comes down.
Yeah.
And one of the shops right at the bottom of the that hill that the market is at, there is a beautiful hill juice shop over there. And me and my kids always go and stand over there and see juice being prepared over there, and we'll tell them no sugar,
Yeah.
and we enjoy that fresh mug of freshly squeezed juice.
That's okay. I think sometimes like this little bit here and there, things are allowed unless you're not like eating a whole day. You're having that sugary food. It's okay. But at the end of
Yes.
the day, yes, that importance is that thing to understand is necessary. And you know what I feel? It's like giving that power to your child to understand what is right and what is wrong. Even if
Yes.
little bit they try to stray away from the main road, they go off road. It's okay sometimes, but they'll come back because you're doing
Yes.
it consistently and you will be the role model for your child. Okay, so
Yes.
it's fine, because now in this world they'll be staying out for various reasons, education, higher studies. You won't be there all the time. So if you
Yes.
just give them that sense of understanding and in a most loving way, like setting up right healthy boundaries, they will respect and follow it. And always
Yes.
tell them, like, I don't know, but this is very relatable, that whenever you are eating your food, pray to your food. Say thank you at least for
Yes.
because you're lucky to have food on your table. That gratitude works. Earlier days, there used to be those small prayers around food. Most of the cultures around the world follow
Yes.
that. If you don't have that much, at least have a sense of gratitude in your mind. That yes, you're lucky enough to have this full meal
Yes.
today. Not
Yes.
so many children who are undernourished. कभी तो उनको not around meal times this talk, but show them how there are so
Yes.
many countries who are suffering from
Yes.
food deficiencies, malnourished children, and how they
Yes.
how the children are collecting food from the garbage and things like that. So that at least that little bit understanding they have all the time, that food is important. And if you don't respect food, you don't get it. Sometimes being little bit strict, it's okay. You're not hungry, it's okay. You can go and play, and then maybe when you're hungry, you come back and have your food. Rather than creating a fuss and a drama around the table and getting pampered. Simple,
Yes.
because yes, they might not be hungry, and that's when they start throwing tantrums also, or they'll try to
Yes.
play that wise card of seeing what my mom can get me today.
Yes.
So these
Yes.
things we have to understand, because they are too little to understand, and they will have
Yes.
very impressionable minds. So as
Yes.
parents, I feel our role here is important, how we behave in front of them.
Yes.
Then
Yes.
everything will fall in place. You don't need to do much, you don't need to
To
do
that
a
effect,
Herculean.
Dr. Payal, to that, since you just said how we behave in front of them and talking about boundaries, do you think that as parents we need to set very clear and demarcated boundaries about the conversations about body image or self-image, or how we look?
Yes.
What effect does that have on children perceiving themselves in the mirror? Because a lot of times, inadvertently, without realizing what we're doing, we end up remarking about somebody else's child being
Yes.
overweight, or some
Yes.
actress having put on weight.
Yes.
And
Yes.
what we don't realize, passively our children are getting accustomed to this kind of a mindset. So
Yes.
what would you like to say about that, and the effect that it has on anorexia? Like you said,
Yes.
that is impacting a lot of
Anorexia
teens,
nervous.
and the
Yes.
self-image that children have.
Yeah. So see, first for me, like I said, I feel that, what really beauty means to you. Let's have this conversation, basic one, because most of the times children don't understand. Beauty is usually considered around weight. And even everywhere you go, people will usually talk, oh, you have gained weight, oh, you have lost weight. Like these conversations, even you go to parties, you go to some relatives' place, friends' place, first thing when they look at you, they will talk about your weight. That's how our whole system is accustomed to, unfortunately, because it's always and every time it's all about weight. So somebody might be really having a challenge, they might be having some hormonal imbalances which is causing that weight gain. It's not that the person sitting and eating all the time, or they may be going through some rough phase of life, depressed, stressed, and that might have caused a weight gain, whatever it is. So first talk to your child about what real beauty is. You might come up with or read stories. I feel reading is a best way to understand, rather than um, explaining at times through stories. It comes out very beautifully, that body image. See, first the love for ourselves. If somebody asks me, then I would always tell that people have very low self-esteem. We tell them to do this mirror activity. Now if you also go and stand in front of the mirror, do it. Like everybody can do this activity right tomorrow also. Females especially, when they're standing in front of the mirror, the first 1 minute in your brain, what is going on? Oh, my hair is looking like this. Oh, my tummy is bulging. Oh, my hands are looking like this. We never ever even accept or love our own selves, and then we think that others should love us, for whatever we are. How wrong is this? How many times have you self appreciated yourself? Why not say, instead of, it's very easy to, because we start our day looking at the mirror with criticism for ourselves. And
Yes.
I feel genuinely that many people would be doing this. It is happening at subconscious level, but it is the truth. So first teach your child, that what you love about your body. Ask them this question. Probably your
Yes.
beautiful eyes. Have you noticed them? Your beautiful hair color, whatever it is, nice nose. And it doesn't have to be a picture perfect nose or something. What is that you love about yourself? You can, in fact, everybody should ask this question to themselves. The more you start, sometimes it will go beyond beauty, beyond external appearance. Oh, I love that I'm, a very extrovert person. I make friends easily. So that love, those things, those self appreciation about yourself will start. Now when you start doing that gradually, first and foremost, the image of beauty will go away, that it has to be related only to weight. It's just a myth. You can explain it to your child. Weight doesn't mean beauty. Yes, it is good to be in healthy body. You should have, because this is a place where you live. I always say, your address aapka ghar nahi hai, this is the place where you live, right? So you should love
Yes.
and take care of it. This is the first place we are living. So if you don't take good care of it, you know what you will have to do. So self image is all about this. If you explain to them that what actually beauty means, and give them this example that, imagine a very beautiful person who is very arrogant and very rude and not, speaking anyhow to people around. Would you like to really go and be friend with such a beautiful, so called beautiful person? then the child will obviously, any person, and then no, I won't like. Or if you know somebody, who is doing that already, you can give those examples as well. So actually, you should always tell your child, because this is how you perceive yourself. When they see that the love and respect for ourselves is coming from within, your child will never ever fall to these external things. But sometimes
Yeah.
parents also have low self-esteem, and that's first, that's actually it reflects on the child, because those are just extensions of what you are. So it happens, most of the time children will come, or also at when they're adolescent, it's also peer pressure. So then just
Yes.
ask them, so just tell them that close your eyes for 2 minutes and think of a beautiful person. What would you think? What qualities that person should have? And see what your child actually thinks about it. This is a small activity, but this will help them to understand. And then when you talk about weight, always talk in terms of weight, in terms of health.
Health.
How
Yes.
how strong you feel, whether you're strong as in you're not falling sick. You're not falling
Yes.
sick too often, because usually people who lose weight suddenly might also fall sick, because they're also losing
Yes.
on immunity, losing on nutrients, whatever way you can communicate to your child. And tell them the importance of a good character, because a
Yes.
person who has a good character will be very, very, and give them examples. There are so many people, of good politicians, of good authors, of good people, or who are doing good job, humanitarian things, who have helped others, whatever you can think of, and philanthropy, anything which you can think of, you can give them examples. Set those examples. So in their subconscious, they connect beauty to that. And because you've asked this, I'll just 1 minute, I'll give you a nice story about this. And this has something which is, connected, stayed with me for since I was a child. There was a story, I think it was in English textbook. One African community where a small child, he's in a crowd with his mom, and the moms, somehow they tend to separate, and the child is searching for the mother. So he's crying and crying, that where is my mother? Where is my mother? And then the women around, they ask the child to describe, that okay, tell us how your mother looks like. So he says that my mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. Okay, he tells everybody. So now, obviously, beauty according to them, these women, they are searching for the most beautiful women, and they're getting, and they're asking. So he says, no, she's not my mother. And then ultimately, he goes and he finds his mother, and they see, and she's actually not at all good looking. According to them, she's a bit ugly, actually. But now see, in the child's mind, the impression is my mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. So that is what beauty is, because the mother is the only one that she's warm, she's taking good care of the child. So the beauty, the word beauty according to child is this. So it's not what other people think. So this story has connected so well with me. Everybody finds our mothers. Don't we find our mother beautiful? Like, because they have
Yes.
taken good care. If you love your mother, you don't love because she looks beautiful, right? Beauty for you is the warmth, the love, the affection she has given you, no
Yes.
matter what unconditional love you've got. So you can explain in those terms to your child, probably
Yes.
with stories, because I feel at any
Yes.
age, stories can connect well with the children.
Yes.
These are the ways you communicate to them all the time, and then they will understand at some point. Okay, in the beginning they might think, looking at clothes, looking at all these things, because it's the world around is like this. But how do you feel from within? Always, if you tell them to reflect on the inner self, then they will always give them that moment to pause and think, and they'll come up with answers. You don't even need to spoon feed them. Then you tell them
Yes.
that, if you love somebody, will it be only for looks? you know or your teacher, sometimes they'll say, I like this particular teacher. Ask them questions like this, yeah, appropriate questions to appropriate age groups. That, if you like somebody, why do you like that person? Then that your child will answer that, because she's very caring. Then, do you find her beautiful? Yes, because she's caring. So beauty, according to me, or I love that person not because she's externally beautiful or what she's wearing, but because she's a good person. So
Beautiful from within.
this
Yeah.
is how, probably, yeah. And I think this will also happen when you yourself appreciate that. Self love has to come.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I always
Yes.
say that you should be loving. Why not? Like, if you want love from others, why not love yourself? Because
Yes.
you should be grateful for the person here. You are one amongst all these 130 billion
Yes.
people who are existing here. You're one.
Yes.
You're so unique. You're so special.
Yes.
There is nobody
Yes.
else who has the same
Nobody else like
fingerprint
you.
like you. right? Or who have same eyes like you. So why not
Yes.
appreciate that? I mean, it's such a beautiful thing to even think
Yes.
like that.
How wonderfully
So I
put.
think,
Yeah.
yeah, these
How
things might
wonderfully
help.
put.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you brought one very important topic, ma'am, wherein there is an industry which is set, and people
Yes.
are making billions and billions of dollars or rupees, etc. We all say do mindfulness, mindfulness, etc. But having food in the right way and being connected to the food is a sort of mindfulness. So basically, mindfulness is not something like you sit in a corner, close your eyes, and then bring your sensations together. That is the way, one way. But whatever the small things which you are doing, for example, we are having this discussion. How involved are you? How much are you able to understand what the other person is trying to say?
Yes.
How the
Yes.
communication is happening? The same way with food. You nicely brought. We use
Yes.
our hands because all the panchendriya, the five senses,
Yes.
are getting used, the smell, etc.
Yes.
So that is another point which I really liked. Meaning,
Yes.
because people spend a lot of money for getting the peace, but the peace is right there in front of them in the kind of
Exactly.
activities which they do.
Yes. It's
That is
always
something.
being happy, and children as such are pure. When they're young, you will not see a 3-year-old or a 4-year depressed child unless
Yes.
something bad has happened. When
Yes.
because they're pure bliss, they know all these things. So when we are born, nature has created us by default. That was our default setting. Now we have
Mm.
changed
Yes.
those settings, and we don't know what to do with it. So if you're
Yes.
amongst children, if you're lucky to be, I always feel the teachers who are teaching the kindergarten, they are the luckiest. That's the best profession to do
Yes.
because they're always so happy, so loving. And you see the children and their teachers at this age group, you will see all of them. You'll suddenly feel that all of them are so happy people around, because that's the kind of energy and positivity that a child can get. And always
Yes.
when we look at babies, the first thing, even any person who will look at a baby, smiling baby or a small child will always be happy. So that
Yes.
is
Correct.
what we have to learn from them, because they know to live in the present. That is all about mindfulness. They're already doing it.
Yes.
We
Correct.
as adults try to adulterate and then, try to teach them things which they should not know at that age, and
Yes.
competitions and all that, everything, blah, blah, it
Yes.
goes on. But the more you're connected to your children, the more happy you will feel all the time, and even they will feel the same way. Of course, there will be roller coaster rides, emotional, and it will go, because the world we are
Yes.
living in, things are going to be there. But it's
Yes.
how your core values are.
Correct.
It's
Yes.
very important to have them. That groundwork has to
Yes.
be done like our parents did it for us.
Yes.
They didn't have
Yes.
any access to any modern child psychology books or anything. They learned it through traditional setting.
Yes.
Of course, their way of
Native,
parenting was
native
different,
knowledge.
but
Yes.
we were never depressed as children, or we never had so many issues, with our parents.
Yes.
Nowadays, whatever access you give them, you always tell them the consequences of it. Because if you try to explain somebody logically, that person will understand more rather than you putting it as an authoritative statement
Yes.
that should not do
Yes.
this because I'm telling you to do this. It won't work.
Yes.
It
Yes.
doesn't work, because children are that now they want logic more than anything. You tell them, and if you
Yes.
can't explain, you ask them for a day when you can come up with some answer for them, which they understand, or tell them to explore. Let's see. And at this age group also, there are certain good books which you can get. uh, Sometimes you cannot communicate to them easily, or it's not everybody's cup of tea, communication. Then try to look out for sources. There are good books available in the market. You can actually take resort, and through stories you can explain character building.
Yes.
I have a
Yes.
3-year-old and I have a 10-year-old, so I'm seeing both phases. So for my
Yes.
3-year-old, I do that through when I try to tell her not to do this earlier, she was not understanding. Then we have built a character, and then what happens to that character when that character is doing something wrong, and then immediately the child can connect to that. So
Yes.
every way it is, whichever way helps your child
Yes.
is the best way, I feel. So you did not go to anything like, okay, this is the only way of parenting. No, whatever is good for your child, you know better as parent, and every parent knows it. Just give yourself that time, not stress about it, and you will see those beautiful changes happening. But you have to be consistent with it every time you do it. Maybe
You
some
only
days you will like,
reiterated. Yes, you only
yes,
reiterated the one common thing we've heard from all the experts we've been speaking to on this summit is communicate with your child with deliberation, with the need to connect, and with the need
Right.
to help them nourish them and help them grow into the best
Yes.
versions of themselves.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
It was a brilliant session, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
yes.
Yes.
It was
Thank
fun
you so
ride,
much.
actually. Fun ride with the food.
There's just so many takeaways in this session. There's just so much to mull upon and think about and apply. And
You
it's
just
been
gave an
so
example of what a living food is, what a non-living food is.
dead,
Yes.
yes,
Dead
dead and
living.
alive.
Grinder.
Yes.
Anything you put it in a grinder, if it gives water,
Yes.
you are good to eat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Even you hard press with the hand, and if something,
Also, yes.
yeah, that's
Yes.
it.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Which is
I'm
it's a
going to do
good,
this with my children today.
it's a good tool, man. Good,
And
good
you know,
tool.
the last sentence from Gita, where Krishna says that Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehinam Ashritaha. So, actually, for adults who understand this, it's like a yagya you're performing. With that much sanctity and purity, you should be eating your food, you know. Whenever we offer food to our deities, okay, if you've seen every household who does during festivals, we offer food to our deities. We don't give them junk food or any stale food, right? We'll prepare
Yes.
fresh food for
Fresh.
them because
Yes.
we have that notion in the back of the mind. We know that this is something which has to be done. Pure food
Yes.
has to be given. Okay, it has to be sattvic food. I have not touched that part, but just here while going, I wanted to explain this. So when you're eating your food, that own Krishna, if it is inside, if the see, it is not about anything specific to religion. If you feel that you know that if you have to nourish your soul in a pure way to get pure thoughts, it's like performing a yagya in your body daily. So you will not feed anything which is nonsense. You know, you'll think about it. Okay,
Yes.
just have that one thought. Okay, is this food going to help me or is it going to affect me in a negative way? The moment
Yes.
you start doing that consciously every time, or teach your child, you know, just take a pause before attacking your food. You know, just take a pause. That's why prayer was important because your mind is processing about the food you're going to eat now. So
Yes.
probably if you're not doing all those things, at least tell them that, you know, take a second pause and think whether this food is going to nourish your body or will not, what it will do, what do you think it will do to your body?
Yes.
And then they built up on that habit slowly, because before that it's no way lecturing won't help them much, but these
Yes.
things will definitely help them to understand, you know, because the more they grow up, they will learn this as a habit and they'll always think before putting anything in your mind, just think.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
will it help you or will it harm you? So simple,
Yes.
as simple as like that. So I think with this, we can stop here because there won't be any limit to how much we speak about it. There's lots still to be added. But I really enjoyed this session with both of you. Thank you so much, Sonia. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, and the beautiful platform that you have created. And the topic you have touched today, it's amazing. And this is something which is very much needed in today's world,
Yeah.
because food is something which we are a part of. This entire universe, food is going to be always, it's an ansh we are made up of. So we should always
Yes.
think about it. Definitely would love to connect again. And thank you so much
Yes,
for
yes.
inviting.
Thank
This
you.
is just
Thank
this is
you,
just the
Doctor.
beginning, ma'am, and long way to go for us. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
Hello, I am Sonia and I am with Mitra. At Mitra, we have a vision. Mitra stands for Mental Health Inclusivity Through Reach. The key words here being reach. Our vision at Mitra is to nurture ecosystems within schools, within houses, with the requisite skill set to empower the next generation with the wherewithal to deal with challenges, situations, and events in life, some of which are inevitable and we can predict, and some which we can sense coming our way but we can't yet see. Now, there was a time that we heard that a generation changes every 10 years. But given the pop culture and everything instant in what we live in, we are witnessing that it is safe now to assume that not just a generation, everything changes every 2 to 3 years. Now, these changes are both good as well as challenging. For the good part, we can talk about evolving as a species at a macro level. We have better amenities and facilities than we've ever heard of before. But for the challenges at a micro level, there is so much more friction, burnout, and stress, given the constant need to upgrade and seek validation from each other and on social media. Now think of this like a game of musical chairs. The music is playing non-stop, and in our desperation, if we do not keep getting up to move each time, we will be thrown off. Our friends suddenly seem like adversaries, and there is this constant stress and tension about what next is going to happen. FOMO, or fear of missing out, is stamped on every activity now, and even seeking pleasure is done not to fulfill intrinsic needs of happiness, but to seek external validation. That is on social media or amongst our social circles. Sometimes even I am guilty of this. Now, this constant stress is always sitting in the co-driver's seat. We are not trained to deal with this stress. We have internalized suppressing all these extra stresses, extra happiness, extra anger, extra excitement, extra frustration. All these things are looked down upon by the society. So, what do we end up doing? We end up suppressing them, and we end up waging a war within ourselves and hurting our internal organs in so many ways. You know, the nails are biting into the cuticle, the teeth are grinding into each other, polishing off the taking off the enamel, and sometimes even leaving our teeth privy to so much more decay. And there's so much more that we do to our own bodies when we do not handle stress well, and we cannot deal with emotions in a healthy way. So this tends to come out unchecked in front of our kids and in a very raw and potent form. And our kids often end up repeating these patterns generation after generation. Our eating habits propel this further. The sugary and the junk food that we eat and consume is no longer for nourishment. We do that more for fun. Even the World Cup that we're witnessing, which should be embodying and which should be displaying fitness and which should be promoting fitness amongst the youth, is now becoming a platform to sell chips, colas, and other unhealthy food. The nervous energy that all this food produces adds on to the cycle of stress that we already harbor plenty of. Now, when we went to school, we were all taught all sorts of subjects. Most of the schools follow a hierarchy in these subjects. Maths is always at the top of hierarchy. A child who does well in maths, whether they do well in the other subjects or not, is an intelligent child. Stamped, decided. Then came literature, then came arts, and then music and dance was at the bottom rung of this ladder. Now, music and arts traditionally has been used in every culture to soothe and to calm people down after a day of lots of work and labor. But music and dance is now reduced to the last rung of the ladder in most of the schools. I hardly know of many schools that teach emotional regulation as a consistent, ongoing evolutionary subject. Even the ones that do, the ones that have counselors, often have a very disconnected routine with the same, a group activity here, maybe a quick session there, etc., but there's no solid curriculum with a clearly defined aim to build resilient children. But emotions are felt universally by everybody, by you and me alike. And emotion prompts us to do almost 100% of what we do, whether we are tired or motivated to do that. We have as a society harnessed wind energy, Vayu Devta, solar energy, Surya Devta and hydro energy, the so-called gods in our ancient culture and even in Greek ancient culture. But we are still taking baby steps when it comes to identifying and harnessing our own emotions. So most of us end up becoming slaves to our emotions, living a life of knee-jerk reaction and the somber after effects of regret about over or underreacting. Don't we all keep thinking, oh, I should have said this or I should have said that, and that would have been an answer to sort the person out? It is time to get atop that surfboard and understand the waves and the undercurrents that we feel and learn how to ride them instead of drown in them. Of course, this will not be easy. Of course, this will take a ton of training, acknowledgement, and introspection. And it will take a lot of work every single day. Okay, but when we begin, if we begin, this will finally be a step in the right direction. At Mitra, we have dedicated ourselves to finding long-term solutions to these inevitable challenges that will undoubtedly that life will undoubtedly keep throwing at us. And this will keep happening from time to time. There is an epidemic of depression, of mental health challenges in our world with our children. And children who are struggling with this are no longer out of sight. These are not the children we're hearing about. These are children we're seeing within our families, within our neighborhood. We all know somebody who's struggling. And helplessly, we watch. We don't know whom to trust, and there is a ton of misinformation about this subject floating around. The education stresses, bullying at school or even at home by an elder sibling or a relative, racing against time, given the amount of syllabus that our children wrestle with, social media and the amount of anxiety that is thrown on our children from there, and being conditioned to view the world with a mindset that may just be myopic or deficient. These are all ways these are always too much to deal with by adults, leave alone by children. Our children need and deserve our help and guidance. They are in a battlefield. If not now, if not today, they will be in a battlefield eventually, and they have very little training or, for that matter, even weaponry to fight for themselves. We can't always keep on fighting for them. They will have to get up and fight for themselves very, very soon. Our experts at Mitra work relentlessly to research and develop requisite skill set to prepare our children for a world of tomorrow. We have a team of psychologists and therapists who, with their years of experience, examine and understand various challenges that children face, I beg your pardon, which sometimes parents may not even be aware of, and train children on items like managing their own time, their own emotions, understanding their game plan, devising their game plan, regulating themselves, regulating their emotions, managing different relationships, having difficult conversations where it matters, and so much more. This program, under the header Igniting Minds, is divided into 3 age groups: young children, adolescents, and young adults. Do visit our website www.mitra.com for more on this or for asking for online sessions. Now, they say 2/3 of the children that study in the schools today may find the job of their dreams if they work hard and get the requisite skill set or the requisite degrees to get them. But to retain a job is another problem altogether. So what skills do our children need to be future ready? Reading, writing, and arithmetic will only get them far enough to land a job, if they can somehow manage and get past this massive minefield of emotions that life is throwing at them today. I'd like to propose that there is a body of skill set that upholds and propels the natural IQ and academics of all our children. These key skills can be and should be developed far earlier than we care to do so, which helps children, and even for that matter, young adults with bad bosses, with toxic work culture, with annoying colleagues, with traffic problem, with too little time and too much work, and so much more. Even after we pick up a job, even after we start going to work, our personal commitments and personal life continues, which sometimes will have turbulence, which sometimes will have problems. We'll go through our own emotional upheavals, and sometimes we'll have happy moments, but that will entail a lot of work. We will get married. We will have children. That will derail a lot of our professional prowess. How do we deal with all of that? So let's, before we get to that, before we get to the young adults part, before we get to the children's part, let's construct a child's brain. Okay. And I'm going to start off with what I heard on one of the podcasts by Dr. Andrew Huberman, quite a favorite in the psychological community. He talks about the brain of a newborn baby to be a lot like loose, haphazard, entangled wiring in a new house. Like in our homes, there are specific switches to specific lights and other appliances. A grown person's brain has made sense of things around them. Okay, I see something pleasurable, I smile. I see something angering, I frown. These connections I have made and I have impersonated over my entire life. A baby, however, is yet to make sense of anything around them. So, whatever information they collect from their senses, they register and make connections with whatever they understand firsthand. By the age of 3 years, 80% of these connections have been established. So the brain cells called neurons, they see red, they see apple, they make the connection, apple is red. They see mother, they see milk, they see food, mother nurtures and loves and takes care of me. These connections are made by 80% by 3 years of age and almost 100% by 5 to 6 years of age. Along with this, emotional development is also happening in a child side by side. So a key thing to understand over here is that a child who is small, who is young, who's a baby, who's a toddler, is yet to understand emotions, is yet to understand that there is a control inside of them, is yet to understand that the world may need things that they do not need, or the world may not need things that they need. Okay, these development, such development starts happening after 3 years of age. So expecting this out of a toddler will be a little incorrect. We will be talking about that. Now, the wiring that I was talking about. Let's think that we're constructing a new house. If the wiring is done while the construction is happening, it is perfect. It couldn't get better. Okay. But once that the house has been constructed, to rewire that house will imply a lot of unlearning, digging, and breaking down of processes. Okay. It is the same with emotional regulation and emotional development of a child. Now, this is where I will take you back to the story most of us must have heard as children. This is a story called 6 Blind Men and an Elephant. Now, once 6 blind men went to a fete, and there they heard the announcement of a big elephant which had come to a town. So all of them started moving towards the announcement and went to the elephant. And each one of them started telling each other what the elephant feels like. The first one held on to the elephant's trunk, and he said, "The elephant is like a snake." The next one was holding on to the elephant's tusk, and he goes like, "No, it's not like a snake. I think it's more like a spear." The third one holds on to the elephant's leg, and he says, "No, I don't agree with both of you. I think this elephant is like a tree trunk." The next one holds on and touches the elephant's abdomen or the stomach, and he says, "Oh, you're all so mistaken. This elephant is like a wall." Another one holds on to the ear and says the elephant is like a fan. And finally, one of them holds on to the tail and says this elephant is like a rope. Now, all of them are correct in their convictions, and all of them have impersonated what they have experienced. A small baby is a lot like these blind men who went to the fete to touch and understand the elephant. So the elephant is like our lives. If we assume that the circumstances around an infant are inconsequential, then it is time we rethink again. If a baby spends the first few years in company of those who love and care for it, it grows up thinking that the world is a safe and a secure place. If a baby witnesses anger, tension, aggression around them, voila, you have insecurity ruling the charts. Dr. David Bowlby, a renowned psychologist, studied this for years, and he came up with his famous attachment theory. According to him, the relationship that a baby shares with the first 4 years with his primary caretaker or with its primary caretaker, their outlook comes out to be secure, avoidant, anxious, or secure, anxious, or avoidant individuals all their lives. This impacts 100% of their relationships. We keep hearing about anxious and avoidance everywhere. I think it's one of the most commonly heard things on social media these days. Now, thankfully, children are still malleable, and there is still something that can be done about rewiring them. 21st century will be the era of self-management. This is what Peter Drucker said. Now, education in the 19th century was primarily done with the purpose of preparing children for the Industrial Revolution, for the jobs over there. That era is gone. We have to prepare children to be more self reliant, like Peter Drucker says. Impulse and urge control do not come naturally to anyone. This has to be trained to our children. These are all trained behaviors, and children learn from their experiences and their environment. A very important reason for a primary caretaker to be very mindful of all the responses in front of their children. Dr. Sunena, in her session today, spoke of self awareness as the very first step towards emotional intelligence. Who am I? Why am I doing what I do? What goals am I seeking to achieve? What are my reasons and motivators? What is my value in this world? Where do I fit in my family? What are my expectations and what is expected out of me? What am I doing? Is it for my own personal fulfillment or am I trying to fill a void for somebody else? All these items come under self evaluation. The component of self evaluation exists in all of us. We are always trying to evaluate ourselves. And if we are not, we must try to look for who we are, where we stand, and work on the things that need working on. This is the very first step of emotional regulation. A great exercise to do with your children who are still beginning to understand and make sense of the world is to take them in your arm, take a deep breath with them, hold your chest, and repeat with them, and make them repeat with you. I am valued, I am kind, and I matter. Valued, kind, and I matter. Just 3 simple sentences establish a child's agency, their sovereignty, and instills a sense of gratitude in them, which is so much needed in a world where insecurity is running aloud. Next comes the social circle of the child. A self-assured child is more prepared to step as an independent individual in his or her social circle. So what do we keep doing? We keep training them, and very correctly so, to listen to others, play fair, be kind with others. These are the constant reminders that make a child ready and acceptable. Ideally, these skills must be taught at preschool. But we are finding that these skills are now being taught as soft skills for corporate employees. A 9-month-old baby understands and shows signs of empathy. This is the time to train. When you're training 20-something years old, that bus has already left. Next comes the questioning phase. So first I understood who I am. Next, I understand the social circle around me. Next comes my questions. What I understand about the people around me and what I question. How and why does the world work the way that it does? Encouraging children to ask intelligent questions in a gentle and a polite manner trains them to find logic around them. And even the most difficult of children work better with logic than by screaming at them. Nothing convinces children better than logic. In big businesses, the top bosses, the greatest of leaders, are the ones who ask the right questions. What problem does this technology solve? Which customer am I helping by doing this? What is the reason for this failure? These are the things that the top bosses ask. These are the out-of-the-box questions. It is not just about answering. It is also about being able to ask the right question. Now, instead of nurturing this aspect, we discourage our children in asking questions. We call them irritating, we call them annoying, we tell them, leave me alone, I don't want to answer all these questions. Now, let me jump to this situation and ask you this question. Why do we nurture these skills in adults that comes so naturally at 2 to 3 years old? The reason is because when we tell them that they're irritating, they're annoying, we are training these skills out of them. We're removing this aspect from them. Okay, and we're separating this faculty from them. So, okay, so I understood who am I, what is my social circle, and am I allowed to ask questions here? Next comes the will. The will means the willingness to do what we do, things that motivate us to achieve what we achieve, and the tasks that we undertake. These motivators can be intrinsic or extrinsic. Intrinsic motivators come all the way from your core. These are your internal convictions that drive you to do all that you do. There are children who say, I will grow up and join the army. I will grow up and become a teacher because I want to do this. I want to do this for the society. I want to become an engineer and solve the problem of traffic maybe in our city. These are children who are motivated from their core. Even if they don't crack the big exam, even if they fail, they will find a way to nurture that need to do what they want to do and what they believe doing. Unfortunately, some children are motivated by extrinsic motivators. Like Dr. Sunana said, what will uncle say, what will auntie say, what will Bua say, and everything else. The validation or the fear of what the world thinks and how I will be perceived is their driving forces. And often this falls short in getting the child to achieve their aim. So we have me, my social circle, my ability to ask questions, and finally my will and motivation. Now, this is how a child internalizes his or her own reality and identity. Now, let's add to this a layer of labels that we put on our children. Most children understand the world by touching, reaching out, playing with things around them, and so on and so forth. And what do we do in return? For a child who's just trying to understand the world around them, we label them as clumsy, lazy, out of sight, out of control, ADHD, and whatnot. These labels do more harm than good to children. A child that is told that he or she is clumsy will continue to doubt their ability to carry out a task all their lives. A simple few week intervention instead to develop their fine and gross motor skills. Now, fine motor skills is understanding your body, understanding your center of gravity, balancing yourself, and that is the gross motor skill, and fine motor skills are the skills of your hands, being able to pick up things, eye hand coordination. Very, very simple exercises available online or even with us at Mitra. These simple exercises, instead of just telling them and calling them clumsy, develop their fine and gross motor skills and can work wonders with these children. And most of these exercises are very basic, like I said, and they nurture eye hand coordination and the grip of the hand. A naughty child, instead of being told, you are naughty, you are destructive, they live up to the tag of being destructive because this is what is expected out of them. They continue to hurt inside for all the contempt that is thrown at them. A conversation of faith and hope in them can turn tables around with this child. A lazy child will continue to be slow because the tag of lazy kicks out all possibility of investigating their sleep cycle from our part. So we're not checking if the lazy child is underslept. We're not checking their eating habits, their underlying health conditions that may be causing them to be slow, or even sometimes shyness. Now, these are personality traits. You can't change them. Some children are inherently shy. A detailed investigation, introspection, and targeting the real reason can change this for a child. Now, these are the negative labels that we put on our children. How about the positive ones? Okay, let's take the example of a child who is tagged as a genius, a topper, super intelligent, and so on and so forth. Something we love calling our kids, assuming that this is going to make them more confident and ready for the world. Unfortunately, kids that live with these tags live under a mountain worth of weight to prove themselves in every single test that they are toppers or geniuses. Dr. Sampath today very rightly emphasized the fact that the most miserable child in any classroom is a child who is a perpetual topper. They're terrified of failures and they're scared of taking risks. There is also a chance of them looking down upon other children with contempt and thus keeps them from making meaningful relationship with their peers. As per a study by Dr. Carol Dweck in the University of Stanford, a child living with a tag of a topper or a genius has a higher chance of crumbling when faced with uncertainty, when out of syllabus questions come, when they are asked for things that they haven't prepared for. Such a child will crumble or may even resort to cheating because they have this desperate need to live up to the label that has been associated with their identity. So what can we do instead of appreciating fixated personality traits? First, we need to understand failures are not just something that all of us are going to face. Failures are propellers behind success. The amount of feedback and the amount of learning that failures instills in a child, that sometimes is much more than just plain jumping from success to success does. What we can also do is we can appreciate effort. It is better to call a child hardworking rather than brilliant, or persistent and instead of slow. A naughty child can be referred to as curious. Tear off the labels that harm our children, both good and bad ones. Even if they fail now, they will still have the effort within them to stand back up and fight again. Isn't that what life is all about for all of us? Okay, so again, going back to me, my social circle, my ability to ask questions, finally, my motivations, and then the labels that have been stuck on me and my ability to tear them off. Now, this is our responsibility as parents to empower our children to be able to tear off the labels at school, at workplace, at colleges, labels that they do not agree with. And this empowerment has to come at home. When we keep talking to children about them, about the effort that they put in getting things done and how we appreciate it, that is when they have enough faith in themselves to not fall for the labels that children around them can sometimes be so cruel to put on them. Let's add to this layer a thick layer of emotions. Like I said earlier, emotions are universal. Emotions are felt by everyone without exception. Very few parents, however, speak to their children about their emotions and feelings. Typically, in an average household, a child is punished for overtly expressing themselves. This is where I would like to bring in Dr. Erik Erikson. He's called the father of psychosocial development. He came up with this various steps, where the social development that he talked about happens in various stages. I'm only going to talk about the first three stages. The rest of the stages are freely available in open source and on the internet. Between 0 to 18 months, a child is shaping its world view. This is the first stage of emotional development. A child who successfully develops trust in its primary caregivers. When the child cries, the parent shows up, the child is soothed, the child is sure that they're not going to fight it all alone. This is the child who grows up feeling secure about themselves and the world around them. The ones who don't, unfortunately, the children who keep crying and they do not get that motherly affection when they're looking around themselves or the affection of a loved one, they end up with overt amounts of precaution and self-protection and are often very defensive by nature. This can be combated if such people find someone later on in their life who can meet these needs deeply. Okay, this doesn't happen everywhere, but it can work. Second stage is between 2 to 3 years. This is where a child develops and starts experimenting with self-control. So this is where self-control begins, not ends. This is where it begins. The neurological development in the brain is now starting to think about control. That, okay, we have emotions, but now let's exercise with the control. This is where it begins. So emotional regulation is still far off milestone over here. A toddler or a 3-year-old is still undergoing brain processes to understand that there is a world view beyond their own view, and they often get frustrated when their viewpoints are not validated. This frustration comes out as meltdowns and tantrums for the untrained eye, often which is the parents. Typically, in return for this, the child is punished, hit, shamed, and this shame remains with the child. The third stage that I'm going to talk about is 3 to 5 years of age. This is where a child starts taking independent initiatives, controls themselves, they purging and play with the power and control through play and social interactions. Most children in this age group are easier to deal with, they're toilet trained and are ready to face kindergarten and the school beyond that. The next stage, 5 to 12 years, is when a child develops industriousness or develops an inferiority complex. And then finally, in the teenage is when a child develops his identity or starts working on their identity. And when they don't get it, this is where they find confusion, which usually lasts a lifetime. So this is where parents can work. Now this is a basic about emotional development of a child. There are 3 more stages for adults, but for emotional regulation, the first few years are key. This is where identification, experimentation, and control over emotions is established. When this is not done properly, a child goes through their entire life struggling to express in a healthy way. How many people do you know who struggle to express their emotions in a healthy way? When they get angry, there's a meltdown. When they get frustrated, things start getting thrown around. We know people like them. Okay, these are the people whose emotional needs have not been met and their emotional training is still incomplete. What makes things worse is that incorrect emotional behavior is modeled by a lot of parents in front of their children. A child at 3 years should know the names of their feelings, and by 6 years, they should be able to exercise a healthy control over their emotions. There are healthy coping mechanisms that can be spoken about and taught to children. They can be practiced and modeled by parents as well and taught to the children. Now, this has to be a work in motion. This can't be done once and forgotten forever. This has to be done every single day, every single time we feel something and we get overwhelmed. Some of these techniques include taking a break, thinking about our triggers, about what affects our reactions, taking deep breaths, and grounding ourselves to the things around us, the ground beneath our feet, the feeling, sensing the air that we can breathe in, smelling the thing that we can smell. All these things distract us from our emotions. Adults sometimes display and take pride, in fact, in explosive temper tantrums. We take a lot of pride in feeling angry, that my anger is paramount, that my anger is known about. No, this is not something to be proud of. This needs work. At a macro level, understanding our emotional patterns, our insecurities, the reasons for the same, trying to fulfill these needs, comparing to our previous generation helps a lot. Empathy and gratitude are great coping tools that enable these practices. A person who can control and use emotions to their benefit will succeed no matter what situation they are put in. But this is something that none of us is born with. This is referred to as emotional intelligence. It helps us in gently dealing with complicated situations at home and at workplace, in dealing with a bully, a bad boss, a bossy relative, and sometimes even in problem solving. It also entails adaptability and making the right decisions under stress. Now, most of the young adults are dealing with this quick decision making under stress, last moment deadlines. This is where healthy emotional coping helps. Working in teams is another aspect of this wonderful coping mechanism. An emotionally healthy person can work in any kind of team, in any kind of atmosphere, with annoying and constructive colleagues alike. A big aspect of this is the ability to have difficult conversations in a gentle manner. Now, this is something I can't overstate. Only the most intelligent of people harbor this prowess. Parents who have these difficult conversations, which most of the people look away from, trust me, it takes a ton of patience, persistence, and often entails walking on eggshells. Such parents raise mindfully active children who stand up to difficult people and have the courage to speak up for themselves. And let me repeat that. It takes courage to speak up for themselves. It takes courage to walk up to a bully, to walk up to somebody and tell them, I am not comfortable with the way I am being treated. These children are pioneers in critical thinking. Compare this with people who suppress their frustrations, and I know you will be able to understand what I'm talking about. Compare this with people who suppress their frustration, their anger, and then their health struggles, and they struggle with boundaries. They struggle in telling people that this is not acceptable. This is not what I'm going to live with. We will in life be required from time to time have difficult conversations and draw boundaries with both adversaries and our loved ones alike. Modeling this through examples and role plays is key in developing this skill in young children. We have to show them how this is to be done. We have to show them how difficult conversations need to be had. This is not something we can leave to imagination. You have to train your child to speak up when a teacher is being a bully, to speak up when another child is being a bully. But this has to be done in a smart way, in a tactful way, in a gentle way, without hurting others' feelings. Sometimes people do things inadvertently. They do not intend to hurt us. But this conversation needs to be had at that time as well. Okay? So the key feature remains retaining politeness and holding your calm. This needs practice. And speaking of boundaries, space and time both need to be guarded and rationed. Teaching children early on in life how to plan for themselves works wonders on making them well managed. So often we find ourselves complaining our children don't plan their day. They do not plan how to go about the exams that are coming up. There's so much of syllabus. They're not planning. I have to get involved and I have to spoon feed everything to them. It is when we teach them how to prioritize, and who can do this better than a mother, that they experiment with this phenomena called time management. It should be our endeavor to train children to finish important tasks in time before they become pressing and urgent and unnecessarily create stress in our life. An example of this could be the night before examination. The job, if it was done in time, was important. When it was abandoned and left for the last moment, it became urgent and it came with a lot of stress. A lot of this needs communication with the child. A lot of this needs training with the child, helping the child break down what they did in the last 24 hours and understand what was important that was done in time and what was left for the last moment and was unnecessarily an urgent thing that stressed them is a great practice to be had. A lot of time we see things, a lot of time we see gets wasted on social media, YouTube, and gaming. Now, this is a serious, serious problem, especially amongst our teenagers, most of who by now have tasted the sweet fruit of the like button, or should I call it the forbidden fruit. Social media, and in fact, most mobile apps, are designed purposely like the slot machines in casinos to keep flooding information each time you drag down and keep you engaged. You look down once and bam, 1 hour is gone just like that. Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, WhatsApp, all of them are guilty for this. We are a generation of guinea pigs who will, in all likelihood, become an example of self destruction for future generations to learn from unless we wake up and take cognizance of this. Super addictive, a mobile phone removes us from our reality, murders our initiative, plants seeds of insecurity and inferiority amongst us and in our children, and leads to health issues, spondylitis to obesity, and leads to mental issues, depression, and the rate of suicide being rampant as an example of this. Leave alone kids. Even we are not ready to deal with this. And the machines that are doing this to us, they're getting smarter. We, on the other hand, are getting dumber. But we cannot do without a phone. We need it as we depend upon it. So the way ahead should be to insulate ourselves and not to isolate ourselves from technology. Means insulate means technology is there, we are using it, but it doesn't control me. It doesn't tell me what to do. I use technology to my benefit. Use the technology instead of getting used by it. Train that dopamine kick and bring it back to the normal level. A few apps like Flipped, Freedom app helps. Flipped, once again, Freedom app. Even the settings within our phone help us in locking a few apps in certain hours in a day, as does shifting to the grayscale mode, or sometimes even working as buddy pairs and helping each other as friends. So I will check on my friend and my friend will check on me and how many hours I spent on social media or on Pinterest today. And by the end of the day, we will create each other's number of hours that we spent, and tomorrow we'll create targets for each other. This helps plenty. But this all needs acknowledgement and training. Are we doing anything about this at all? Or are we just sleeping on it while the serpent silently preys and creeps onto our children's happiness, initiative, and confidence levels? At Mitra, we have programs to deal and help these children of all ages, to help children of all ages. Visit our website, www.mitra.com, for more on this. The final thing that I wish to speak about today is communication, something which cannot be overstated enough. Almost all speakers today spoke about the clean and transparent communication that needs to be had within a family. But a lot of families, instead of utilizing this tool, help each other, they only use it as a transactory purpose. We hardly spend time with each other in sharing expectations, experiences, to reach out, to comfort each other in pain and traumatic situations alike, communicating the value system, and that are followed by the family. These conversations enable a child to combat peer pressure and learning to say no. Every time I sit and talk to my children about who they are, who we are, what values we follow in our family, what ideals we have, we are instilling in them confidence to understand what is right and wrong in the world, and giving them the wherewithal and the strength and the courage to say no where it will matter. When these conversations are not had, all of this is left to a child's imagination. And that's a very, very dangerous thing. Children and young adults, instead of confiding in their parents today and siblings, would rather open up about their core feelings and beliefs in the comment section or in a chat room with absolute strangers. They're comfortable doing that. They'd rather not do it with their parents. We, as parents and educators, need to win this trust back and bring back these conversations into our homes. We need to talk to our children about what they're doing right, appreciate them, okay, instill confidence in them for having done something amazing. Even if they failed at it, we should appreciate the effort, like we just discussed. We have to tell them that it's okay, we're right behind them, but they will not compromise on their values, they will not cheat, they will not do things in the wrong way to get to the end results. And a lot of times what gets communicated in the process is the mindfulness of the fun of doing an activity rather than just getting to the end result. A key thing to remember here is that there is always this battle between easy versus right. This is something which has always guided me as a parent and sometimes even as a teacher. What is easy will not always be right. What is right will always entail a lot of hard work. So, for example, if my child did something wrong, for example, I'm tired at the end of the day and my child is hungry, the easiest thing would be to pop in a packet of instant noodles and feed it to them. But is that right? Is that right for the nutrition? Okay, sometimes I understand, sometimes circumstances ask for it. But on a regular basis, when a child did something wrong, let's say I saw my child bullying another child in the park, the easy thing would be to overlook this. The right thing, however, to bring the child back, to talk to the child, will entail a lot of work. So ask yourself every time that you're talking to your child, you're dealing with your child, am I doing things the right way? Am I doing things the easy way? And it will guide you. It will guide you in taking the correct decision. Live up to your children's faith and work on your own emotions in the meantime. That is very, very important. So if we expect our children to control and regulate their own emotions, we too need to be working on this on the side. Easy simply implies brushing all of this under the rug. Music, now talking about communication, since we were talking about that, music is a great tool, great tool, which helps with expression. And this has been emphasized on with our session with Bhuvaneshwari today. Singing to kids works wonders. Even if you aren't an Indian Idol, singing to them works wonders. The lullaby that we sing for our children remain with them forever. They will always be the safe place that the children can keep going back to. And a lot of times, a lot of songs communicate a lot of things that we may not be able to communicate through our words. A lot of songs like Chanda Hai Tu, Mera Suraj Hai Tu, these are things that communicate to a child that a child is very, very important. We may not otherwise have this conversation, but singing a child this song suddenly alleviates their pain and elevates them to a sense of happiness and instills a lot of calm in them. Celebrate efforts and not just end achievements. This will go a long way in creating a child who's competent and not just competitive. Now, this is something I always tell my children. Yearn to be competent and not just competitive. A competent child is the one who rises above, who doesn't just study from the syllabus, who studies more than that because of their need to learn. A competitive child only thinks ahead or behind and not above. They're only looking at the marks. They're only looking at the next exam. They're only looking at beating the child who got better marks than them. So help your children in becoming more competent rather than competitive. This will always light the way ahead for them in their future. So one last time, my social circle, my ability to ask questions, and my will to do what I do. This is the identity of a child. For every time a child thinks of me, who am I? They should feel their own agency. They should feel empowered and able to deal with their own situations. They should know their boundaries, their expectations, their self-esteem, and confidence. For my social circle, they need to have the faith that their battles are not alone, that they are valued and needed, that they own their emotions and the ability to use them to uplift themselves and others. They do not fear bullies, and they have the courage to take a stand for their value system every time it is threatened. For hows and whys, their ability to ask questions, they should look within, search and identify for their convictions, communicate what they need and what they need stopping, and ask for where it matters. Open-mindedness and honoring others' perspectives should also be nurtured along with this. And for the will, for our motivators, the purpose, the will to go on, to avoid distractors, social media, internet, mobile addiction, And even if they fail at doing these things, the children fail forward. They get up, they deal with criticism, and they get back on the track and they surge ahead yet again. All these and many other critical life skills can be learned with Mitra. Do reach out to us if you need more on this. Visit us at our website www.mitra.com for more information. It's been lovely interacting with you all. Thank you very much.